Rain pattered softly against the leaves as I lay in bed, half dreaming, until I heard the gentle, sobbing voice of a child. "Mother, wake up, please wake up," the voice pleaded, and small hands shook me. Slowly, I frowned, opening my eyes sharply to see two little boys kneeling at my bedside. "Mother." Their worried eyes looked up at me, full of fear, though they tried to hide it. They bit their lips and bowed their heads under my piercing gaze. "Mother, Ronger is scared," one of them whispered. I stayed silent, trying to process the situation. Inside, I felt only one thing: the overwhelming urge to scream. What is happening? I remembered being sent on a vacation by the organization, but here I was, lying in a strange bed with these children calling me mother. "Mother, please don't sell Ronger, the little one," Ronger begged. His voice trembled, and he clung to the hope of staying with me. "I know how to light fires and cook, and Big Brother can wash vegetables and do the dishes. We'll work hard so you can live happily, Mother." My heart sank as he glanced fearfully at an old woman standing nearby. He was terrified, thinking I might sell him. Even though life here was harsh, even though wild beasts threatened us daily in the deep mountains, he still wanted to stay with me and his brother. I frowned again, finally accepting the shocking reality. I had transmigrated. I leaned down and caressed Ronger's small, tender face. "Don't worry, Ronger. Mommy won't sell you." "I could never do that, no matter what," I assured him, my voice gentle. But then I turned my gaze sharply to the old woman in my house, Aunt Wong. Memories rushed back. The previous Njue, my host, had been bullied by this old woman. Aunt Wong had heard about a wealthy family in town looking to buy a boy to continue their family line. Instead of selling her own grandson, she targeted my host, who had just lost her hunter father and had two sons to care for. The host was kind and soft-spoken, not used to standing up for herself. When she refused to sell Ronger, Aunt Wong grew violent, shoving her until she hit her head. That's how I ended up here, in her place. The host's life had been hard, even though people thought she was well off. She was the daughter of a county magistrate, born to a mistress. Her life was comfortable enough, and she might have married into an average family. But her luck took a tragic turn. Her mother had died saving a young man from an attack, giving up her life to protect him. Her mother's last wish was for that young man to take care of her only daughter, Njue. I sighed deeply, looking at the two little boys beside my bed. Thinking about everything that had happened made my anger rise. I had once been married off to a man who, true to the old saying, pledged to stay loyal to the one who saved his life. He came to my family, married me, and then immediately received an imperial order to go to war. We didn't even get to share a moment as a married couple before he was gone. Soon, I got the news of his death on the battlefield, and his family wasted no time kicking me out of their house. The host, who I am now, felt bitter and angry about being cast away. So she tried to sneak back into her in-law's home, hoping to at least take back her dowry. But before she could do anything, she noticed a servant sneaking out with two large baskets. Thinking the servant was stealing something valuable, she followed them, planning to snatch it back later. To her shock, when she reached the mountain where the baskets were left behind, she found not stolen goods but two sleeping baby boys. They were her late husband's twin sons, who had mysteriously appeared in his life. Realizing that if her in-laws could abandon their own grandsons, they would never help her, the host made a choice. She took the two boys and decided to raise them as her own. From there, life was not easy. She sold her clothes for a bit of silver, begged for money, and slept outside as she journeyed back to her father's home. But when she arrived, she faced even more rejection. Her father refused to let her stay, treating her like an unwanted burden and giving her nothing, not even a coin. He told her to leave with her illegitimate children. With nowhere to turn, she got lucky. An old hunter, a kind man in his 60s with no family, took her in. He made her his goddaughter and claimed the boys as his grandchildren. He even registered us in the village at the foot of the mountain. For a while, I wasn't a magistrate's daughter anymore, just a simple woman under the care of this old hunter. But even that fragile bit of peace didn't last. 2 months ago, The hunter went out to hunt and got attacked by a tiger. Although he made it back, his wounds were too severe, and he passed away soon after. Now, here I was, alone again, with these two boys relying on me. After my godfather passed away, I used the last bit of silver I had to buy him a coffin and begged the villagers to help me bury him. Since then, it was just me, a widow, and the two boys. I didn't know how to hunt, so I had to stretch every copper coin as far as it would go. I planted vegetables and grain near our hunting lodge, determined to survive quietly like that. But being a widow with orphans made me seem like an easy target, and people like Aunt Wang came after me. Aunt Wang was greedy, always looking for ways to benefit without sacrificing anything of her own. She had her eye on selling one of my boys for money, as if that was an option. When Aunt Wang confronted me, trying to take Ronger, she was bold at first. She even grabbed at him, claiming I had agreed to sell him. But when her claws reached for my son, I grabbed her arm so hard she screamed. "Let go," she shouted, trying to fight me off, but I held firm and slapped her other hand away. Did I agree? I asked, glaring at her with a cold smile. "Aunt Wang, I call you that out of politeness. You're nothing special here. No one in Clan Village would sell their children, and anyone who tries deserves to be struck by lightning. If you want to sell your own family, go ahead. But you think you can touch my son?" I reminded her of who my father was and, too, a famous hunter in our village. He might be gone now, but I had lived by his side for years. I wasn't pretending I could conquer the mountain, but I knew how to handle myself. My father's knives were still sharp, and I asked if she wanted to find out just how sharp they were. Aunt Wang was terrified. When I pushed her away, she almost crashed into the wall. She didn't dare say anything back, realizing just how serious I was. She remembered my father's reputation, how he had once been the strongest hunter around, and the fear was plain on her face. Even though he was gone, she now knew I wasn't as weak as I seemed. My grip on her arm had been proof enough. Aunt Wang stood there, full of arrogance, pretending she was doing me a favor. She acted like trying to sell my son, Ronger, was some kind of kindness. "If you don't sell him, someone else will," she threatened, clearly hoping I'd give in. But I wasn't scared. I grinned, my voice cold. "Why don't you go ask the whole village if anyone else wants to sell their children, Aunt Wang?" I offered to bring the clan chief and junior officer into it, which made her face pale. She knew she was in trouble if they found out she was trying to sell a child. Aunt Wang exploded in anger, calling me ungrateful and threatening to take Ronger by force. Before she could finish, I had enough. I stepped forward, grabbed her by the collar, and lifted her up. "You're too noisy," I said, and with that, I threw her out of the window. It wasn't a huge drop from the treehouse my adoptive father built, but it was high enough to scare her. I waited, expecting a thud, but all I heard was a scream followed by a string of curses. Aunt Wang yelled up at me, furious. She threatened to report me to the clan chief and get me kicked out of the village. I leaned out the window and looked down at her messy state, smirking. "Go ahead," I challenged. "Let's see who the chief believes." I mocked her as she stood there, drenched in rain and looking pathetic. I reminded her that she should be careful coming up the mountain. Next time, she might not be so lucky. I threw in some dark humor, suggesting she shouldn't be thinking of dying early since she still had responsibilities at home. "It's better to live than die, right?" I added, watching her sputter in rage. I was done playing nice. Aunt Wang needed to learn her limits. Aunt Wang was furious. Her whole body trembled, and she could barely point at me. "Just you wait," she spat, unable to out-talk me. I knew she was planning to get her family and come back to cause more trouble. With that, she hobbled away, trying to hide how much her wounds hurt. I turned to my boys, who looked at me with wide, tearful eyes. "Mother, will that bad person come back?" Zheng'er asked, scared. He remembered how cruel Aunt Wang had been, not just trying to sell his brother, but also hitting me and leaving me cold on the floor. It was painful to see them so frightened. I knelt down and hugged them both. "Don't worry," I said gently. "Mother is strong. You saw how I threw her out the window, right? No matter how many people she brings, I can handle it." Zheng'er buried his face in my arms. "She's not a granny," he said, Upset? She's a bad person and she lies. You never promised to sell Ronger. I agreed with him. You're right. She's a big liar, I said, trying to comfort them. Aunt Wang really was awful, always trying to take advantage of us. The host never agreed to sell Ronger, and it hurt to think of how much these little ones had suffered. I sighed and told them, if I'm ever not here, and you see her, you have to hide. Okay? They both nodded seriously, and I stroked their little faces, feeling so much love and worry for them. Once they were calm, I led them to the bed to rest. But when I stood up, I felt lightheaded and a bit sick. I knew it wasn't just from hitting my head earlier. I was malnourished and weak, but I had to keep going. I looked at the darkening sky. Are you hungry? I asked. I'll make something for you. But both boys tried to be brave. Mother, I'm not hungry, they said, even though I knew they must be starving. It hurt my heart, but I had to take care of them somehow. I looked at the faces of the two little boys as I gently caressed them. Even though ending up in this world after transmigrating felt unlucky, seeing these obedient, sweet children made it all feel worth it. Back in my old life, I didn't know who my parents were. I had to survive on my own, eventually becoming a special agent. Those years were lonely and full of danger. I never experienced real love, family, or friendship. But now, here I was, caring for two adorable, helpful little boys. It made me feel like I finally had something meaningful. Taking a deep breath, I went into the kitchen, and the boys followed me. One started a fire, and the other washed wild vegetables we had gathered earlier. It was hard to watch them work like that, knowing they deserved so much more. When I opened the rice bag, my heart sank. There was barely enough rice left to fill a small bowl. I wanted to scream. How could I make a proper meal with such little rice? But I had to manage, so I made a thin, watery congee with wild vegetables, saving whatever grains I could for breakfast the next day. The night came, quiet as always. At first, the idea of sleeping in a forest terrified me, even though we had a treehouse. But my adoptive father had built this house well. He chose a giant, thick tree, and it took him 3 years to complete. It had 6 small rooms, 3 bedrooms, a shared kitchen and woodshed, a storage room for supplies, and a main room. The treehouse was safe, suspended in mid-air with stairs wrapped around the trunk. We could raise the bottom steps with ropes to keep wild animals away. It was a clever setup, but carrying supplies up, like water, was exhausting. Fetching water felt like a task that could drain all my strength. After tucking the boys into bed, I checked the kitchen again. The water vat was nearly empty. Since my adoptive father died, keeping more than half a vat of water had been a challenge. I was just one woman, struggling to haul heavy buckets from the ground and up into the treehouse. To help, the host had set up a broken vat outside to catch rainwater. Life here was hard, but I was doing my best to keep us safe and cared for. It had been raining for half a month, and the rain had not stopped. The water in the vat was full, and she would fetch the water up to be used to wash their faces and the vegetables. How can there be only a little water in this water vat? Muttering to herself, she reached out her right hand and tapped the rim of the vat with her index finger. The water vat disappeared quickly before her eyes. She turned around and looked at the pile of firewood nearby. She had to prepare some more firewood since they have been burning firewood for the past 2 months. Otherwise, they would not even be able to start a fire. However, she wasn't bothered about that now. She was instead bothered by. She walked to the pile of firewood and squatted down. Reaching towards a corner of the pile, she took out a small gray pouch. She placed it on her hand and blew the dust away gently. Then, she opened it. There were a few taels of silver lying inside. 1, 2, 3 taels of silver. She sighed internally. These 3 taels of silver were the host's, which is herself right now, entire net worth. She had previously spent all the money she had to buy a coffin for her godfather and was left with only a few copper coins. She later sold the silver hairpin she had kept behind and received 4 taels of silver for it. Then, she bought some rice, flour, oil, and salt, leaving her with only 3 taels of silver. She pricked up her ears and listened to the sound of the rain outside. And GUS sighed again. Saying that I can split a copper coin into 2 to spend is just downplaying the situation. She reckoned that the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon. Right now, she only had 3 taels of silver left, and there are 3 mouths to feed. She would need money if she wanted to buy rice and noodles in town. She gestured with her hands and stored the 3 taels of silver into her space. This space she had accompanied her wherever she went. It had existed for as long as she could remember. She wondered if she was abandoned by her biological parents because she would disappear by entering the space and then reappear. The orphan director who had adopted her previously mentioned that she had always been extremely mysterious since she was young. She would come and go like the wind. While those words may have been exaggerated, she did often enter and exit the space when she was younger and immature. It was like playing hide and seek, and the director was unable to find her. She was very entertained by it back then. After joining the organization, she was only able to survive in the organization without suffering because of this mysterious space she possessed. Otherwise, with her lack of connections, she would have been completely trampled over by others in the same profession. Huff, puff. After taking a deep breath, she let out a heavy sigh. She looked towards the storage room. Besides grain and other consumables, the tools and equipment her father had used to hunt were also stored inside. Since she did not have much silver left, there was no grain in the storage room, and the storage room naturally looked empty. The host didn't know how to hunt, so she didn't need the tools. If she encountered a prey, she would be eaten by the prey. However, the current her had experience surviving in the wild. Even if she did not have any of these tools, she would still fight to turn the prey into food. In that case, she would be able to survive in this forest. After a while, Njue retrieved the hunting equipment, locked the door tightly, and left. She first went to the spring she was most familiar with in the forest and placed the water vat there to collect water from the cliff. After that, she followed the host's memory and went to the area where her father used to bring her to see the hunting traps he had set up to check if there was any prey. Her father had reminded her about this before he passed away. In fact, when he knew that he might not live anymore, he was most worried about her and his 2 grandchildren. To think that in this day and age, her birth father was worse than her adoptive father, whom she had only known for a few years, was pretty scary. Of course, one's imagination would often be more beautiful than reality. When she arrived at the hunting traps, not a single wild chicken was caught, let alone a large prey. And Njue had already predicted this. Although wild animals did not know how to speak, they were not stupid. The hunting traps were empty. No animal would foolishly jump into the trap. She sighed and turned around to pick up a lot of dry branches. However, even the dry branches were no longer dry after so many days of rain. They were moldy and would break easily. She placed the moldy branches on the traps. She scattered some leaves over the traps to make them look as flat as possible. She also made a few marks that only she could understand before leaving. After that, she went into the bamboo forest and chopped some bamboo before putting them all into her space. Finally, she returned to the spring and saw that her water vat was already full. She also stored it in her space and went home. After returning home, she put the water vat away and went to her room to check on the 2 children. They were sleeping soundly, and Njue heaved a sigh of relief before entering her space. She had not discovered any other functions of her space other than storage. She supposed it was because she had yet to fully unravel the mysteries of the space. However, this space was huge. With over several hundred acres of land, it was big enough for her to store a lot of things. The only downside was that there wasn't a single grain of soil inside. Pieces of jade were laid out on the ground. These pieces were not small. Each piece was about 100 square meters. However, she could not plant food on the jade. She used to think that she could only store items in the space to conserve her energy when transporting them. There were many shelves and cabinets in the space, all of which contained the things she had collected earlier. Previously, someone made things difficult for her, and she was sent to train in the wilderness for a month. Since she possessed such a magical space, she naturally prepared for the trip beforehand so that she would not suffer pointlessly. Besides, even though she was often picked on, she was not to be trifled with. When she found out that she was going to be sent for training, she applied for half a month of leave and drew 2 million yuan from the organization in advance to buy some daily necessities. Rice, noodles, and grain were definitely not needed in the wild, so she did not stock up on those. She only bought some snacks to store, and of course, instant noodles, as they could be cooked easily with water. She also bought a set of solar panels to aid her in surviving in the wilderness. Those items would come in handy here in the future. Huff. She sighed deeply, her heart filled with regret. If I had known that such a major event like transmigration would happen, I would have used the 2 million yuan to buy food, meat, and vegetables. It wouldn't spoil no matter how many years I put it in the space anyway. This space was very good, much better than the refrigerators in her previous life. The things that were stored in the space would definitely not spoil. The space was isolated from bacteria. Even if the items that were brought in contained bacteria, the space could purify them. No amount of money can buy foreknowledge. She shook her head and decided that instead of wasting time regretting, she might as well do something practical. She began chopping the bamboo into pieces with a machete. Then, she used some rattan to form a fence. Fixing it at a spot, she created 3 5-square-meter fences. And Juyue was so tired that she couldn't stand up. Oh my God, isn't this body too weak? She stretched out her small fists and pounded her lower back. With every pound, she felt that her waist no longer belonged to her. In the past, she could work for days and nights without rest with no problem. But now, she felt as if her life had been cut by half after doing a little bit of manual work. Her body was indeed not like before. However, although it was tiring, she felt rather satisfied by the 3 fences before her. Although she could not grow vegetables in the space, she could at least raise some small poultry, right? Well, it was decided. One of the 3 rattan fences would be used to rear chicken, one for ducks, and one for rabbits. As for where she was going to acquire these animals, I'll begin searching for them in the forest from tomorrow onwards. There may not be much on the mountain, but there were plenty of wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Especially since it was early spring now, many of these little animals, famished from the winter, would definitely be running around the mountain looking for food. She would catch them and even save them the trouble of looking for food. Wonderful. The space was so big. She would have to look for more animals to rear inside. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a big waste of the space? She decided to push all the cabinets and shelves to a corner to free up a few acres of land. Since she only needed to store a few items, there was no need for them to occupy so much space. I have to plan this out properly. I can't place my items around thoughtlessly. She was mumbling to herself while deep in thought. Although the place only belonged to her, she still had to pay attention to its aesthetics. She couldn't possibly leave this space in a mess, or else she'll hate herself for it in the future. However, she was not going to start on that now. She was already tired. She needed a good sleep to have enough energy to look for those animals in the mountain. Otherwise, she and her 2 children would starve to death. But before she could leave the space, she turned around and saw a flashing red dot. This red dot had been behind her all this while. Who are you? She was rather composed. After all, she was someone who had been journeying with the space in 2 worlds. And Juyue was momentarily surprised, but she quickly regained composure and questioned the red dot. Wei? Na one. The red dot flashed again, and a child-like voice came from its direction. Wei na. This is the spaces. And Juyue blinked repeatedly. Can I assume that Wei na is the soul of this space, and that it can control everything here? No, you can't. The red dot flashed again, and Juyue heard its voice again. I am Wei na, and I am a life form living in this space. However, I am unable to control this space, because only you, my master, can control this space. Upon hearing that, Juyue's face darkened and she almost slapped the red dot. How dare you pry into my mind? Do you want to die? No, master, please let me explain. Although Wei na did not think that there was anything wrong with prying into its master's mind, it couldn't help but panic when it heard her last exclamation. Although it was living in this space, it still had to listen to its master. A glare from its master would force it into a corner sometimes, hiding for days without coming out. It was instinctively afraid. You didn't lock your mind. I only heard it by accident. I really didn't do it on purpose. And Juyue remained silent. So it is my fault that this rascal accidentally heard my inner world? And it even sounds so wronged? She took a deep breath and decided to put that aside for now. How did you get here? She asked Weina. You don't know? I've been with you for 2 centuries. Weina was a little puzzled. It had accompanied its master across 2 worlds, but its master wasn't even aware of its existence. It wanted to sigh. My master is really inattentive. However, it did not dare to scorn its master out loud. I have to hold back. And Jiyue remained silent. Please forgive her ineptitude. She was really unaware that the red had been accompanying her in her previous life. You've already been following me in the past? Then why didn't you appear? Well, the little red dot was about to speak, but it hesitated. It looked as if it didn't know how to find the right words. Hurry up and explain. And Jiyue said impatiently. She did not have the time to wait for it to hesitate. Well, in the past, there has been no changes to the space, so I was always confined. Now that the space has changed, I can come out. Weina replied honestly. That was not even a difficult thing to say. Why were you hesitating for so long? And Jiyue was speechless. It was just a simple statement. It used to be confined in the past. It was nothing embarrassing anyway. However, she soon felt that something was amiss. What do you mean? Are you saying that I was useless? How can you say that? It had been explained before that it could not control this space, as in Jiyue was the only one who could control it. In other words, she was the only one who could change the space. Weina's words seemed more like an expression of its contempt towards her instead of a self-explanation. Since she never noticed that the space could be changed, she had been unable to release its inhabitant. So it was her fault. Oh well. Weina shivered instinctively when Jiyue shouted and thought to itself, didn't you ask me to explain? However, it didn't dare to say that out loud. It had a strong survival instinct. I'm not blaming you, master. I'm saying that the suspended pavilion was too petty and did not show itself to you, so you weren't able to use this space properly. Suspended pavilion? What is? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a scream from outside, and Jiyue's face turned green. She bolted out of the space immediately and went to check on the 2 children. She almost scared herself to death when she took a look. Mother, a snake, a snake. There's a snake. The moment Ronger and Zhunger woke up, they saw a snake coiling around their bed. Terrified, they wrapped the blanket around them tightly and curled up in a corner on the bed. Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Even Jiyue gulped secretly when she saw the huge snake that was as thick as her calf. It was sticking out its tongue, and half of its body was still hanging on the window ledge. She cursed herself internally. I was too careless. How could I not shut the window when sleeping at night? However, she recalled that she had closed the window properly because it was raining. If they were left open, the rain would be blown indoors. Did the snake break the window? But it was not the time to worry about that. She had to think of a way to deal with this snake that had barged into her house and frightened her children. She could not possibly wait for it to leave on its own. Since it was capable of barging in, it must be here to eat meat. Of course, she also could not let this big chunk of meat escape without killing it to eat. She secretly retrieved the machete from her space and held it in her hand tightly. It was still early spring, and the snake wouldn't have left its hibernation pit unless it was disturbed. Its pit must have been flooded from the rain. The snake was also moving rather slowly because the weather was cold. Moreover, it was not moving towards the children, but towards the stove where the charcoal was burning. It was warmer there, and the snake was drawn to its warmth. At that thought, she stayed put and stretched out her hand to signal the 2 little ones to keep quiet. She watched as the snake slithered over to the stove and leaned its head closer to the stove. Then, it laid unmoving on the ground. And Jiyue remained silent. What a lazy snake. It's already satisfied with warming its head and doesn't care that half of its body is still hanging on the window and drenched in the rain. Mother. Zhunger and Ronger looked at the snake in fear before looking at their mother. Sure. And Jiyue reached out and gestured for him to keep quiet. The snake is still in hibernation. It was awakened by the rain. Let's wait for it to fall asleep before we get it out. Go to sleep first. I am here. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. She lowered her voice and spoke to the 2 little ones. The 2 little ones were frightened today. She felt that it was better to prevent them from witnessing her killing the snake later. Therefore, although the snake was sleeping next to the stove, she secretly retrieved a calming incense from her space and threw it into the charcoal stove. Soon, the two children fell into a slumber. Even the snake felt extra sleepy. It seemed like the calming incense was also effective on snakes. After they fell asleep, Njiyue got off the bed quietly and moved towards the snake. She tightened her grip on the machete in her right hand again as she gently gestured with her left palm above the snake's head. This snake was too big. She couldn't possibly strike there. Otherwise, not only would snake blood spatter all over the house, but the entire treehouse would also be overturned. Moreover, splattered snake blood would attract other animals. She did not want to risk it. Njiyue took advantage of the fact that the snake had entered a temporary hibernation. She held its head down and brought it into her space. Then, she raised her hand and severed its head. In a flash, she returned to the outside world and left the huge snake, whose head was chopped off, writhing in her space. No matter how much snake blood there was in the space, there was nothing to be afraid of as it would be purified. However, she looked down and saw the splattered snake blood on her body. Going downstairs to the water vat, she washed off the blood with water. The rainwater would also wash away the smell of blood on her body. Inside the space, Wayna couldn't help but tremble as it watched the snake. It had always knew that its master was very scary. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by those vicious people in her past life until nothing was left of her. However, it saw a new side to its master today. It was such a huge snake, and yet, she was able to sever its head. It was obvious how strong her arms were. She's not someone you can afford to offend. She's definitely not someone you can afford to offend. The next morning, the two little ones did not wake up early. Njiyue had already thrown the snake out of the treehouse. At this moment, Njiyue was holding a bloody machete and skinning the snake. She soon heard curses and footsteps approaching from afar. That little BTCH, I will teach her a lesson today. Let's see if she still dares to be arrogant in front of me. That familiar voice belonged to Aunt Wong, whom she had just thrown down from the treehouse yesterday. It seemed like she had not learned her lesson yet, and had brought her whole family up the mountain to cause trouble for her today. Mother, don't worry. With us here today, we'll definitely capture that little BTCH's son. Let's capture both of her sons, and not leave a single one for her. He's right, Mother. Let's capture both of them. Then we'll just say that the little BTCH was ruthless and sold her sons. The chief and the village's junior officer will definitely believe us instead of that little BTCH. Aunt Wong's two sons came with her and spoke arrogantly. They had wanted to come last night, but their father had stopped them as he was afraid that Njiyue would bring the matter up to the chief and cause trouble for them. However, they didn't understand. What was there to be afraid of? The chief was not a fool. Would he choose to believe in Njiyue instead of the people who had been living in the Clan village for generations? If Njiyue really reported this matter to the chief, they would simply say that Njiyue was so poor that she was about to starve to death, so she sold her children and even wanted to extort a sum from them. When that time comes, the chief would definitely teach Njiyue a lesson. That possibility dissipated some of their anger. If she dared to harm their mother, they would definitely give her a hard time today. Mother, look at me later, whoa. The older son was patting his chest, looking like he was going to shred Njiyue into pieces. However, when the woman skinning a snake with a bloody knife not far away came into view, he dared not say anything else. He was stunned. Gulping, he took a step back subconsciously. Big brother, what are you doing? That girl is right there. Huh? When the younger brother saw that his brother had stopped in his tracks, he wanted to pull him forward. However, he accidentally saw the bloody scene and jumped back in fright. Oh my God, what is that? The scene made his hair stand on end. That is a python, isn't it? And it's chopped up by that young woman? How strong is she? Brother, why don't we? Don't go. He shivered as he spoke, looking at his brother. They would often be boastful in front of the young ladies in the village, but if they came across a more powerful man, their act would be useless. They initially thought that Njiyue was just a gentle, weak lady with two little children. She was someone they thought they could bully however they wanted. Who would have known? What happened to the both of you? Aunt Wang had yet to see what Njue was doing. She thought that their hearts had softened when she saw them stop walking. You unfilial sons, you can't even walk anymore when you see a woman? Have you forgotten how your mother was bullied by that little BTCH yesterday? Hurry up and kill her. Ah. She turned around as she instructed her sons, looking in the direction of Njue. Njue, a bloody machete in her hand and a sinister expression on her face, happened to look up at them in the pouring rain. Her hands were covered in blood. Aunt Wang jumped in fright and instantly hid behind her sons. Aunt Wang? Njue heard their voices early in the morning. Why? Did you not say your piece yesterday, so you brought your 2 sons today to continue? Do you want to come over and have a seat? I was just thinking that there's not enough snake meat. Why don't all of you come and make up the numbers? This old woman must have really believed that I'm easy to bully. She didn't get to have a way yesterday, so she brought her 2 sons over today. So she has decided to snatch them away forcefully? She held the machete in one hand and waved at Aunt Wang's 2 sons with the other. She seemed to be saying, come over here. I happen to be lacking meat. You guys have been fattened up enough for me to slaughter. When the 2 of them heard her words, they did not even dare to breathe as they took 2 steps back subconsciously. You, big brother, let's go, let's go. The 2 brothers kept retreating. How could they dare to stay any longer? They turned around and fled from the scene without a care for their mother. Wait for me. Aunt Wang was dumbfounded. She turned back and looked at Njue in fear before chasing after her 2 sons. That was too terrifying. That little BTCH is too terrifying. She mumbled to herself as she ran. She had never witnessed such a scene before. If this snake had appeared before a villager, it would have bitten them to death quickly. PFT. Inside the space, Wei now watched their comical escape and sneered. Master, these people really don't have any guts at all. They're all so timid, and yet they still strutted up to you arrogantly. Even I laughed. They're so incapable, but they still want to take advantage of my master and the 2 young masters? Some people in this world are amazing. It learned something new again. Heh. And Njue chuckled softly when she heard Wei Na's voice in her head. People like them will get what they deserve. With that, she washed the snakeskin in the rain. She planned to make 2 pairs of shoes with the snakeskin for the 2 little ones when she was free. She cut the snake meat into pieces and put them into the basket on her back. She carried a piece upstairs and placed it in the kitchen. When she returned to the bedroom, she saw the 2 adorable children already sitting on the bed. There was confusion in their small eyes. Mother, I had such a scary dream last night. I dreamed that there was a huge snake that came into our house. Zheng'er mistook what happened last night as a dream and told his mother. Big brother, did you have the same dream? That snake was so big. It was thicker than my legs. Rong'er gulped and added. Is it really a dream just like what Big Brother said? But why does it feel so real? The snake really did break into our house and almost ate us. Mother, that wasn't a dream, right? He looked up at his mother and asked. And Njue was unsure of how to respond when she heard what they said. Should I tell them that the snake really barged into the house? Or should I say that it wanted to find a place that wasn't flooded to continue hibernating? Or should I just tell them that it was a dream? Zheng'er, Rong'er, a snake did break into our house last night. Sighing, she decided to tell the 2 little ones the truth. We are living in a forest. They cannot remain ignorant forever. They have to adapt to this dangerous life. Gasp. Upon hearing her words, the 2 little ones sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were as white as paper, and they immediately hid in their mother's arms, afraid to come out. Mother, then, what about that big snake? Has it left? That's too terrifying. Why would a big snake come into our house? Was it trying to eat us? I killed it. And Njue hugged them, patting their backs gently to comfort them. Don't be afraid. I am here. No matter how powerful a wild beast is, it can't hurt my precious babies. Come, get up first. Let's make breakfast. They were still afraid. After all, it was a huge snake. It would have been fine if it was a dream, and it wouldn't have mattered if they recalled the dream. But the snake had really appeared in front of them. How could they not be afraid? Don't be afraid. Although that snake was powerful, your grandfather was a hunter who hunted big snakes specifically. If you learn those skills in the future, the big snakes will be afraid of you. And Jiyue placed Zheng'er and Rong'er on one of her legs and allowed them to continue leaning against her chest as she comforted them gently. Yes, Grandpa is the best, said Zheng'er. They had seen their grandfather hunt before. They were no longer afraid after thinking about it. Mother, we have to learn from Grandpa and chase the big snake away, Rong'er replied softly as he clenched his fists to cheer himself on. Back in the space, Wei-Na chuckled again. Is Master sure that she picked up her skills from the host's father? What a good liar. Okay. And Jiyue answered, feeling reassured. If you want to learn, I will teach you in the future. Although she did not intend to stay in this forest for many years, she felt that the two children should acquire essential knowledge. Otherwise, they would be bullied one day. You were very brave last night. Come here. I'll give you a piece of candy each to reward you. Open your mouth. She took out 2 unwrapped candies from her space and popped a candy into each of their mouths. Is it sweet? She asked. The 2 little ones held the candy in their mouths, their eyes sparkling. It's sweet. They both nodded enthusiastically. After coaxing the 2 little ones for a while, Jiyue brought them to the kitchen. Just like last night, one of them began washing the vegetables while the other started the fire. Mother, the water vat is full. Zheng'er looked at the water vat that was filled to the brim and then looked at his mother with his large black eyes. Mother must have filled the vat secretly while we were sleeping last night. The water source is far away, and the vat is so heavy. She must be tired. He took a deep breath, thinking that he should grow up quickly. He would then be able to fetch the water for his mother every day so that she wouldn't be tired. Yes, I fetched the water last night. And Jiyue replied casually, not thinking much about it. They had wild vegetable congee for breakfast again. There was not much rice in their congee because there was no more rice at home. She had to think of a way to buy rice today. Zheng'er, Rong'er, you have to stay at home alone today. I need to go to town. She finished her wild vegetable congee hastily and spoke seriously to the 2 little ones. She knew that it was not safe to leave them alone at home, but she had no choice. The snake meat wouldn't spoil because she had placed it in her space, and it would be enough for the 3 of them to eat for a long time. But snake meat is good stuff. She would definitely be able to sell some of it for a sum of money if she brought it to a restaurant in town. The money would be enough for her to buy a lot of food. Having meat was important, but having grain was even more important. The 2 little ones hurriedly nodded as they ate. Zheng'er blinked his large eyes, the size of grapes, and looked up at his mother. Mother, are you going to sell the snake meat for food? In the past, their grandfather would sell his prey and return with food. Hence, they understood that they could not eat all the meat they had. However, since their grandfather was a hunter, they used to eat a lot of meat in the past. Now that he was gone and they were only left with their mother, they knew that they could not eat as much meat and had to save some to exchange for other food. Yes, and Jiyue nodded. She stretched out her hands and caressed the cheeks of the 2 obedient children. I've kept a piece of snake meat. I'll cook some snake soup after I return. Upon hearing that, Zheng'er and Rong'er exchanged glances before turning back to look at their mother at the same time. Mother, Rong'er, and I don't like eating snake meat. The snake meat is definitely not tasty. You shouldn't keep it. You should sell everything, Zheng'er said obediently. That's right, Mother. That snake meat is not as tasty as wild vegetables. We should sell it in town and exchange it for more food. Brother and I like eating wild vegetables, Rong'er added. If we eat the snake meat, we will have lesser food in exchange, and Mother will have to worry about not having enough food at home again. Hence, they decided not to eat it. And Jiyue was touched. The 2 adorable children were really too sensible. They spoke as if the snake meat was unpalatable, but it was obvious that they couldn't bear to eat it as they wanted to sell it for money to buy grain. The snake is too heavy. I can't carry all of it, so I have to leave a piece at home. It will be too tiring for me to carry so much meat to town. She found an excuse. I see. Zheng'er looked at Rong'er, and they both looked at their mother. The weather isn't too hot now. Why don't you sell the last piece tomorrow? It won't spoil after a day, right? Rong'er asked. And Jiyue remained silent. Am I about to be defeated by these 2 little kids? How should I reply now? I can sell it tomorrow, but the people in town are smart. They will know that I want to sell snake meat today and tomorrow, and they will definitely think that the snake meat I'm selling is not fresh. Then, they will haggle ruthlessly. and the snake meat will be sold at a very cheap price. It won't be enough to buy half a kilogram of rice. She told the two little ones after thinking for a moment, a helpless expression appearing on her face. So cheap? Zheng'er was shocked and looked at Rong'er. And Juyue watched as Rong'er stretched out both hands and began to gesture with his fingers. Half a kilogram of brown rice cost 3 copper coins, while half a kilogram of white rice cost 5 copper coins. Mother, are you buying white rice? He asked, raising his head to look at his mother with his doe eyes. Why don't we buy brown rice instead? 15 copper coins can only buy 1.5 kilograms of white rice, but it can buy 2.5 kilograms of brown rice. And Jiyue was surprised. If he becomes a businessman in the future, he'll be great at it and will have a bright future. However, she disagreed with his suggestion. The two children were still young and had tender stomachs, so they should not eat brown rice frequently. Moreover, she was also not used to eating brown rice. Eating brown rice a couple of times was enough. In that case, I'll buy some brown rice and some white rice. How about that? Okay. Rong'er nodded. After some thought, he reminded Mother, we've also run out of oil. There is also very little salt left. And Jiyue felt helpless. There were so many things they had to buy for the house, but it was inevitable. All right, I will buy them, she replied. She left the two children at home and instructed them to raise the lowest rungs of stairs to prevent people like Aunt Wong from coming over to bully them. And Jiyue carried the snake meat in a bamboo basket and set off for town. Of course, the snake meat was initially stored in her space. Her current body was no longer the same as before, so it was better to conserve energy. And Jiyue was still worried about the two children at home, and she walked very quickly. However, she slowed when she passed by a large river and headed towards the river bank. Their village was located at the border of this country. Although it was not a victim of war or poverty, there was a large river called the Fallen River. Although the name sounded nice, the meaning behind it was not very good. The Cascade River meant to cascade down to the netherworld. There were countless people who died because of the Cascade River. This year was another year of heavy rain. The river water in the Cascade River had already risen high. Furthermore, the rain showed no signs of stopping. The river would definitely be full if it rained for more than half a month in the past. There were many villages built in the basin. If there was a flood, many innocent lives would be taken away by the Cascade River. When Jiyue reached the riverbank, she saw that the water level was already very high. She was afraid that something bad would happen if it rained on for a few more days. Master, it looks like there's going to be a flood. Weina sighed in the space. Master is quite unlucky. She just transmigrated to this world and she's already going to encounter a great flood? Shut up. Her face turned green as she berated Weina. She left the riverbank and hurried to town. When she was outside the town, she quickly took out the bamboo basket from her space while there was no one around and carried it on her back before entering the town. Although it was raining, there were still many people in Sunset Town. And Jiyue followed the host's memory and made her way to a restaurant. She knocked on the side door a few times. This was the restaurant where her father used to sell his prey. Although she did not have a long-standing relationship with him, her father was a frequent visitor, and the workers at the side door knew her because he had brought her with him a few times. Oh, aren't you sisterin? What brings you here? Old Uncle too hasn't been here for a long time. The manager has been talking about him. Soon, the side door opened. Xiaoxi, who was guarding the side door, smiled when he saw Jiyue. What did old Uncle Tu hunt this time? Brother Xiaoxi, I caught a snake on the mountain and brought it here for the manager to take a look, and Jiyue said to Xiaoxi. What? Upon hearing that, Xiaoxi took a few steps back in fear immediately. He was so nervous that he almost collided with the bucket full of water behind him and nearly got drenched. Luckily, he managed to steady himself. Is the snake alive? He gulped in fear. He looked uneasily at the huge bamboo basket on Jiyue's back. Sisterin, wait here. I'll go get the manager. Dead or alive, he was still afraid of the snake. He left hastily after speaking to Jiyue. And Jiyue remained silent. She could guess what he was thinking based on his facial expression. The corners of her mouth twitched. Would I dare to put the snake in the bamboo basket on my back if it was alive? What is this lad thinking? She soon saw Xiaoxi returning from the front yard with a familiar person. Missin, you're here. Did old two ask you to come? Why didn't he come himself? The manager asked. Old two used to bring some of his prey here frequently. Although winter has just passed and it's early spring now, he'd still go hunting occasionally during winter. However, he has not been here for over 2 months this year. Has he hunted all the prey in the mountain? It's only been manageable here because we purchase prey from other people besides old two, and also rear some of our own animals. The corners of Njiyue's mouth twitched when she heard the manager's questions. About that, Uncle Lin, can we talk in private? Manager Lin looked at Xiao Si and the other servants. He coughed lightly and flicked his sleeves. All of you, what are you standing around here for? Have you finished your work? Go or I'll deduct your wages. Nobody dared to stay any longer after hearing that. Everyone slipped away. Tell me, Missin. And Njiyue coughed uncomfortably and said, Uncle Lin, my father left 2 months ago. Left? Manager Lin blinked and raised an eyebrow, not understanding her words. He was living well here. Where did he go so suddenly? Is there somewhere better than our sunset town? He looked at Njiyue as he spoke, his eyes filled with confusion. If your father left, why didn't you follow him? Njiyue was extremely shocked. Can I really follow him there? I don't want to die so early. Ahem, well, Uncle Lin, I'm still young, and I still have 2 children to take care of. I don't want to go to that place yet, she replied softly. Upon hearing that, Uncle Lin finally understood. So this is what this young lady meant when she said he left. He suddenly felt embarrassed and coughed lightly. How could this be? Old two might be over 60 years old, but he is still strong. How could he leave just like that? Njiyue sighed and explained. He encountered a tiger in the mountains. Although he escaped, his injuries were too severe so he couldn't survive. It was a rather cruel fate. If she had transmigrated 2 months earlier, she might have been able to save him. However, she was late by 2 months. Oh, let's not talk about this anymore. Why are you here today? The manager saw that the young lady was sad and quickly changed the topic. I hunted a hibernating snake on the mountain, so I brought it over for you to take a look. Would you be keen to take it? Without saying anything else, she put the bamboo basket down and lifted the large banana leaf that was covering it. Gasp! Even Manager Lin was frightened by the snake in the bamboo basket. The snake was so big that even if it had already been skinned and chopped into pieces, he could still make out how big the snake was originally. It was as thick as a grown man's calf. Missin, you're really something. It's such a cold day, and yet you even managed to bring this huge snake here. Uncle Lin, are you willing to accept it? And Njiyue asked. There was joy written all over her face. This is good stuff. Of course, we have to take it, replied Manager Lin. This was such a fine good from the wild, and it had already been cleaned and cut up well. How could they reject it? Missin, you're old two's daughter, so I won't pull any tricks on you. If you sell the whole snake, it would be worth 60 copper coins per half a kilogram. However, I'll offer you 80 copper coins per half a kilogram since you've already skinned it. What do you think? He asked. Okay, and Njiyue readily agreed. 80 copper coins per half a kilogram were much better than what she had imagined. There was so much snake meat, there should be more than 15 kilograms worth. That was more than 2 taels of silver and would be enough for her to buy a lot of food. She didn't expect to sell this prey so easily. However, she knew that only the rare prey would be hot selling. Common prey such as a pheasant would be sold for 40 to 50 copper coins at most. It wouldn't be sold for too much. Manager Lin called a servant over to weigh the snake meat. Just as Njiyue had estimated, the snake meat weighed about 15 kilograms. Manager Lin also calculated the amount of money she would be paid for it. It totaled 2 taels of silver and 438 copper coins. She happily took the money and left. Manager, why did you offer 80 copper coins for this snake meat? Hasn't it always been 60 copper coins? Xiao Si asked after he saw Njiyue leave. What do you know? Manager Lin rolled his eyes at him. This snake has been handled well. It doesn't have any skin or intestines left. Besides, even if the snake was not handled as well, we have to take care of old two's daughter on account of him, right? He had reaped many benefits from old two in the past. Now that old two was gone, it was only right to show consideration for his daughter. She was a woman with 2 sons, and it must be difficult for her. Hence, He decided to help her out a little now, as if accumulating merit for himself. After Njue left the restaurant, she went straight to the provision store. She also had to go to the grain store afterwards to spend all the money she had earned. Her cute children said that there wasn't much salt left in the house, so she had to buy some. She couldn't be stingy with it. Njue went all out and bought 2.5 kilograms of salt, spending 250 copper coins in one go. It left the shop assistant stunned. He had never seen anyone purchase 2.5 kilograms of salt at once. Other than the wealthy families in town, the other commoners would only purchase half a kilogram of salt each time, and they would always still be reluctant to do so. He had really never seen anyone purchase 2.5 kilograms of salt at once. On the other hand, Njue also muttered to herself, "This salt is really expensive. Half a kilogram is enough to buy 5 kilograms of white rice. No wonder there isn't pickled vegetables here. You need salt to pickle vegetables. Who will be willing to waste such expensive salt?" Njue left the provision store and went to an empty place to put the salt into her space. Then, she headed for the pork stall. Similarly, she bought 10 kilograms of pork fat, which cost 10 copper coins per half a kilogram, and spent 200 copper coins. The stall owner looked at her as if she was a monster, but he also looked like he was about to present incense and offerings to her as if she was his ancestor. "Miss, is there anything else you would like? I'll cut it for you," the stall owner asked enthusiastically when he saw that Njue was still surveying his stall. "Uncle, do you sell pig blood and pig offal?" Njue thought about it and realized that she did not have enough money. Instead of purchasing pork, she had decided on something cheaper. "These things are cheap. If you want them, I'll sell the pig offal to you for 5 copper coins per set. We have 3 sets here. Do you want all of them? As for the pig blood, I'll scoop as much as you want. I won't charge you for it," the stall owner said. The pig offal was usually sold at restaurants for 5 copper coins per set, while the pig blood was usually sold with the pork anyway. Njue took out 15 copper coins from her purse and handed them to the stall owner. After the stall owner packed the pig offal and placed it in her bamboo basket, she left. She spent a total of 465 copper coins at the 2 stores within one trip. "Why do I feel that this silver is not worth spending?" She sighed and shook her head, making her way to the grain store. She was worried that there might be a flood. Since the food stored in her space would not spoil, she splurged once again when she arrived at the grain store. However, as there had been speculations of an incoming flood, the prices of grain in town had already started to increase. She purchased 60 kilograms of brown rice for 4 copper coins per half a kilogram and another 60 kilograms of white rice for 6 copper coins per half a kilogram. She also purchased 60 kilograms of flour for 5 copper coins per half a kilogram, 15 kilograms of soybean for 5 copper coins per half a kilogram, and 20 kilograms of cornmeal for 3 copper coins per half a kilogram. Not only did she spend all the money she had just earned on this trip, but she also had to fork out over 100 copper coins extra. "Mississippi Miss, you've bought so much food. How are you going to bring them home?" The shop assistant in the grain store stared at Njue, a young lady who had just purchased 215 kilograms of food. He was dumbfounded. Although he was happy to sell so much food in a single purchase, he was uncertain if a weak young lady like her could carry so much food. Moreover, it was still pouring. "It's fine. Help me to place it outside the door first. My family will come and get it soon," Njue said to the shop assistant. She had noticed a tucked away spot outside the grain store before she entered. That spot was also dry enough to place the grain there for a while. She could wait for the people around her to be distracted before putting the grain into her space and leaving quickly. The shop assistant believed her and packed all the rice and flour she bought into individual bags. The brown rice and white rice were packed into 30-kilogram bags, and there were 4 bags in total. The flour was packed into 15-kilogram bags, and there were also 4 bags. The soybeans were loaded into a bag, while the cornmeal was separated into 2. All the bags were carried to the place Njue specified. The shop assistant even placed a few sacks underneath the bags as he was concerned about the moisture. Njue watched the shop assistant leave, and after confirming that there was no one around a few moments later, she placed the items into her space and headed home. After some time, the owner of the grain store emerged from the back, and the shop assistant told him about what happened. Don't you find it strange, though, boss? I've never seen anyone buy so much grain. Is she storing up for the new year? But it's only the beginning of spring. What do you know? The boss rolled his eyes at him. It's been raining for so many days. Who knows how much longer this darn rain will continue? We don't even know if the Cascade River will burst its banks one day. Things may not be too bad for us here, but the villages in the west rely on the Cascade River to earn a living. If anything happens to the river, they'll be finished. How will they survive if they don't stock up more food now? Our grain prices have increased after all, but it doesn't make sense to store that much anyway, muttered the shop assistant. Besides, what's the point of storing so much grain? They'll go bad if they are soaked from the rain, and all the money will go to waste. However, he was not the one wasting money, so he was not too bothered. After Njue hurried back from town, she did not return home directly. She headed for the village, where her household was registered, and knocked on the door of the chief's house. "Oh, aren't you Njue from Old Two's family? What are you doing here in this heavy rain?" The chief's wife had braved the rain to open the door. She was extremely displeased to see Njue at the door. She asked scornfully as she ran her snobbish eyes over Njue. Njue had 2 sons and was a widow, but she had a face so beautiful it could charm any man. Many young men in the village were eager to marry her and become the stepfather to her sons. Amongst these young men was her second son. His eyes would be glued on her whenever he saw her. She had scolded her son several times, but it was useless. She felt that she had to be warier of her. The fact that she had not chased her away with a broom was already good enough. "Aunt Kong, I just came from the town. When I passed by the Cascade River, I noticed that the river water levels have risen pretty high. I'm afraid that there might be a flood. Is the chief home? Can you tell him about this so that he can be—" "What are you talking about, you little btch?" Before she could finish her sentence, Aunt Kong rebuked her, and her expression turned cold. "Don't jinx us. It's been so many years we since experienced a flood in Sunset Town. If a flood occurs, it's because you've been blabbering with your stupid mouth. It's just some rain. Flood? If this place floods, it's because you jinxed us. Get lost." And Jiyue remained silent. She felt the urge to slap her. However, that was her old temper. She was now a woman living in ancient times, and could not take action haphazardly as it would give others leverage over her. She swallowed her resentment. "There will be plenty of opportunities to have my revenge anyway. Aunt Kong, you should tell the chief about this matter. Regardless of how much you dislike me, don't regret it when it's too late." Even though she found Aunt Kong intolerable, she still had to say what she needed to say. "Pooey." Aunt Kong spat, a look of disdain on her face. "Regret? What I regret the most is that I didn't stop my husband from allowing you to be registered in our village. You're a troublemaker. If you continue spouting nonsense, you best believe I will chase you away with a broom." "Humph. Do you think I don't know anything? You jinxed your parents and husband, then came to seek refuge with Old Two after your mother and husband died. Old Two is really pitiful to have such an unfilial daughter like you. Even he was jinxed, and he died because of you. Now, you're here deceiving people with fallacies. If you continue spouting nonsense, I'll gather the villagers to tie you up and burn you." And Jiyue inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. So it seems like Aunt Kong isn't afraid of dying at all. Forget it. Let's just say that I was being nosy. I'm not going to care anymore. I live on a mountain and on top of a big tree. No matter how great the flood may be in the village, it won't sweep my home away. Why should I care about this rude old woman?" She turned around and was ready to leave, but she hesitated. "There are so many people living here. I've just transmigrated here. Shouldn't I accumulate good karma? Saving people's lives counts, right?" Since she made an unsuccessful attempt at the chief's house, she decided to pay a visit to the village's junior officer. She set off for the junior officer's house. Fortunately, his wife was a kind person. She quickly welcomed Njue into the house after she saw her at the door. "Are you out of grain at home, Njue? I'll get some for you," she said worriedly. What a pitiful child. She was only with her father for a few years, and she's now a widow with 2 children. Her husband had told her to lend a hand to Njue wherever she could. After all, the people in this village had benefited a lot from Old Tuesday. "No, Aunt Ju, it's all right. I just have something to discuss with Uncle. Aunt Ju was really about to fetch some grain for her, so Aunt Gus stopped her quickly. She had just bought so much food. How could she take someone else's food? Besides, life was not easy for anyone here. The people were already satisfied that the grain in the fields was enough to fill their stomachs after paying taxes. In fact, this was supposed to be a year of great harvest. However, they would have to eat porridge to survive because of the heavy rain. You're looking for him? He's not at home. He went to visit his relatives in the neighboring village and will only be back at night, Aunt Ju replied. Can you tell me what happened? And Guf felt that there was no difference between telling the junior officer or Aunt Ju. At least she alerted them about this. Hence, she recounted what she saw. I went to the town today. On the way there, I passed by the Cascade River and went closer to take a look. The river water levels have risen high. We don't know when it will stop raining, so I was afraid that. Aunt Ju gasped. Will there be a flood soon? There had been villages near the Cascade River that were hit by floods in the past. Many people had died. I'm not sure either, but we have to be careful, right? Of course, it'd be great if there's no flood, but if it really occurs, we have to be prepared. And Gus said honestly, to tell you the truth, Aunt Ju, I just came from the chief's house. I didn't get to meet the chief and only saw Aunt Kong. When I told her about it, she gave me a good scolding and chased me away, accusing me of jinxing everyone. I wanted to drop this matter since I live on the mountain and the floods will not affect me. However, there are so many people living in the village. I can't ignore this. That's why I came to look for Uncle. I wanted to tell him about this. Aunt Ju's face darkened when she heard about this. That old lady is ignorant. Jue, don't lower yourself to her level, Aunt Ju said, criticizing Aunt Kong. And Jue told them about this matter out of kindness. How dare she scold her for it? Don't worry. When he returns, I'll tell him to take this matter seriously. Okay. And Guf felt relieved. Aunt Ju, my 2 children are still at home. I'll go back now, she said, standing up as she got ready to leave. However, before she left, she suddenly recalled something and turned towards Aunt Ju. Aunt Ju, even if we highly doubt that a flood will occur, I think we should still protect our food stock just in case. There are a few caves in the mountain. Why don't— I know. He knows all this too, Aunt Ju replied hastily. In the past, they would store the food in mountain caves and assign some people to guard it whenever there was heavy rain. Okay. And Guf finally felt relieved and prepared to leave. Jue. Aunt Ju stopped her just as she was about to leave. Aunt Ju, is there anything else? And Jue turned around and asked, I heard from the villagers that you want to sell Ronger? Aunt Ju thought for a long time before asking hesitantly. And Jue's sons are very obedient. Although they are still very young, they often help out with many chores at home. How could she bear to sell them? And Jue had been living on the mountain alone with her 2 children and had difficulties making ends meet. Hence, she would try to help her as much as she could. As long as she had food in her home, she would ensure that Jue and her children would not go hungry. And Jue was speechless. Aunt Ju, since you brought this up, I wanted to talk to you about it too. Tell me. Aunt Ju assumed that Jue had wanted to sell her children because she was facing too many hardships. She intended to persuade her to rethink her decision after hearing her out and offer her help. A few days ago, Aunt Wang came up to the mountain to look for me. She tried to convince me to sell Ronger to a big family in town and told me about all the benefits I could get. I was unwilling, of course. Zhenger and Ronger are my biological sons. How can I sell my sons? Life may be difficult for us, but we're not on the verge of starvation. So I rejected her on the spot. And Jue recounted the incident to Aunt Ju and tried to make herself sound more pitiful, hoping that the junior officer would deal with the detestable old woman. But Aunt Wang is so persistent and won't give up until she gets what she wants. She came again yesterday, threatening to bring that family in town to snatch Ronger from me if I continue to refuse. She's bent on selling Ronger. Look, I've got this wound on my forehead because she pushed me while we were fighting over Ronger. She pointed at the wound on her forehead. I think Auntie Wang was afraid after I fainted from my injuries yesterday, so she didn't snatch Ronger away then. I thought that she wouldn't come again, but she came to my house again today with her 2 sons. I was really scared, so I scared them off with a chopper. Aunt Ju, can you help me tell Uncle about this? I may be a weak woman, But as long as I can sustain myself, I will never let my 2 children go hungry. That's right. I have to pretend to be weak when there's a need to pretend to be weak. I have to win the villagers over and drown that horrid Aunt Wong and her family with our spits. That woman is too cruel. She should sell her grandchildren instead. Aunt Ju was livid. Her body shook with anger as she cursed. She had found it strange that Njue, who lived on the mountain, would tell people in the village that she wanted to sell her children, instead of selling them in town directly. It turned out old Wong was spreading rumors in the village to ruin Njue's reputation because she had failed to snatch Ronger away. Jue, don't worry. When Uncle comes back, I'll definitely tell him about this. I'll make sure old Wong and her family suffer. Thank you, Aunt Ju. Njue thanked her and left the village quickly, heading home. Bored at home, the 2 children were washing some wild vegetables in the kitchen. They had braved the rain yesterday to pick these vegetables with their mother. There were traces of dirt and grime on the vegetables, so they had to wash them. However, they did not use the water in the vat. Instead, they opened the windows and washed out the dirt from the vegetables tirelessly under the pouring rain. After that, they would rinse the vegetables again with the clean water from the vat. Finally, the vegetables were ready for cooking. When Njue returned, she saw how red their hands were from the cold. She was so furious that her eyes turned red, but she was reluctant to scold them. She knew that they washed the vegetables with the rainwater because they did not want her to travel so far to fetch water too frequently. She immediately began preparing to cook lunch and hurried them to sit by the stove to warm themselves up so that they would not catch a cold. Since Njue had some time in the afternoon, she brought them downstairs to let them play freely. The large tree, where their treehouse was built on, sheltered them from the rain. As her children were still young, her father had also previously laid out a large stone block below the tree for them to play on without getting their pants wet. Meanwhile, Njue washed the 3 sets of pig intestines she purchased with the rainwater collected in a vat. After washing it 5 times, she brought it to the spring to wash it 2 more times. With that, the 3 sets of pig intestines were cleaned thoroughly. She returned home and rendered 10 kilograms of pork fat and stewed the pig intestines after. While stewing pig intestines, she retrieved some ready-made spices from her space and used them in her dish. During her previous life, she was afraid that she would not have enough food to eat in the forest. Hence, she had purchased many spices so that she could have grilled meat in the forest. Just then, it occurred to Njue that she had also purchased salt during her previous life when she was afraid that she would not have enough food in the forest. In fact, she had purchased several boxes of salt. Every box contained 40 packets of fine salt, each weighing half a kilogram. Why did I spend 500 copper coins on yellowish, low-quality salt? I want to slap myself, but what's done is done. There's no point mulling over this anymore. I'll just store them first. There's bound to be some use for it in the future. Mother, this smells so good. Zhang'er and Ronger caught a whiff of the fragrance of the pig intestines and approached their mother. Smells good, doesn't it? And Njue smiled and gestured with her hands. Wait over there. I'm rendering the pork fat and the oil may splash onto you. When the pig intestines are ready, I will give you a small bowl each. Okay. Ronger clapped happily. Although Zhang'er was more reserved, he swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, this fragrance is heavenly. After rendering the pork fat and stewing the pig intestines, Njue kept her promise and gave the 2 little ones a small bowl each. Then, she stored everything else in her space. Zhang'er and Ronger had exclaimed that the dish smelt so good that it could attract wild animals if they placed it outside. The children wolfed down the pig intestines, almost licking the bowl clean. Once they finished eating, they lifted their heads to look at their mother and noticed that she still had some in her bowl. Do you want more? I can share some of mine with you, Njue asked. I'm full. Zhang'er replied immediately. You should eat, mother. Brother and I will go and gather some firewood now, Ronger said. Although they had some firewood at home, they still had to gather more. They were going to pile up some wet firewood at a dry spot under the treehouse and carry them up into the kitchen once they were dry. Wait, I'll go with you. Njue felt uneasy letting them go on their own. She had to bring them to gather firewood. After she washed the 3 bowls hastily, the trio changed into straw shoes and donned large rain hats and straw raincoats. She carried a large bamboo basket while the children each carried a small bamboo basket. With that, they headed out. There were not many wild beasts roaming in the forest due to the rainstorm. However, a few pheasants were wandering around to look for food, and Juyue caught a couple of them while gathering firewood. Since she intended to rear these pheasants in her space, she made sure that her children did not see it. She also found a dozen of pheasant eggs and a nest of chicks. She felt as if luck was on her side. Not far away, the two adorable children were bending over to gather firewood and placing it into their bamboo baskets. The bamboo baskets were soon almost filled. When she saw that their baskets were full, she brought them home. Zheng'er, Rong'er, stay at home. Okay, I will go and gather more firewood. It's raining heavily again today, so you can't stay outside for too long. Okay, Zheng'er and Rong'er answered in unison, carrying her bamboo basket again. And Jiyue turned around and headed downstairs into the forest. The rain was getting heavier, as though it had no intentions to stop. She felt that it seemed plausible that a flood would occur if the rainstorm continued. Hence, she wanted to be prepared by stocking up on essentials, and that included wild vegetables, common herbs, and most importantly, firewood. She had previously plowed some land on the mountain for arable crops. However, there were very few vegetables as it was only early spring, and there were also many wild animals wandering around on the mountain. Hence, she would harvest the wild vegetables frequently. But if a flood occurred, the villagers would rush up the mountain to harvest wild vegetables once the floodwaters subside. From tree barks to grass roots, they would take everything available if they were starving. She would no longer have a monopoly over the wild vegetables on the mountain. There were many wild vegetables on the mountain during spring: bracken, purslane, Aralia elata shoots, Chinese mahogany, etc. There were also a large variety of mushrooms whenever it rained. However, the aunties from the village never dared to harvest the mushrooms as they couldn't tell which ones were not poisonous and did not want to risk their lives. It had been raining heavily these days, and water celery had been thriving. There were a lot of water celery, wild vegetables, and herbs growing along the mountain spring. And Juyue harvested everything she saw. In just 2 hours, she had gathered a lot of wild vegetables and stored them in her space. She also picked up some branches along the way to be used as firewood in the future. She looked up. The sky was not getting dark yet. Let's head to the bamboo forest. She walked the familiar path towards the bamboo forest. The sky was too dark yesterday when she went to chop some bamboo. She was unable to see much, but she reckoned there must be some bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest since it was springtime now. I should dig up some bamboo shoots now. I can maintain the freshness of food in my space anyway. By the time Njue returned home, the sky was already dark, and her hands were muddy. She washed her hands in a shallow water puddle first and was going to wash them again when she got home. She looked into her space and surveyed the wild vegetables and bamboo shoots she had dug up, as well as a couple of pheasants and a nest of rabbits she had caught. She was delighted and planned to head out again tomorrow to harvest some more plants. After all, she could keep everything fresh in her space. The three of them had 2 plates of fried wild vegetables with pork lard, a large bowl of pig intestines, and a small plate of pig blood. They ate their fill. That night, after coaxing the 2 children to sleep, Njue entered her space. When Weina noticed she entered, it quickly rushed up to her. "Master, are you just going to let bygones be bygones? What do you mean?" Njue was stunned by its question. "Did something happen today? I don't know about it, though. I'm talking about that old hag. She scolded you like that. I was so angry that I wanted to go out and give her a beating. Are you just going to swallow your anger and forget about it?" Weina yelled. "What else can it be? I'm talking about what happened with Aunt Kong. She went too far. For what reason did Master go to their house? Wasn't it all for the village's good? It's one thing to not appreciate Master's kindness and another thing to lash out at her. You're talking about her?" And Jiyue recalled what happened with Aunt Kong. "Don't worry, someone will deal with her. I don't have to do it myself." She had already complained to Aunt Ju about how much she had suffered. Aunt Kong would be the first to bear the brunt when the time comes. And even if nothing happens to her now, I can still deal with her in the future. All right, we'll just let her bear the consequences of her actions. Master, would you like to take a look at the suspended pavilion? You'll only understand the workings of this space if you enter the suspended pavilion and read the rules of this space. Only then will you be able to utilize this space to its utmost potential. Weina reminded, "Where is the suspended pavilion?" And Jiyue asked. She wanted to go to the suspended pavilion, but she had already walked laps in the place long ago. She never noticed any buildings. "Look at me, master, and then look further in my direction," Weina said, and began moving. And Jiyue's gaze followed Weina's movements and slowly looked up. Then, the corners of her mouth twitched indiscernibly and she almost cursed. "So, the building that looks like an ancient temple hanging in midair is the suspended pavilion you mentioned? What the heck? It's so high up. Am I supposed to fly up or transmigrate back and buy a plane? How am I supposed to get up there? Did you think I can fly? Am I a bird?" Weina shuddered when she heard her shouts and hurried to explain ingratiatingly. "Master, this is the microcosm. You can go wherever you want to. The microcosm is nothing compared to you. As long as you want to go up, we can go up." "Really?" And Jiyue calmed down a little after hearing Weina's words. "You should have said so earlier. Next time, explain everything in a go. Otherwise, it's confusing." Okay, master. I understand." Weina had no choice but to agree quickly. This domineering person was her master, after all. "Then, do you want to go up today? Is that a question?" And Jiyue rolled her eyes. "Aren't we trying to make better use of this space? We have to hurry up and take a look. We don't even know what exactly this space can do. We'll only find out if we enter the suspended pavilion." She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, envisioning entering the suspended pavilion. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an antique room. It was a huge room with many bookshelves. However, the books on the shelves appeared very blurry because her abilities were currently limited. She couldn't see them clearly. "So, I can't read those books yet?" And Jiyue nodded to herself. Weina wasn't sure if her question was even directed to it. "Where can I find the rules?" "Master, over there. There is a book on the laws of space at the lowest shelf of that bookshelf." Weina immediately led her to the place where the book was placed, and Jiyue fell silent. She thought that the book about spatial laws would be placed at the best spot in the suspended pavilion because it was an important book that was superior to the microcosm. So why was the book placed in the corner on the lowest shelf? Forget it. She was not in the mood to care about these things now. She realized that among all the books on the bookshelves, the book about spatial laws was the only book she could retrieve. I see. She was finally enlightened after reading the entire book for a long time. The jade on the ground outside was not real jade. They were undeveloped land. They were sealed temporarily because they were still undeveloped. Hence, they resembled jade. She knew that she had to first develop a plot of land to grow crops. To do so, she had to raise some poultry. Weina was unsealed because she built a few fences to raise poultry a few days ago. She had begun raising the pheasants and only had to feed it a little every day. She placed the book about spatial rules back on the bookshelf and walked to the center of the suspended pavilion, where a large pillar stood. She lifted her head and saw a lifelike carving of a dragon on the pillar. Opening her right hand, she pressed her palm against the dragon ball on the pillar. Soon, the entire pillar emitted a blinding light as something strange appeared in her mind. Based on the book about spatial laws, that was the points accumulation device. All the books in the suspended pavilion could be unlocked after accumulating sufficient points. There were many ways to earn points. One way was to raise poultry and grow plants in the space. Another way was to exchange martial arts manuals in the space and practice martial arts. The latter method could generate points from anyone practicing the martial arts in the space, be it the master of the space or anyone else. Anyone could accumulate points as long as they mastered the teachings of a book found in the space. There were many uses for points. They could be used to exchange for books, develop land, and also exchange for items from her past life, such as medicine and seeds, in the Points Mall. The points could also be exchanged for other strange items, such as charms, weapons, and so on. According to the description of the Points Mall, all the items available for exchange were of the best quality. Of course, she was uncertain if the items were really of good quality since she had yet to use the Points Mall. "I will catch more poultry in the mountain to rear from tomorrow onwards," I have to accumulate points quickly and reclaim the Jade Land, she muttered to herself. She had read the terms and conditions for the points exchange system. Every poultry raised could earn 30 points per month. Every chicken, duck, and goose raised were worth 1 point per month. Points accumulation for these were automatic. She did not have to exchange them for points herself. The eggs laid by the chickens, ducks, and geese in the space were worth 1 point each. However, she could choose to either exchange the eggs for points or for grains, vegetables, and fruits in the points mall to feed the poultry. At this moment, she had no intention to exchange points for anything else. The most important thing was to save up her points and reclaim a piece of land to plant crops. It costs 100 points to reclaim a piece of land? She knew that she would need more points to reclaim more land in the future. She had to work hard. After completing her tasks in the microcosm and feeding the pheasants, she returned to her room to sleep. She woke up at dawn the next morning. She had some plain Chinese pancakes for breakfast. She planned to return to the bamboo forest to gather more bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoots would remain fresh in her space, and they could eat it every other day. When she went downstairs with her machete, she found many footprints on the muddy ground. Are these footprints of a wild beast? She crouched down and inspected the footprints. There was no room for doubt. She was sure that these footprints belonged to a wild animal in the mountain. She also inferred from the multiple overlapping footprints that various wild animals had passed by, seemingly going somewhere. However, the footprints did not belong to wild boars or tigers, but to smaller animals instead. She had never seen such animal footprints in the mountains. Unless… Oh no! She gasped and lifted her head to shout something to the two little ones in the treehouse. Zhunger Ronger, stay inside the house. I'm going to the village. Without wasting any time, she rushed down the mountain to check on the situation in the village, her bamboo basket still on her back. At the foot of the mountain, just as Njue had expected, the entire village was covered by water, and only the roofs of houses could be seen. Many people were standing on top of the roofs. This village was situated by the Cascade River. Every house here was constructed to a specific height to allow residents to stand on their roofs during a flood and wait for the floodwaters to subside. Some richer families would build houses that were 2 stories high. This allowed them to live on the second floor during a flood. The poorer people in the village did not have a lot of money to build such houses, so they could only take refuge on the roofs. However, that would only be manageable in the case of smaller floods. If the rain persisted for a few more days, the floodwaters would engulf even the roofs, and everyone would be immersed in the water. If the currents were stronger, many people would be swept away. I advise you to not block me when you're resting in the future, Master. Otherwise, you would have known earlier that a huge flood has occurred at the foot of the mountain. And Jiyue was still thinking about what she should do when Wei Na's voice sounded faintly in her head. As Wei Na did not require rest, it could pay attention to their surroundings round the clock while Njue rested. Although it was not powerful enough to sense what was going on below the mountain, it could have at least picked up movement from the wild beasts that passed by the treehouse. You talk too much nonsense. And Njue looked unhappy and retorted. The rain did not seem like it would stop soon. However, the villagers were in a dire situation and there was no time to spare. Gritting her teeth, she rushed back up into the bamboo forest. After a long time, she finally reappeared at the foot of the mountain. She slipped a bamboo raft, which she had put together in her space, into the water. The water was rather still. She took a deep breath and began rowing the bamboo raft towards the village with a bamboo pole. I'll try to save as many as I can. At that moment, anguished wails filled the village. The flood occurred at midnight. So many villagers did not have enough time to react. They did not manage to gather much from their houses and only relied on their survival instincts to grab a couple of items before crawling up to the nearest roof. Those who were able to get up to the roof were lucky. There were many who were swept away by the sudden flood. The remaining survivors lamented about their loved ones, uncertain of their safety. They were also afraid that they would also be swept away if they continued to wait on the roof. After all, very few women in the village knew how to swim, let alone children. When Njue rowed over in her bamboo raft, the people on the roofs looked as if they had just seen their savior descend from heaven. They were so excited that they wanted to jump onto Njue's bamboo raft. At this moment, no one cared if there were children around them that had to be sent to a safe place first. And Jiue, quick, pull me up. When the bamboo raft neared a roof, a man was first to extend his hand to Njue. Husband, us. Us too. The woman beside him saw that he no longer cared about her and spoke up hurriedly. She was carrying a baby in her arms and holding another child hand in hand. The baby in her arms was too young to understand the dangerous situation, but the other child had been crying loudly. Get lost. I want to live. You can die if you want. The man shot a glance at his wife and was almost going to kick her into the water. The water levels keep rising. If I wait any longer and the floodwaters rise above the roof, I will be swept away by the floodwaters. I can't be bothered to care about this woman and her 2 children. Aren't those 2 just good for nothings? If they die, can't I just make another? And if you die, I can still marry another woman and give birth to many chubby kids. You're just a hen who can't lay many eggs. How dare you snatch this raft from me? He began climbing onto the raft as he spoke, successfully putting one of his legs inside the raft. However, he was greeted with a sharp kick and fell into the water with a splash. The water on the roof was shallow, so he was not swept away. However, he was already scared stiff, ashen-faced. There was a sudden weakness in his legs, and he could not stand up. That was satisfying. Weina shouted excitedly after it saw how the man was kicked. What on earth was he saying? Are women not humans? He's even willing to abandon his wife. Such a man should be swept away by the flood. Kick him to death, master. He's cowardly and gutless. Let's submerge him in the water. And Jiyue was silent. What am I supposed to do if there's a lunatic talking non-stop in my head? If I let it out while I'm resting, will I still be able to get any rest? It'd be a miracle if Weina's noise doesn't drive me crazy. You kicked me. He looked up at Njiyue, standing on the bamboo raft, and pointed a trembling finger at her. He was a man, yet he was kicked by a woman, kicked to the ground, no less. How would he be able to show his face around the village anymore? He wanted to get on the bamboo raft to get to the mountain across. The water levels may soon rise even higher, and water from the river may soon rush into the village. He wanted to escape and save his life. I'll kick you if you dare climb up here again. I'll even chop you up. And Jiyue ignored his fierce expression and whipped out her machete from her hip, pointing the blade towards the man. Whoa! The man gasped at the sight of the machete and cursed through gritted teeth. Lunatic! Hey, you too, come up here. You're carrying a child. Be careful. And Jiyue saw that the man was too afraid to move and turned to the woman and the 2 children. She stretched out her arms to offer to carry the older child. The man was irritated when he saw that the woman, whom he had always looked down on, was able to board the bamboo raft. He gritted his teeth and readied himself to rush up the raft again. Master, he wants to come up. Weina had been keeping an eye on the man. It quickly reminded Njiyue when it noticed that the man tried to rush onto the raft when she was trying to carry the child. Don't you dare take another step forward. Holding the child in one arm, Njiyue waved her machete at him with the other. The man no longer dared to come forward and shrank back. The woman finally got onto the bamboo raft and received the child Njiyue was holding back into her arms. Njiyue did not care about the man. She rode away on the bamboo raft. Hey, you guys. Wait for me. Njiyue, come back. When the man saw that the bamboo raft was leaving, he almost leaped forward to go after it. However, he remembered that they were surrounded by water and was too afraid to take large strides. His legs trembled greatly after taking a step forward as the water around him had risen to his stomach. He was too afraid to give chase. Missin, my husband, the woman said softly as she looked worriedly at the man on the roof when she saw that Njiyue was leaving with only the 3 of them. Although she was very disappointed in him and heartbroken, he was still her husband after all. She had to continue relying on him in the future. How could she watch him remain stranded there? Njiyue glanced at the woman and said, If you don't want to leave, I'll send you back. The woman immediately shrank back and kept quiet. Her man was important to her, but her life was even more important. It wasn't as if she didn't hear what he had said just now. He didn't care if she and her children were dead or alive. She had 2 children. She couldn't go back. Just like that, Njue made a few rounds around the village. She first rescued the elderly and the children and sent them to the foot of the mountain, making several trips back and forth. She instructed them to make their way up the mountain by themselves and wait. Before the sky turned dark, she rescued all the villagers she found and brought them to the mountain. Although many were saved, there were also many complaints. Most of them were men who were upset that Njue rescued the women and young first. They felt that she should have saved the men first. After all, they were strong laborers. The strength of a man was comparable to 3 women. Njue was completely unbothered by these complaints. She was most concerned with how her 2 precious children had been doing this whole day. I have to rush home immediately. Hey, Njue, why are you leaving? Come back. Someone noticed her leaving and was instantly unhappy. He began chasing after her, but his clothes were too wet and caused him to fall to his face after running for a bit. Mud smeared all over his mouth. Let me help you up, brother dog. A man, who often hung out with him, saw that he fell and rushed over to help him up. Who do you think you are? Did you think you're so great because you rescued us? Don't expect us to be grateful to you. If you hadn't saved us first, we wouldn't have to stay in the water for so long. A widow like you sure is cheap. The man referred to as Brother Dog cursed Njue repeatedly as he got up with the help of the other man. He spoke of Njue as if she was an unpardonable sinner for not saving him first. His words resonated with many of the men who had stood in the water in fear the entire day. If Njue had saved us earlier, would we have to be so mad? However, before anyone could say anything, Brother Dog was slapped hard in the face by someone. He was stunned and almost pounced on the person in anger. Which captive? Chief. He was about to curse when he found himself face to face with the chief, whose expression had darkened and was glaring at him with anger in his eyes. His hands remained ready to strike him any time. He was just an ordinary villager and dared not go against the chief. He did not want to be chased out of the village. After all, why don't you continue cursing? The chief glared at him coldly and took a step towards him. Aye. The chief was addressing him directly, and he dared not talk back. He took a step back weakly. He could do whatever he wanted in the village, but he had to behave himself in front of the chief. The chief could remove him from the pedigree of the clan. Jiue has been incredibly kind to build a raft and rescue all of you. What else do you want? Will you only be satisfied and happy if you allow your parents, sons, and daughters to submerge in the water and be swept away by the currents? The chief raised his hand and pointed at those who were complaining. He was furious. To be honest, when the chief was lying on the roof of his house, watching the water levels rise continuously, he felt incredibly hopeless. He was so grateful when he saw Njue and was secretly excited to be finally rescued. However, when he noticed how all the people in Njue's raft were the old, the women, and the young, he thought that it was important to rescue them first. The children were the future of the village. Meanwhile, the women and the elderly did not know how to swim, so they had to be saved first. All of you talked about how you were the pillar of your family, with many family members relying on you for food. But in the end, all of you want to be the first to escape when there is danger. Many of you are sons, fathers, and husbands. How can you act like this? He was infuriated. None of these grown men could compare to a young woman like Njue. He was so speechless that he could only chastise them. You beastards still have the cheek to complain about Jiue? Jiue left her 2 children behind and came to save you. That's already good enough. What else do you want? Did you all think that you're so important to Jiue that she is obliged to save you? What are you going to do about it if Jiue didn't come to save you and you're swept away by the flood instead? That's right. The treehouse that Njue lived in was far from the village. If she had not been paying attention to the situation in the village, she would not have been able to come down in time to rescue them. The only reason why Njue noticed the flood in time and rescued them was because she genuinely cared for them. Husband, how can you say such things? It's only right for Njue to come and save all of us. The people in our village have been taking care of her all these years. She would be an ingrate if she didn't save us. Look at how you're speaking of her so highly. You'll let it get to her head. Aunt Kong was clearly unhappy to see her husband praise Njue highly. She immediately exclaimed sourly, putting Njue down with her words. I'm not going to let that young widow have it easy. Otherwise, that lass might even demand to stay inside our village. Njue, that little BTCH, has the face of a vixen. If she moves into our village, she will taint countless men, especially my second son. She's living on the mountain now, yet he's already awfully charmed by her. I'm not going to let her leave the mountain and live in our village. Shut up. The chief did not spare his wife either. Can you explain why I heard that Jiue came to our house to look for me yesterday? He was not aware of this at first. He found out from the village's junior officer when they were on the raft together just now. He had sighed over the fact that they had been unable to transport all the village's grain into the cave in the mountain. Aunt Kang's face paled when she heard the chief's words. Why would you hear that? No, there's no such thing. There was no way she was going to admit it. She denied it, but guilt was written all over her face. She was determined to keep this from him. Unfortunately, she was unaware that the more desperate one wanted to hide something, the more likely it would be exposed. Chief, I know about this. A woman who lived next door to the chief recalled hearing Njue come by to look for him yesterday. When Jiue came to find Aunt Kong yesterday, I was picking vegetables in the yard. I heard her voice. Her precious bower had almost been swept away by the water just now. If it were not for Njue, her precious son that she had looked forward to having would have been gone. Her mother-in-law would bully her again. She had to repay her kindness and tell him everything she knew. Jiue seemed to be here to talk about the Cascade River, but Aunt Kong couldn't stand Jiue and chased her away. She scolded her so badly. I heard everything. Upon hearing this, the chief looked at his wife angrily. This fool is such a hindrance. If she had told me about this when I returned yesterday, the village will not have suffered such heavy losses. Although he might doubt Njue's words and not follow her advice if he had found out earlier, at the very least, he would be the one to blame instead. However, the past was in the past, and it turned out that his wife was at fault for not telling him the truth. How could he not be angry? Mother, how can you do that? This is a big matter. It's better to believe it than not to ignore it. The son of the chief said unhappily, noticing the guilt on his mother's face. If they had known in advance, they could have organized people to store food on the mountain. They wouldn't have been caught off guard. I didn't know either. Aunt Kong did not know that she was wrong. She felt that Njue had harmed her deliberately. Everyone knows that that little BTCH is always seducing men. How would I know why she came to our house? Maybe she was here to look for your younger brother. She was enraged as she thought about how Njue had gone to the junior officer's house after coming by hers yesterday. If the village's junior officer had not known about this, she could have insisted that Njue never came. I think she's trying to harm me deliberately. If she hadn't come to my house, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. She came to set me up on purpose because I didn't agree to her relationship with your brother. That's right. If Njue was not at our house yesterday, I won't have to be scolded by my husband in front of so many people today. Does she think I want to be in this situation? The chief was so angry he almost vomited blood. The entire village is completely flooded, and we have no food at all. How can she not realize her mistake? Things have already turned out like this, and you're still spouting nonsense. When did Njue ever come to our house to look for our second son? Never. If you dare to tarnish Jiue's reputation again, I will punish you. We're lucky that we're close to the junior officer. Some people secretly heaved a sigh of relief as they looked at Aunt Kong. Aunt Ju had told them yesterday that they should not wait for the junior officer's return before taking action. Hence, they carried a lot of grain into the cave in the mountain. It didn't matter if they weren't sure if there was going to be a flood. It would only take them some effort to carry the food up to the mountain anyway. If the flood really destroyed all their crops, everyone would starve. Nobody would want that. Logically speaking, even if a flood may not occur, we should still be on guard. I didn't expect Aunt Kong to hide this matter just because she opposed Njue. Someone in the crowd had muttered to themselves, and the people around who heard them immediately shot daggers at Aunt Kong. They were so furious that they would have sliced off a piece of her flesh if they could. Chief, let's not discuss this first. Let's hurry and organize everyone to seek shelter under Gu's treehouse. It's not a good idea to stay here in the rain, the junior officer suggested. After he had returned home yesterday, his wife told him that Njue had stopped by to look for him. He hurriedly organized people to transport food onto the mountain. He recalled that his wife had also mentioned that Njue had also gone to the chief's house, but was chased away by Aunt Kong. Regardless of how much Aunt Kong detested Njue, he thought that she would still inform the chief about it. Hence, he did not go to the chief about this matter. Instead, Aunt Kong implicated everyone and almost had everyone killed. She did not even apologize. No wonder the chief was furious. Of course, when he went to organize people to transport food, many did not believe him and chose to go about with their day. He did not concern himself with them and only organized hard-working people to transport food onto the mountains for storage. He had planned to persuade those who did not believe him the next day. However, the flood came before he could do so. What? We're going to that BTCH's house? I'm not going. Aunt Kong was unhappy when she heard that they were going to Ngu's house. That little BTH makes me so mad. She'll definitely gloat if she sees all the hypercritical looks these people are giving me. Why should I give her the opportunity to make a joke out of me? She would rather die than go to Ngu's place. Even if you want to go, I won't let you. The chief glared at her fiercely. Although Ngu's treehouse sat on a huge tree, the space was still limited. There were many people here. There would not be enough space for everyone. Hence, he wanted to split everyone into two groups. One group would stay in the cave, while another would go over to Ngu's house. How about we assign the women and children to Ngu's house while the rest hides in the mountain cave? It's not a good idea to have everyone go to Ngu's place. What do you think, junior officer? Since many of the men were discontent with the way Njue rescued the women and children first, he did not want to cause trouble for her. That wouldn't be a good idea. The village's junior officer looked at everyone, not wanting them to go to the cave. Although they could seek shelter from the flood in the cave, there were more wild beasts around the cave than around Ngu's house. In the past, when Old Two was still alive and guarded the area, not many wild beasts dared to go there. Those who went there never returned. Junior officer, come here. Let me talk to you. The chief saw that the village's junior officer disagreed with him, so he pulled him aside to discuss quietly. Look at those people. They all look unhappy with Jiue. If we send them to her house, aren't they going to cause trouble? Let's follow my idea. We'll only assign those who are nice to Jiue to her place. The others are not happy to see Jiue anyway. We'll send them to starve and freeze a little in the cave as punishment for acting so self-important and scornful after she so kindly helped them. When the junior officer heard that, he felt that it was reasonable and nodded. Then the two of us. You go to Jiue's house, I'll go to the cave. Someone has to keep watch over these people, the chief immediately replied. The village's junior officer could not subdue some of the troublemakers in the village. They would only be afraid of him if he threatened them with the genealogy book. Hence, the chief had to be the one to watch over them. Moreover, he was worried about his wife. She was always going against Jiue, but he did not know why. All right then. The junior officer thought for a moment, then nodded. With that, all the people were split into two groups. The men grumbled and complained as they headed up the mountain. When Njue returned home, the two little children had already washed the vegetables. They had also cooked some porridge and were waiting for their mother to return home and fry the vegetables so that they could eat. Mother, where have you been? It's already getting dark. Zhang hurriedly asked when he saw his mother. She had been gone since dawn, and it was already dusk. They had been waiting worriedly for very long. There's a flood at the foot of the mountain. I want to rescue people. And Jiue did not intend to hide the truth from them. Flood? Ronger blinked. They were still young and did not understand what a flood meant, so they weren't too worried. Yes. And Jiue replied and caressed their faces. Are you hungry? I will cook 2 dishes for you. She began cooking hurriedly. She wanted to make sure that her 2 little ones ate their fill first before making plans for the others that were coming to her house to seek refuge. I'll light a fire for you, Ronger immediately said. Okay. And Jiue responded. After she and her children had dinner, she rushed them back to their room before carrying a stove with burning charcoal downstairs. There was a small straw shed next to the big tree. It was sheltered from the rain and was built by her father. There was another stove and a large pot inside the straw shed. That was the pot her father used to remove the fur from his prey after he returned from hunting. It was indeed a very large pot. She took out some rice from her space, washed it, and poured it into the big pot. She also poured some water. After transferring the burning charcoal to the stove underneath the pot, she started cooking porridge. She had just started cooking when she heard footsteps in the rain. Jiue, it's already so late. Why are you still downstairs? Where are Zheng'er and Rong'er? The village's junior officer asked awkwardly when he saw Jiue starting a fire in the straw shed. After all, the young woman had already rescued them before, and so many of them were seeking refuge at her place and disturbing her. It was a little inappropriate. However, they had no other choice. If everyone had gone to the cave instead, they would have starved and froze to their deaths. They're upstairs. I'm cooking some porridge for everyone. There's not much rice in the house, so I've only got enough to make some porridge. I hope everyone doesn't mind. No, we don't mind. Even just having a sip would be enough. How can we? Jiue, we're so sorry to trouble you, Aunt Ju said with a smile. She was shivering from the cold, but she had no choice. It was early spring, and they had been immersed in water. Their clothes were all wet, so it was natural that everyone was cold. But even if they were cold, it was still better than being swept away by the flood. Aunt Ju, I just brought some firewood down. Some of you can separate the firewood into a few piles and light a fire. Let's dry your clothes first, and Jiue suggested. She scanned the people that were coming and noticed many were women and children. The firewood under the stove was seasoned. She added more to kindle flames so that it was easier to light a few piles on fire. Those with smaller children can follow me upstairs. Zheng'er and Rong'er still have some clothes they wore when they were younger. The children can wear them. It's better than having them freeze. Thank you, Jiue. A few women who were carrying their children were so touched that they almost cried. The thought? How much karma did we accumulate in our past life to meet in Jiue who is so considerate towards us? Go on up. Jiue, we can start a fire. The husbands of the women with young children hurried their wives to change their children's clothes. Then, they began carrying out different tasks. Some cooked porridge while others started bonfires. Liangzi, go to the cave where we hid the rice and bring a few bags of rice over. The village's junior officer watched as Jiue brought some women upstairs to change the children's clothes and instructed the man beside him. All right, I'll go now. When Liangzi quickly responded, Chief, I'll go too. It'll be too heavy for one person to carry. Another man overheard their exchange and volunteered. They did not know when the floodwaters in the village would subside. They could not keep eating Jiue's food. It was not easy for a young woman to raise 2 children, and there was probably not much rice in her home. They had to use their own. It was difficult to differentiate which bags of grain in the cave belonged to which families. But they were going to use it anyway. Sigh, if I'd known, I'd have made a trip to the chief's house yesterday. The junior officer watched them leave to retrieve the rice and sighed. Don't blame yourself. Who would have thought that old Kang's wife would be so ruthless? Aunt Ju comforted her husband. If not for the fact that everyone was in a dangerous situation, she really wanted to teach that woman, who was not only blind but also selfish, a lesson. This is such a huge matter, and she did not even breathe a word about it to her husband. Many people in our village have been swept away. Let's think about what we should do next, she continued. Yeah. The village's junior officer glanced at the shivering villagers and sighed again. Every time a flood occurred, it would wipe out half the villagers. The number of people rescued was always limited. However, it was much better this time. More than half of the people in their village were saved with Jiue's help. It was a great fortune amidst this misfortune. Luckily, we have some rice in the cave, and Jiue has pots here too. We don't have to go hungry. But if we run out of rice, then that will be terrible. Will we be able to live off wild vegetables and tree bark? Of course, the answer to that is no. Only those who are starving will be willing to eat tree bark. It is not easy for someone to eat that. Let's not talk about this. Let's light up the fire first, he said. After a while, a few bonfires were lit, and the people seeking warmth by the fire finally felt a little alive. No one bothered to separate the men and women anymore. Everyone removed their outerwear and hung them on the tree branches. They wanted to dry their innerwear by the fire. There was not much outerwear anyway. As the flood occurred at night, many were asleep and did not have enough time to grab a coat. However, those who thought of bringing a coat managed to grab a few with them. Meanwhile, Njuyue went to the bamboo forest again. There were so many people under the tree. Her family did not have enough bowls. She had no choice but to go to the bamboo forest to chop some bamboo and use bamboo tubes to serve porridge. Njuyue, thank you for the trouble. Aunt Ju took a bamboo tube from Njuyue and thanked her. If it wasn't for this girl, we will still be stranded in the water. How will we even be able to sit by the fire and eat warm porridge? Aunt Ju, you're too polite. Njuyue smiled at her, turned around, and scooped the leftover porridge into a large earthen jar. Then, she took a string of bamboo tubes and was ready to leave. Njuyue, where are you going? The junior officer asked when he saw that she was heading out so late at night. However, he already knew where she was heading to. The people here got to eat warm porridge, but those in the cave did not. They might not even have any means to light a fire. Uncle, you and the others can rest here. I'll bring porridge to the chief and the others. I'll also carry some firewood over and let them dry their clothes. Njuyue turned around and replied before leaving. Sigh. The junior officer sighed again as he watched Njuyue leave. What a good child. Why do the villagers not like her? He shook his head. Those people in the village have too much time on their hands. They can't prosper, so they wish that others live as badly as them. Why do you care about that anyway? Look, Njuyue is raising 2 children, but they're living well. Aunt Ju replied. Exactly. Someone nearby overheard Aunt Ju's words and immediately agreed. Uncle, we should discuss building bigger tree houses on the mountain after the flood subsides. What do you think? The man asked. This man had always been a diligent and quick-witted person. He felt that it was not good for their village to be flooded so often. Build tree houses? The junior officer raised his eyebrows, but his eyes lit up. I think we can consider this. After the flood subsides, I'll discuss this matter with the chief. We don't even have to build tree houses. We can just build a few straw huts on the mountain. Their village experienced floods every 3 to 5 years. It was terrible. However, they could not possibly relocate the entire village. If they could build a few straw huts on the mountain, they could organize the villagers to stay in the straw huts whenever it rained too heavily. They could head back down to the village once the skies cleared. I think Jiyue's bamboo raft is also a good idea. Bamboo is available everywhere. Every family should make a bamboo raft and place it in the yard. We can get people and food onto the raft when a flood occurs. Even if we are swept away, at least we are on a raft. Aunt Ju added. Furthermore, the bamboo raft could be stored vertically when in used. It would not take up too much space. Bamboo grew throughout the year. If the bamboo on their bamboo raft cracked, they could still be used to light a fire. They could make a new bamboo raft to replace it. Sure, it would take some effort, but so what? Today's incident must never repeat itself. It was too scary. While the people here started to come up with ideas, discussing how to prevent floods, the people in the cave were almost frozen in the cold. They had been sleeping when the flood occurred and did not manage to bring flame sticks with them. Besides, even if they had flame sticks, they did not have firewood. Fortunately, there were no elderly, women, or children among them. Otherwise, the cave would definitely be filled with cries. However, although there were no loud crying, there were endless strings of curses and complaints. Some cursed Njuyue for being inhumane, while others hoped she would be struck by lightning. All of you. The chief took a deep breath and was about to rebuke them when he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside. There's noise outside? The others also reacted to the sound and looked towards the entrance of the cave nervously. They could not tell if the footsteps belonged to wild beasts or humans. They were afraid, but they did not even have a single weapon to defend themselves. If a wild beast really attacked, they could only use their fists to fight back. How could they not be afraid? Chief, are you there? Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. Master, why are you calling out to them? This bunch of heartless things. You shouldn't have brought them porridge. You should just let them starve to death. Weina kept muttering in its master's mind. If I can come out, I will definitely punish these people for all the wicked things they said. Wouldn't it be a waste of my effort rescuing everyone if they starve to death? And Gus snapped at it. Speaking of which, she had also just discovered that she could also earn points from rescuing people. She had saved so many people and could be rewarded 10 points for every person had saved. She had no problem reclaiming 2 or 3 pieces of Jadeland now. This is all to earn points. Earn points. Then you should leave them until they're half dead before rescuing them. It's like reusing and recycling. You can earn double the points. Wayna reasoned. And Juyue was silent. I shouldn't have started talking to this thing. Double the points? If you can be rewarded for something, you can definitely be punished for another. What if I harm these people and the points mall deducts my points? I don't want to take such a risk. You'd better shut up. I want some peace. Oh, it's Juyue. When the chief heard her voice, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was not a wild beast. They did not have any weapon to defend themselves now. Juyue, it's us. We're inside, he shouted out. Soon, and Juyue entered. She was carrying something on her back and held a flame stick in her hand to help her see in the dark. Chief, I brought some plain porridge. Here are some bamboo tubes that can be used to scoop the porridge. You can also use this firewood and dry your clothes first. If the firewood isn't enough, you can go outside, gather some, and put them over the fire to dry. She put the things down as she spoke. Juyue, think, if you have plain porridge, why did you not bring it over earlier? UBTCH, hurry up and serve us some. Aunt Kong interrupted the chief with her rude words, even ordering in Juyue as if she was her captive. The chief's face darkened instantly. Under the illumination of the flame stick, he looked straight at his wife's vile face and slapped her. He had long wanted to hit this foul-mouthed woman. He was nauseated by her behavior. Don't you have hands and feet? Can't you scoop it on your own? Weren't you complaining about Juyue a moment ago? Then why should you have the porridge she brought? Move aside. Aunt Kong was stunned after her husband slapped her. She did not dare to say anything as her husband was furious. And Juyue did not even spare Aunt Kong a glance as she spoke to the chief. Chief, you all should have some porridge first. The porridge is still warm. It will turn cold soon. She ignored the others and began starting a bonfire for them. She watched on as many fought and scrambled to have the porridge. When they were done, she gathered the earthen jar and bamboo tubes back and was ready to leave. Someone noticed that she was about to leave and hurriedly called out to her, Juyue, your porridge is too diluted. Make it thicker tomorrow. And Juyue stopped in her tracks and looked back at him. I'll cook a full meal for you if you want to have a meal and not be guaranteed a next. What do you think about that? She retorted. The man was dumbfounded by her words, and his face flushed. Juyue, what are you talking about? We didn't say anything about cooking a full meal. It's just that this porridge is really not enough to fill our stomachs. That's right, that's right. There is so little porridge, but so many of us are sharing it. How can we be full? A few men defended the person who spoke earlier. Juyue, you saved us. There's no reason for you to starve us, right? And Jiyue's expression turned cold. She stared coldly at those shameless people and sneered. I never intended for you all to eat your fill. I'm only trying to keep you from starving to death. I've really treated these people too well, haven't I? How dare they take advantage of me? Did they really think I'm easy to bully? How about this? I'll stop sending plain porridge from tomorrow onwards, and you can go dig up wild vegetables and tree bark to eat. You can find food without me anyway. There may not be much on the mountain, but there will definitely be plenty of tree bark. You will definitely be able to eat your fill. When those men heard her words, they almost flew into a rage. A few other men came forward to stop them. All right. It's good enough that we get to eat something. What else do you want? Without Juyue, all of us would have still been starving on the roof. We might have even been swept away by the water. Jiyue's family has no fields or land, so they don't have much food in the first place. It's already a great favor that she's giving us some plain porridge. Although there were some bad people in the village, there were also some kind ones. And Jiyue saw that some people were defending her and did not say anything else. Instead, she looked at the chief. Chief, you should send people out to pick up more firewood. Although the firewood may be wet, if you let it sit in the cave for a few hours, it can still be used to start a fire. It's not safe in the mountains at night. It's better to have a few bonfires. All right, I understand, the chief replied. Jiue, you should be careful when you go back. You don't have to come tomorrow morning, just come at noon. There are so many people. There's definitely not enough food. 1 meal a day is enough for all. He had deliberately said this out loud, so that the people who despised the plain porridge and Jiue brought could hear it. He really wanted to slap every single one of them. How can these cowards be so cocky? We already have food, but that didn't stop them from complaining and nitpicking. 1 meal a day? That won't do. Someone heard the chief's words and immediately shouted. They would starve to death if they only ate 1 meal a day. However, Jiue did not care about them anymore and left the cave immediately. She did not return to the treehouse first. After washing the bamboo tubes and the earthen jar in the spring, she went into the deep mountains to take a look. The animals on the mountain would not come out at night. However, things were different today. The foot of the mountain was flooded, and many wild beasts were running around in search of a safe place to hide. After entering the deep mountains, she soon encountered some pheasants and wild rabbits. They were drenched in the rain and could not escape from her quickly, so she caught them easily. She chose a few that were of better condition and placed them in her space to raise them. As for the others, she would bring them back home to cook. And Jiue stopped when she passed by a tree hole. What is this? There was a gray rock covering the tree hole, leaving only the top half of the tree hole visible. These tree holes were homes dug out by wild rabbits. There were many tree holes scattered everywhere. They were usually difficult to notice because they were covered by leaves and weeds. However, it had been raining and there was a rock over it, so it was easy to catch sight of. You're lucky to have met me. She had noticed it because she heard the sound of a rabbit grinding its teeth in discomfort. Otherwise, she would not have noticed a motionless rock in this dark night. She reached out to remove the rock to free the wild rabbit inside. She wanted to take the rabbit nest out of the tree hole and raise the rabbits in her space. The more rabbits, the merrier. To her surprise, the rock moved. And Jiue was almost scared to death. However, she still picked up the rock and took a look. It was a long, haired rabbit. The rabbit had been drenched in the rain, and its fur was very long, thus resembling a gray rock. And Jiue did not think much of it. She immediately placed the wild rabbit in her space, then reached into the tree hole. Digging around, she took out a large, long, haired rabbit. However, it was smaller than the previous one. She guessed that this one was female while the previous one was male. She found 11 more little bunnies and placed everything in her space. Master, these are long, haired rabbits. We've hit the jackpot. Wei Na was excited when it saw the nest of long, haired rabbits. There were so many long, haired rabbits. They could earn quite a lot of points every month. Besides, rabbits gave birth very quickly and have many litters. We got quite lucky. And Jiue raised her eyebrows and muttered to herself. A long, haired rabbit's fur was the best. It would be great if she could spin the rabbit fur and make clothes out of it. She could make 2 sets of clothes, gloves, and hats for her 2 little ones. Then, she would not have to be too worried when winter comes. She was determined to take good care of these long, haired rabbits. After the floodwaters receded, she wanted to grow some cotton in the mountains to spin into cloth. There were not many pests around, so the environment was good for growing cotton. There would not be many insects pests feeding off the cotton. She took a deep breath and headed deep into the mountains again. The sound of low grunts caused Jiue to stop in her tracks shortly, and she felt her scalp tingle. She had never heard this sound in this life, but she had heard it in her previous life. It was the sound of a pig searching for food. However, the grunts were not as loud as that of a domestic pig's. She knew she had encountered a wild boar, and not just one, but several wild boars who were foraging for food in the open. Wild boars live in groups. Did I encounter a family of wild boars wandering around looking for food? Wei Na, how many points do you think I'll get if I rear a wild boar? She asked. It seemed like there were many wild boars around. Wei Na fell silent when it heard its master's words. Well, technically, you can rear wild boars, and they'll definitely be worth a lot of points, Wei Na replied after a long while. However, she continued, we have to face the reality. There are so many wild boars. The food in our space will only be enough for them to eat for a few days, right? Each boar is only worth 30 points, and you'll only receive the points after a month. It is really not worth it. Of course, if we reclaim more land and plant crops in it, we can rear as many wild boars as we want. And Jiyue was surprised. However, she would not choose to rear wild boars if she managed to reclaim more land, though. She felt that it would be great to raise some pigs, cows, and sheep. Boars could be very disobedient. She might enter her space one day only to find all her crops destroyed by them. Hence, she decided not to rear wild boars. She wanted to be more practical. All right, I understand. I won't rear them. But as she took a deep breath, she felt that she should still try capturing the wild boars since she encountered them. Although she only had a machete now, she was still in possession of the various weapons and crossbows she had stored in her space during her previous life. She secretly approached the wild boars and spotted a few of them in the dark. Some were big and some were small. It seemed like they were really a family of boars. She exhaled deeply and slipped into her space. She retrieved a few thick ropes from the cabinet. These ropes did not exist in her current world. They were very strong ropes. A wild boar would not be able to break free from them easily. She also took out a couple of hunting traps. These traps were much bigger than what she had seen at home. They were sturdy. It was fortunate that she was about to be sent into the forest for training before she transmigrated. All the items she had prepared for her training could be useful in the forest. Once she was ready, she carried all these items and left the space. She calculated the amount of time the wild boars would take to travel and felt her way to a spot where she began setting up her hunting traps and spreading a layer of wet leaves over them. She also positioned the ropes, tying the ends of the ropes around several big rocks that she had moved onto a large tree trunk with her spatial ability. It took her some time, but as she looked at the traps she had laid out, she felt that it was worth all the time and effort. She jumped down from the tree, took out some food from her space, and placed it next to the hunting traps. Then, she moved to the side and waited for the boars to come walking into her traps. If she still had the fighting skills and physical strength from her previous life, she could have been able to fight against a few wild boars. However, that was not possible with her current physique. No matter how skilled she was, it was useless since she had a weak body now. She probably couldn't even fight against a wild boar, let alone several of them. She had no choice but to set up a trap. At least she was still smart. Sure enough, a few moments later, she heard the series of low grunts re-emerge from a distance. And Jiyue hid nearby with a machete in her hand, ready to strike whenever necessary. The largest wild boar seemed to have caught a whiff of the food and walked ahead of its group. Step by step, it carefully approached the spot where 3 ropes were laid out. Squinting her eyes, Jiyue watched as the big wild boar stepped onto 2 separate ropes, which were arranged in different directions, with its front and hind legs. Jiyue was silent. "Mr. Wild Boar, can't you position yourself a little better? You should step on the 2 ropes that are in the same direction, so that I can go over and pull the ropes to catch you." However, she was not worried yet because she had placed enough food for it to eat for a long time. After a while, another wild boar squeezed its way over, nudging the other boar aside, and started eating. The big wild boar looked up, saw the smaller boar, and did not chase it away. With that, the 2 largest boars in the group began eating together. Things were moving according to Njiyue's wishes. The 2 wild boars' hooves were soon caught in the knot. She took a deep breath from her hiding spot before secretly lifting the rope around the wild boar's hooves and tightening it. The wild boar could not sense it because it was eating happily and also had thick layers of skin. Suddenly, a small wild boar was caught by a hunting trap while looking for food. It let out a piercing shriek. The 2 large boars were frightened and began running. Chaos ensued at once. Jiyue heard a mechanical snap sound before the 2 boars ran in panic. As they were doing so, they straightened their legs and tugged at the knots on the ropes. The heavy rocks fell while the 2 boars were lifted one after another. The other smaller wild boars were also caught by the hunting traps. They stopped moving after struggling for a while. When everything settled down and only a couple of muffled sounds from the wild boars were heard, Jiyue finally walked out. She looked up at the 2 big boars hanging on the tree, feeling rather gloomy. One of the boars had a leg caught by a hunting trap, but it was such a huge boar that it basically dragged the hunting trap along with it. Luckily, it was lifted up altogether in the end. The other boar did not suffer a single scratch and was simply lifted by the ropes. There were a few smaller wild boars that were suspended in mid-air too. They were not injured at all either. It was impossible for her to rear them, though. Master, those wild boars are too small. They can't be sold for much money. Why don't we sell them to the Points Mall? Weina reminded her. Sell them? And Jiyue's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't I think of selling the wild boars at the Points Mall? The boars could be exchanged for a lot of points, which could be used to reclaim more land. However, she decided to first figure out how many points a small boar was worth by selling one at the Points Mall. If the points received were too low, she would keep the boars in her space first and sell them to a restaurant in the future. She retrieved a bow from her space and drew it, aiming it at the boars. After some time, Njuf finally returned. She had chosen a little wild boar from her space and took it out when she neared her house. She pretended that she was struggling to carry it and asked the others to help her. Jiyue, did you hunt this? Are you all right? A few women were stunned to see the wild boar. They wondered how she killed such a large boar when she was so small, framed. Boars were a scourge to them. They would often descend the mountain and barge into the village to destroy crops and attack people. They would even break into yards to forage for food under broad daylight. No one dared to do anything about the boars as they were afraid of being injured. However, the wild boar, an animal everyone believed to be very powerful, was killed and carried back by Njue alone. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from carrying it. She wiped the mud, which she had smeared on herself, off her body. It would be difficult to explain to everyone how she could kill such a huge wild beast without dirtying herself. Uncle, can you assign some people to wash the wild boar? We can cook the meat for everyone to eat, she said to the village's junior officer. Well, the junior officer wore an awkward expression on his face. Of course, they wanted to eat meat. Every family could only have some during the new year. But Njue was the one who killed this wild boar. If she sold it in town, it would earn her a lot of money. Yet, she was offering it to them just like that? What a pity. Jiyue, aren't you going to sell this wild boar in town? He asked. Why are you talking so much, junior officer? Jiyue already told us to wash the boar and cook it. Let's listen to Jiyue. It's just a wild boar. It's not worth much. Before Njue could speak, she heard a familiar voice. She narrowed her eyes and saw the woman. Aunt Wang? Aunt Wang felt her heart skip a beat when she saw that Njue had noticed her, gasping internally. She had been hiding at the back, afraid that Njue would notice her. She had wanted to bring her grandson to change into a new set of free clothes from her, but she remembered what happened earlier and was too afraid to go. But now that she saw the meat, she could no longer hold herself back. It was meat, after all. So much wild boar meat. Everyone wanted to eat it, and she was no exception. She almost salivated at the sight of the boar. Aunt Wang, you're here too? I didn't notice you before. And Njue flashed Aunt Wang a fake smile before looking at the junior officer. Uncle, everyone here can have a share of my wild boar meat. But Aunt Wang and her family are not allowed to have a single piece of meat. Why not? Aunt Wang shouted unhappily. Why is it that everyone except my family can eat it? How did I offend Njue? Njue, what do you mean? Did I offend you in any way? Why are you bullying me? I came here to discuss that with you out of kindness. If you sell a child, you can earn some money and live a better life. Did I do anything wrong? Did my kindness turn into malice? How can you still have the guts to be rude and unreasonable here, Wang? Aunt Ju couldn't stand it anymore. She rushed up to her with her hands on her hips and retorted angrily. Has Jiyue ever said that she wanted to sell her children? She never said that. You're the vicious one who wanted to sell Jiyue's children. If you want to earn money, go and sell your children. Why aren't you selling your children? Aunt Wang was speechless. What's going on? The junior officer frowned. He looked at Aunt Wang and then at his wife, confused. I forgot to tell you about this yesterday. Jiyue came to tell me that Aunt Wang has gone over to her place a few times to ask her to sell Ronger to a family in town. She even said that if Jiyue didn't want to sell Ronger, she would snatch him away. Aunt Ju emphasized the word snatch. Really? The junior officer's gaze turned sharp. He glanced at the man behind Aunt Wang. He was Aunt Wang's husband, Old Yu. Old miser. Are you so poor that you want to snatch someone else's child and sell them? No, no, of course not. Junior officer, it's all this woman's fault. I don't know anything about this. Old Yu waved his hands hastily before looking at Aunt Wang angrily. Why did you poke your nose into other people's matters? See, you had good intentions at first, but look what happened now. Don't you dare be so kind to outsiders in the future. And Jiyue was silent. Good intentions? Did they really think I'm easy to bully? Darn it. I can't stand it anymore, master. How can there be people so unreasonable like them? How can they sell someone else's child? Weina couldn't help but curse. This family disgusts me. How can they decide to sell people as they please? Why don't they sell themselves instead? Why do you care? There are plenty of people who will deal with them. And Gus sneered. She did not have to say anything now. Other people standing up for her already. Old miser, is that really considered kindness? Look at Jiyue. She can hunt such a big wild boar easily, and there's not a single scratch on her. Does she look like she needs to sell her children? Exactly. Such a big wild boar is worth dozens of taels of silver, isn't it? It's enough for a family to get by for several years. Why would she need to sell her children? Wang, you want to sell Ronger because you received some benefits from someone in town, right? And you were going to give Jiyue a smaller portion of the earnings and keep the larger portions, weren't you? You're really ruthless. If you're out of money to spend, then sell your grandchildren. Wang, why are you targeting others? You're vicious. That's right. Look at how chubby your grandson is. There will be someone who will fancy him. It'd be great to sell him. Why are you still keeping him? He's worth so much money. You all. Hearing everyone's criticisms, the couple almost vomited blood. Yua, Grandpa, Grandma, I don't want to be sold. Mother, save me. Grandpa and Grandma want to sell me for money. I don't want it. I don't want it. Old Yu's grandson bawled loudly in his mother's arms when he heard what everyone was saying. He was afraid that he would be sold. Nothing happened to him, but he was already crying like that. However, Jiyue's family made no commotion when she was pressured by Aunt Wang and even hit her head. It made people why there was such a huge difference. Shut up. The junior officer rebuked with a stern expression. Old Yu's daughter, in-law, quickly covered her son's mouth. Hey Zhuang, don't cry, don't cry. And Jiyue sighed as she watched the commotion. She gave the junior officer and a few others some instructions regarding the wild boar. Finally, she returned to her room to coax her children to sleep and get some rest too. It was already late. It would be dawn in another 4 hours. She had no more energy to care about the long-haired rabbits and the other poultry she had thrown into her space, leaving Wei not a worry about it. The next day, Jiyue, who went to bed late, woke up and went downstairs early. She saw that the wild boar had already been cut into 2 and was hung up. Its offal was also removed. She was expecting to be greeted with a stench. However, the area was clean. It seemed like everyone was more conscious and cleaned up the place. There were a lot of wild vegetables, which had been washed on the other side. There was also some plain porridge cooked in the pot. However, there was not much rice in the pot. They were probably waiting to add the vegetables into the pot to cook. Aunt Ju, here's some salt. I bought it the day before yesterday. She handed a jar of salt to Aunt Ju. No, we'll just eat it plain. Aunt Ju shook her head when she saw the jar. Salt was expensive. No family would purchase extra. The poorer families would usually eat bland food, only salting their food as much as the wealthier families when they were busier. Salt cost 50 copper coins per half a kilogram. It was difficult to afford it. Use it. And Jiyue replied and carried one piece of the boar meat into the kitchen upstairs. Many of them thought that she was easy to bully, so it was good enough that she was offering them a couple of bites of her boar meat. She planned to marinate the rest so that she and her children could consume it slowly. She would then find a good time to sell the other boars in her space in town. Uncle Lin was pretty good to her, after all. After cooking for her 2 children, she brought them down to play with the other children under the tree. Meanwhile, she got ready to descend the mountain. Jiyue, you've already rescued everyone. Why are you still going back? A few women saw that she was about to leave and asked hurriedly. We've already saved everyone in the village. but there might be some people who drifted over from other places. I'll go take a look and save as many as I can. Every life counts, and Jiue replied. Uncle Aunt Ju, please take care of Zheng'er and Rong'er. Okay, we'll keep an eye on them. Don't worry, Aunt Ju replied. Zheng'er did not play with the other children. Instead, he looked at his mother and said, Mother, be careful. Mother, Big Brother and I will wait for you here, Rong'er added. Okay, and Jiue replied to her two little ones before leaving. The bamboo raft left at the foot of the mountain had been carried up by a few men. If the raft had remained at the foot of the mountain, it would have been swept away by the high tides overnight. And Jiue rowed the bamboo raft towards the village. Many of the houses in the village were completely submerged by the floodwaters. Some plants were drifting along the water. She immediately noticed a pair of hands clutching onto a large tree. She rowed the raft towards it, trying to get closer to the log. Soon, there was a loud bang as the bamboo raft collided with the large log. The person, who had been relying on her survival instinct to prop herself up against the log, was jolted awake by the sound. She opened her eyes and looked up to see a bamboo raft with a woman standing on it. Do you still have strength? Can you climb up? And Jiue asked, but still stretched out her hand towards the woman in the water. Save me. The woman gritted her teeth and used all her strength to reach out and grab Njiue's hand. When Njiue pulled her up, she collapsed onto the raft immediately. Thank you. Thank you. She mumbled repeatedly as she looked at Njiue through squinted eyes. She had been immersed in the water for more than a day and was hungry and exhausted. Even so, she gritted her teeth and sat up after a while. Miss, save. Save them. She stretched out her hand and pointed in another direction. And Jiue turned and saw a tree far away. There seemed to be something on the tree, but she could not see it clearly. There should be at least 2 more people, she thought. Without hesitation, Njiue rowed over on the bamboo raft and caught up to the tree drifting downwards. Sure enough, 3 people were hugging the tree trunk, 2 men and a woman. Everyone, come up. She did not extend her hand this time. She could tell that although the woman was in poor condition, the other 2 men were all right. They still had enough strength to climb onto the bamboo raft. When the woman on the bamboo raft saw that Njiue did not intend to lend him a hand, she stretched out her hand towards the man instead. Big brother, give me your hand. Yin Yin, you stay put. The man glanced at his younger sister and was reluctant to exhaust her even further. He looked at the other man and instructed him to board the bamboo raft first. Then, they helped the other woman up the raft before coming up himself. Thank you for saving us, Mississippi. The man cupped his fists and thanked Njiue after they were all safe. You're welcome. Njiue glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything else. She began searching for more people, pausing to rest for a while before continuing her search. She rescued 2 more people after the initial 4. The 2 women on the bamboo raft rested for a while and were feeling a little better. The second woman was unhappy that Njiue remained on the waters and did not leave. We're already on the bamboo raft. Why aren't you sending us to the mountain? She questioned with a sour expression. She was cold and hungry, and her teeth were chattering. She felt awful. What is wrong with this woman? Does she not know that we're cold and hungry after being immersed in the water for so long? We need to find a place to light a fire and dry our clothes quickly. Then, we have to search for food. But this woman refuses to leave. Why is she rowing around for so long? Njiue glanced at her and replied, It's not even noon yet. She had decided to patrol the waters every morning and evening to rescue everyone she could. If she left now, she could miss rescuing someone who drifted by now and might be swept away later. To be honest, she had hoped that some of the villagers who knew how to swim would come with her. However, she quickly gave up on that. The men here were not as generous and open-minded as many of the women were. It was extremely difficult to assign tasks to them. The woman was furious. Sisterling, we're already lucky enough to be saved by this lady. Let's wait a little longer. There might be other people who need to be rescued. The young lady named Yin Yin spoke up for Njiue. She felt that it was much better to be sitting in the raft than immersed in the water. Although they were cold now, they could at least start a fire at noon. Other people who need to be rescued? If they're dead, so be it. Bring us to the mountain immediately, UBTCH. Otherwise, I'll kill you when the floodwaters subside. Sister Ling did not take Yin Yan's words to heart and shouted at Njue. Njue was silent. Are people these days so ungrateful? I can promise you that if you say another word, I'll leave you in the water. What do you think? Njue spoke gently, but anyone could discern that it was a threat. In fact, she was fully capable of doing such a thing. That's right, that's right. Master, hurry up and throw this difficult person back into the water. She is an ingrate. She might even stab you in the future, Wei Na persuaded hurriedly. It had seen this happen too many times in the past. Saving ungrateful people like her would only invite trouble. There was no better time to throw her aside. Cut the cat. I will earn lesser points if I throw her overboard. Njue snapped. I can earn 10 points for every person I rescue. Earning points is the most important thing now. I can always deal with people like her in the future. Schwelling is just a little hot-tempered. She means no harm. Please forgive her, Mississippi. The man had a firm expression and spoke gently to Njue as colors slowly returned to his cheeks. However, his gaze turned cold as he glanced at Schwelling. It frightened her, and her body shook with fear. She kept quiet immediately, and as if that was not enough, she also clamped a hand over her mouth. Njue did not reply, her beautiful eyes fixed on the water, observing every movement. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a child crying in the distance. She turned her head slightly and stopped rowing as she listened carefully. Before she could make out where the sound came from, the man beside her pointed it out to her accurately. There. That water basin. The sound came from a water basin that was floating down. Njue took a deep breath and began rowing with the bamboo pole quickly, trying to catch up to the water basin. However, the water basin was much lighter than the raft and drifted very far away. The currents were so strong that they almost overturned the basin a couple of times, causing everyone to gasp in fear. FCK, are you trying to bully me because my raft is not as light as you? Njue cursed under her breath. Throwing her bamboo pole down on the raft, she took off her cotton, padded jacket and pants, and jumped into the water with a splash. Miss. The man was too late to stop her as she was already swimming quickly towards the water basin. Yin Yin was stunned as she watched Njue, who swam like a fish in the water. She had never met anyone other than her older brother who would risk their lives to save others. Today, she finally met another person like that. She was impressed by this lady. Njue finally caught up to the water basin and found 2 children inside. One of them was sleeping soundly, completely undisturbed by the other child's crying. Njue remained silent. The child may not understand that a flood was going on, but Njue found it rather amazing that the child could sleep so peacefully despite the wails blaring like a loudspeaker. However, there was no time to waste. Njue grabbed the water basin with an arm and slowly made her way back to the bamboo raft. The man had already picked up the bamboo pole and was steering the bamboo raft towards her. Brother Yun, let's not care about her. Let's go to the mountain over there. Schwelling brazenly told the man to ignore Njue, who was still in the water. She was shivering from the cold and could not be bothered to care about others. Sister Ling, how can you do this? Yin Yin looked at Schwelling in disbelief. Is this still the kind Sister Ling I've always known? It made her wonder if all the kindnesses Schwelling showed in the past were just a pretense to win her favor and get close to her brother. The other 2 people rescued by Njue could not stand it any longer. One of them spoke to Schwelling unhappily. Miss, this bamboo raft belongs to that lady. That lady was willing to brave the heavy rain and even jumped into the water to rescue people. How can you say such things? The other questioned her in disapproval. Njue and Schwelling looked about the same age, but they were so drastically different from each other. One was willing to risk her life to save others, while the other was complaining from the comfort of the bamboo raft after suffering a little from the cold winds. Everyone was only saved because of the young lady rowing the bamboo raft. If not for her, who knew where the currents would bring them? You all. I'm talking to Brother Yun. So why are you interfering? Schwelling snapped back at the outsiders who questioned her. I'm just a woman. I was in the water for so long. Can't I find a place to rest? Why is everyone scolding me? What did I do wrong? Master, see. I told you rescued an ingrate. She wanted to convince the others to abandon you when you went to rescue someone else. This is intolerable, Weina said angrily when it heard their conversation. Fortunately, the others were sensible and grateful. If they had agreed with her, I will not let them off so easily. I'll make sure they stay submerging in the water. You should just shut up. I'm already tired enough, and Gus said as she swam. While the people on the bamboo raft showed hostility toward Schweling, as if ready to skin her alive, the bamboo raft gradually approached Njue, and Njue, who was still in the water, pushed the water basin up first. Let's get them up first. Master, let me do it. The man's subordinate immediately took the water basin from Njue. He was stunned to see the two children in the water basin. Everyone had assumed that there was only one child, but there were two. One of them was sound asleep, and the other was crying. That was why they had thought that there was only one child. The man pulled Njue up. Huff. She sat on the bamboo raft and exhaled loudly, but quickly looked towards the two children in the water basin. The other two people gave Njue a thumbs up and complimented, Miss, you're immeasurably beneficent. When these children grow up, they will definitely repay you. You saved their lives. Njue paid no attention to their words and simply smiled at them. She had wanted to search the area for a while longer. However, she realized that she could not do so anymore now that they had two children with them. It had been raining persistently, and water had accumulated in the water basin. The two children had been lying in the water and were freezing. She decided immediately. Let's go back. PFT. Schweling sneered and looked at Njue in disdain. You didn't care about us when we were all soaked. But now that you're soaked too, you decided it's time to go back. Why don't you just stay in the water? Njue chuckled, raising her hand to pinch her forehead. Instantly, she reached out to grab Schweling by the collar and lifted her up. Turning around, she held Schweling over the water. Save me. Brother Yun, save me. She wants to kill me. Schweling kicked her legs in fear and looked at the man for help. However, the man was indifferent and gazed at her coldly. Brother Yun, save. Shut up. Njue shouted. Did you really think that I'm a saint who will let you condemn me however you want? I tolerated you because I am only here to rescue people, and I thought of you as a victim of this natural disaster. If you don't want me to rescue you, you can just go back into the water. How about that? Shall I let you go? Schweling grabbed Njue's wrist tightly, her face pale with fright. No, don't. I won't do it anymore. It's my fault. I shouldn't have criticized you. Put me down. Schweling was too afraid to say anything harsh and could only apologize. Njue tossed her back onto the bamboo raft. Without wasting any more time, she reached out to take the bamboo pole from the man's hand. However, he did not return it to her. Where are we going? Direct the way, he said. Njue raised her eyebrows. Since he was willing to row the raft for her, she gladly accepted the free labor and relaxed. Go there. She pointed to a location and sat down to inspect the dry cotton clothes she had removed. She then picked up one of the children and brought the child to Yin Yin. You carry the child. Yin Yin received the child into her arms and watched as Njue swiftly removed the other child's clothes and wrapped them in one of her cotton clothes. She poured away the water in the basin and placed the child back inside. She took the first child from Yin Yin and repeated the same steps. Her quick actions left everyone stunned. We'll have to make do with these clothes first. She placed the child back into the water basin too and covered the basin with her straw raincoat. Miss you. You're amazing, the other two people complimented Njue, giving her a thumbs up again. The cotton clothes were still dry, so they thought that she was going to wear them. They did not expect her to put them on the children immediately. Njue smiled at them and rubbed her hands together. Everyone was wearing thick clothes and could withstand the wind. However, she was only wearing her innerwear. I am so freaking cold. However, it was more important to keep the two children warm. Do you not know how to row? Row faster, she urged, raising her head to look at the man. The man glanced at her briefly and quickened his movements. Soon, they arrived at the place Njue specified and stopped the bamboo raft. Njue, what happened to you? Two men greeted them at the foot of the mountain. They were shocked when they saw Njue wearing only her innerwear. They wondered if she had accidentally fallen into the water. And Jiyue looked at them and asked, "Why are you here?" "Oh, the junior officer came to look for the chief just now. We know how to swim, so he told us to come and replace you. You should go back first. We will monitor the area and rescue anyone we see," one of them explained. They were men. They should be the ones responsible for these things. It was embarrassing for a young woman like Jiyue to do it. Hence, they volunteered to come. "All right, I'll go now. I'll bring you lunch later," Jiyue said. "It's okay. We've brought along 2 pancakes from Aunt Ju." "It's enough," they said, patting their chests. And Jiyue nodded and did not say anything else. Carrying the large wooden basin, she led the 5 people up the mountain. "Jiyue, what happened to you?" A group of people were standing under the tree, talking and laughing. Aunt Ju rushed over when she saw Jiyue return with a few people. She was in a sorry state. "I'm fine. I jumped into the water and saved these 2 babies." And Jiyue glanced at the wooden basin in the man's arms. "Aunt Ju, is the plain porridge ready?" "We're still cooking. We haven't added the wild vegetables yet," Aunt Ju replied. Then, I know. We'll scoop some porridge for the 2 babies before adding the wild vegetables," Aunt Ju said. "You should hurry home and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold." "Okay." And Jiyue nodded. She turned around and looked at the people she brought along. "The men can light a fire and dry your own clothes. The women can follow me up and change into my clothes. As for those who don't like wearing other people's clothes, I won't force you." She glanced at Xueling meaningfully. Xueling looked embarrassed and cursed Jiyue internally. "I will make her pay for embarrassing me in the future." Zhang'er was worried when he saw that his mother was soaked. "Stop talking, mother. You should hurry and change your clothes." He would not have cared if other people fell sick, but he was worried about his mother falling sick. Falling sick was awful. Although he knew they could take care of her, he did not want her to fall sick. "Mother, I will boil some ginger brown sugar tea for you," Ronger said as he held his mother's hand and led her up the stairs. In the past, whenever it rained, their mother would always cook a bowl of ginger brown sugar tea for their grandfather when he returned home. "Okay." And Jiyue replied gently and headed upstairs. As Jiyue brought Yin Yin and Xueling upstairs, the man's subordinate was stunned when he noticed something. "Master, I saw a gecko cinnabar, Mark 1, on that lady's arm. How could she have 2 grown sons?" Before he could finish his sentence, his master's stern glare made him swallow his remaining words. He was sure he saw it. The young lady definitely had a gecko cinnabar mark on her arm. Miss Yin Yin and Xueling should have seen it too. "Go start a fire," the man instructed coldly. "Okay." He pursed his lips and turned around to start a fire. However, there was no need for him to start a fire as there were already people starting a fire for them. Soon, they were seated around the fire. Yin Yin had already finished changing her clothes in a bedroom upstairs. When Jiyue was done, they waited for Xueling, who was changing in another room. However, Xueling never came out. "What's going on? What is Sister Ling doing?" Yin Yin was getting impatient. She stole a quick glance at Jiyue, who looked rather displeased and began chiding Xueling in her head. "Xueling is older than me, but she always fails to assess situations correctly. She has been so unaware of how dangerous things are, and so ungrateful too. But she should at least be able to read the room and act accordingly, right? Sister Ling, are you done? If you're done, I'm coming in," she shouted. No one responded. And Jiyue took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and tried to push the door. However, Xueling had locked the door from inside, and she could not open it no matter how hard she tried. "Weina, show me what is going on inside," she instructed. Weina replied immediately, "Master, that woman is so disgusting. She is sleeping on your bed. She even locked the door. How can there be such a disgusting person? You should chase her away quickly." Weina was dumbfounded by Xueling's actions. Yin Yin was also shocked. Xueling must have gone mad. Is she trying to claim the room for herself? Has she forgotten that this is not her home? This place belongs to our lifesaver, Jiyue. "Sister Ling, are you inside? There is porridge ready downstairs. Let's go down. You must be hungry, right?" She tried to persuade Xueling to come out of the room. After all, they had not eaten for 2 days. Xueling must be hungry. Food was always the most tempting. Unfortunately, Xueling did not respond at all. Well, Yin Yin looked uncomfortable as she glanced at Njue. Njue was not as good tempered as Yin Yin. She turned and went into another room. She opened the window and climbed into the room Xueling was in. It irked her to see Xueling sleeping soundly on the large bed in the room. Hauling the blanket off Xueling, she grabbed her by the collar and lifted her. "Who is that? How dare you disturb my sleep? Trust me, I will order someone to kill you. Get lost." Xueling began cursing immediately. She was ready to push Njue's hand away and continue sleeping. Unfortunately, Njue was not going to let her have her way. Ignoring her struggles, she lifted her and threw her out of the window unapologetically. Xueling screamed as she crashed into the ground. Mud splattered all over her, and she felt as if she had dislocated all the bones in her body. Aunt Wong was among the crowd. When she saw how Xueling was thrown down in front of so many people, she shrank back subconsciously and moved closer towards her husband. Njue is so bold. She threw someone down again. Yin Yin had been waiting upstairs when she heard a scream. She watched as Njue opened the door and stepped out calmly, heading downstairs. Puzzled, Yin Yin craned her neck and looked into the room. However, she only saw a big messy bed. Xueling was nowhere in sight. Why does she not have any self-awareness at all? This is so infuriating. If it were me, and a strange woman had climbed into my bed, I would want to kill her too. No wonder I heard her scream. Njue must have been so angry that she threw her out the window. We are always hanging around with each other, but I have to admit that she really deserved it. Everyone was stunned when they saw Xueling crash into the ground. Even Yin Nuo was stunned. After some time, Yin Nuo finally reacted. "What's going on? Miss Xue, why was she thrown down?" He looked at his master and saw that his expression was unusually calm. He did not even spare a glance at Xueling, who was in a rather embarrassing predicament. "Master, ignore her." The man glanced at Yin Nuo coldly as he continued drying his clothes by the fire. Xueling was in a sorry state. She cursed through the pain and got up to her feet. Her eyes flamed with anger as she looked up at the treehouse. "UBTCH, so what if I slept on your bed for a while? I'm only willing to sleep in your room because I think highly of you. How dare you attack me?" She yelled and rushed towards Njue, who was walking down the stairs. Yin Yin, who was walking behind Njue, glanced at Xueling helplessly. "Sister Ling, Sister Jue did not allow you to sleep on her bed. You never even asked her for permission." She defended her lifesaver spontaneously. She made a mental note to distance herself from Xueling in the future. It would be terrible if she was infected by her wickedness. "But she can't throw me down from such a high place," Xueling shouted. Xueling was in a lot of pain after the fall, and her clothes were dirted again. "This won't do. My clothes are dirty. I want to go up and change into a new one." She was ready to push Njue and Yin Yin out of the way and head upstairs to change. She was brazen, but Njue wasn't going to be civil with her either. She lifted her leg and kicked Xueling once again. This time, Xueling fell on the block of stone laid out on the floor. Whoa! Xueling broke her fall with her hands and grazed her palms. "You!" She looked up at Njue in disbelief. She couldn't believe that woman dared to treat her like this. She whipped around and looked pitifully towards the man sitting in front of the fire, demanding that he take revenge for her. "Brother Yun, this woman hit me. You have to help me kill this BTCH." Everyone looked at the man nervously. From the moment he sat down, everyone around him could sense that he was emanating a different aura. They were too afraid to even speak loudly. They were worried about what would happen if the man really dealt with Njue because of that arrogant lady. The man grew visibly annoyed when he heard Xueling's words. He turned, locking his cold eyes with hers immediately. His gaze was like the dead of winter, and it made people quiver. "Are you done causing a scene?" Xueling felt goosebumps from his stare. She trembled and did not dare to say a word. "Is this how you treat the person who saved your life?" the man asked icily. Xueling pursed her lips and looked at him aggrievedly before glancing at Njue. I'm tired. Am I not allowed to rest for a while? She has several rooms upstairs. Why can't she spare me a room to sleep in? I can pay." She reached into her clothes for her money as she spoke. However, She searched for a long time and could not find anything. She then recalled that she had lost most of her belongings in the flood. All she had left on her were some jade items. These jade were valuable, and she was unwilling to give them to a village girl like Njue. After some thought, she looked at Yin Yin and said, "Yin Yin, lend me some money. I'll return it to you when we get home." Yin Yin was speechless. She finally saw Xueling's true nature. Xueling, who appeared to be a cultured and refined young lady from a wealthy family, was actually like this. To think she was once willing to be a matchmaker for her brother and Xueling if her sister-in-law was really not around anymore. However, she realized now that it would be plain ridiculous if they became a couple. Xueling was not as good-hearted as she had believed. She had always been pretending, but her true nature was finally revealed in this critical moment. "Sister Xueling, I don't have any silver on me either," Yin Yin replied bluntly. Xueling felt her anger caught in her throat, almost suffocating her. She gritted her teeth and glared at Njue. She turned around and was ready to sit next to the man. However, someone was faster than her and rushed to his side first. "Big brother, your clothes are still wet. Are you cold?" Yin Yin immediately positioned herself in between Xueling and her brother, refusing to give her an opportunity to approach him. Xueling was shocked. What's wrong with Yin Yin today? She's been going against me. Even if she doesn't have any money left, she could have borrowed some from her brother just now, right? Why must she embarrass me? There are so many seats around the fire. Why must she snatch my seat? However, she could not do anything to Yin Yin. Everyone knew that Brother Yun doted on his younger sister and always protected her. She would not stand a gain if she made things difficult for Yin Yin. She had no choice but to sit down on the other side. Aunt Ju noticed that Njue was still standing aside and quickly said, "Jue, you fell into the water just now. Come over here and sit down. Warm yourself up by the fire." The man turned around and looked at Njue. Njue sighed again and walked over to sit by the fire. She was just thinking about how more and more people were gathering under her house, and it had been such a noisy day. She could not stand it. After all, she was someone who had been raising her two children peacefully until recently. Weina read her mind and said, "Master, if you want to chase them away, do it. I also think these people are quite annoying. Are you going to chase them away for me?" And Njue retorted straightforwardly. Weina fell silent. If it could come out, it would definitely drive out that disgusting woman to the ends of the earth and ensure that she would never find her way home. But since it could not leave the space, there was nothing it could do. Soon, Ronger returned downstairs carrying a bowl of ginger-brown sugar tea carefully. He stood ready to watch his mother finish it. And Njue was silent. She was not a fan of this drink. "Ronger, can I not drink this if I promise you that I will never go into the water again?" She negotiated with her son. "You must drink it." Ronger brought the bowl to his mother and persuaded softly, "Mother, you should just give in. You can pinch your nose and drink it quickly. I've already blown on the drink, so it's not hot anymore." He recalled the words that his mother once used to convince him to drink his medicine. And Njue was extremely shocked. "Give in? What is he saying?" However, the words felt strangely familiar. She thought for a moment and realized that the host used to say that to the two little ones when they refused their medicine when they were sick. Now, it was her turn. "All right, I'll drink it." She wiped her face helplessly, took the bowl from him, and gulped the drink down in one go. "I've finished it. Are we good now?" "Yes." Ronger took the bowl back and ran to wash it. After he was done, he placed the bowl aside and ran over to look at the two children his mother had rescued. "Mother, are these our younger sisters? There's two of them." He grinned as he looked at the well-behaved babies who were being fed porridge. And Njue pursed her lips and coughed lightly. Well, all she did was save the two children. She did not know which family they belonged to. However, she had heard that the villagers would rescue many children whenever a flood occurred, and their parents never came to claim them. Am I supposed to raise these two children too? There's no difference in raising 2 or 4 children. However, all of them are boys. Wouldn't it be great to have a girl? Ronger, these are boys. They are not girls, she replied honestly. Boys? Ronger looked back and forth between the 2 babies and his mother. He hesitated for a long time before sighing like a little grown-up. All right, younger brothers will do. You can bring home another younger sister for us in the future when you have the time. And Jiyue was surprised. What is he saying? Does he think the streets are filled with children waiting for me to bring home? Ronger, mother, look. I found the prettiest clothes in the house. Look, don't you think these are suitable for our sisters? She was about to say something but was interrupted by Zheng'er, who had just come downstairs. And Jiyue turned around and saw Zheng'er holding 2 sets of clothes as he walked towards her with a large grin. Zheng'er and Ronger had worn those clothes when they were younger. They were floral and did seem like a baby girl's clothes. She was speechless. PFT. Weina chuckled inside the space. The boys are so funny. They didn't know if the babies were boys or girls, but they immediately assumed they were younger sisters. It's obvious how much they want a younger sister. Zheng'er, it's cold outside. Bring the clothes back upstairs. I'll carry the 2 baby boys upstairs to change their clothes later. Baby boys? Why are they all boys? Zheng'er frowned when he heard that they were both boys. However, the unhappiness disappeared quickly, and he wore a forced smile on his face. Younger brothers will do. Let's make do with raising them. We'll bring home another younger sister someday. And Jiyue was extremely shocked. These 2 unlucky offspring of my darn ex-husband, do they exist to set me up? She replied helplessly, all right, I'll find a younger sister for you one day. Now, let's go home. However, she felt the urge to cry when she thought about how she was going to raise 5 children in the future. Life is too hard. Jiyue, you must be hungry. I just grilled some pancakes. Have some. A woman walked over with a few pancakes and distributed one to everyone. Thank you, Aunt. I'll just have half a pancake with some vegetable porridge. And Jiyue took a pancake, broke it in half, and returned half to her. The woman did not insist on giving her the other half either. After all, they had many mouths to feed. Besides, even if they had some food stored in the cave, they couldn't possibly finish everything now as they still had to eat after the flood subsided. Hence, they had to save as much food as they could. I'll just have some vegetable porridge. The man did not accept the pancake and only asked for a bowl of porridge. Yin Yin followed her brother and did not ask for any pancakes. The others also asked for some vegetable porridge only. However, Xueling did not do the same. She had never seen those wild vegetables before and refused to eat them. She took a piece of pancake and ate it in big bites. Although the pancakes did not taste good, they were still better than the vegetable porridge. Aunt, I thought I saw some pork there. Get me a bowl of pork, she demanded. The woman was stunned. None of us dared to be the first to eat the pork, and yet she demands a bowl of it. She is too bold. However, she remembered that Jiyue was the one who rescued her and did not lose her temper. Instead, she endured it. We haven't cooked the meat yet. She spoke in a kind tone even though she disliked her. Then start cooking now. It's just a piece of meat. What's so great about it that you're taking so long? Xueling asked matter-of-factly. Her words left everyone around speechless. They had never seen such a shameless person. Did she think that everyone was here to have a holiday in sight? See? A woman chimed in with an unkind expression. Miss Jiyue risked her life to hunt the wild boar in the mountain. If you want to eat it, you should go hunting in the mountain too, Mississippi Miss. We cannot afford to eat and drink whatever we want. We don't know when the floodwaters will subside. We don't have much grain, let alone meat, another added. Who do you think you are? Shut up. Xueling was about to rebuke them when the man stopped her. Yin Yin, who was watching from the side, complained internally. If I had known, I wouldn't have come looking for my brother with Xueling, and we wouldn't be caught in this flood. We can't even go home now. And if Xueling hadn't run out on her own, she wouldn't have implicated my brother and everyone else. This is all her fault. Sister Xueling, stop fooling around. It's not easy for everyone. We're already lucky to be saved by Miss Jiyue and given something to eat. Don't be picky. This isn't our house. There were so many people here. Everyone was eating the wild vegetable porridge. She had noticed that they were only distributing the pancakes to the children and the elderly. They were already kind enough to share some with Xueling. Why are you scolding me? Xueling was on the verge of tears after Yin Yin said that. What did I do wrong? I just want to eat a piece of meat. Is there a need to say such things? She pointed at Jiyue as she questioned the people around her. I just want to eat a piece of meat. What's wrong with that? She drank some ginger tea just now. She even had a pancake. Why is no one scolding her? Once again, her words left everyone around speechless. What is wrong with this girl? Miss, this is Jiue's house. She can eat whatever she wants. That's right. Even if you're a guest, it depends on whether the host is willing to treat you to some food. Besides, you're in distress, Mississippi. I might as well be frank with you, miss. Jiue rescued all of us here. Without her, everyone would have been swept away by the flood. You have to be grateful. We are grateful to Jiue, so we are, of course, willing to give her good food. Everyone started talking to Schwelling at the same time, and Jiue shot a glance at Schwelling and ignored her. She walked over to Aunt Ju. Aunt Ju, where is the junior officer? Has he gone to the chief's? She asked. Aunt Ju lifted her head and replied, yes, the village is flooded. The chief was looking for him to discuss future plans together. Not only were they out of food, but they were also out of seeds. They were unsure of what to do next. The chief was anxious, so he summoned the junior officer to discuss this matter. They had to think of a way for everyone to survive. However, they could not decide on anything. And Jiue thought for a moment and replied, you can roast the wild boar meat in the afternoon today. I'll go back into the mountains later to see if I can hunt anything else. We can also ask everyone to gather more vegetables. There will be enough to eat. You're going into the mountains again? Aunt Ju looked at her worriedly. I'll look around again. And Jiue said, there were so many people here. They could not possibly survive on vegetable porridge alone. I'll bring out the other piece of wild boar meat from my kitchen if we are really out of food. We have to let the people eat. We can't keep everyone starving. After everyone had some vegetable porridge in the afternoon, and Jiue carried the two sleeping babies upstairs so that Zheng'er and Rong'er could watch over them. Picking up her bamboo basket, she entered the mountains again. This time, she was accompanied by someone. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. Why did you follow me? It's dangerous in the mountains, the man calmly replied as he walked beside Anju. He was right. It was dangerous in the mountains. It was even more dangerous now that many animals were fleeing due to the flood. And Jiue was confused. She wanted to ask if he could not tell that she lived on the mountain. How would she be afraid of danger if she lived here? Besides, she genuinely believed that it was more dangerous having him around. However, she could not stop him from following her either. He was worried about her, so she could not take his goodwill for ill intent. All right, you can follow me if you want. Qin Jiyun. HM? She was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. She stopped in her tracks and almost lost her balance, nearly toppling over. She looked up at the man in a daze, her beautiful eyes visibly startled. What did you just say? I'm Qin Jiyun. The man repeated his name, and Jiue couldn't help but cough. Ahem. For the first time in her 2 lives, she choked on her saliva. She almost cursed the man to death silently. What did you say your name was? Qin Jiyun? Which Qin Jiyun? Which Qin Jiyun? Does this young lady know someone with the same name as me? Do you know someone named Qin Jiyun? He asked. No. And Jiue denied, shaking her head hurriedly. I meant to ask you how your name is written. She came up with a reason quickly to hide her shock. Is this person the same Qin Jiyun I'm thinking about? No, that's not possible. That scum is already dead. How can he still be alive? Master, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this person? Weina found it strange that its master seemed so uneasy. Why are you feeling so guilty towards a stranger? Did you do something wrong? As if. And Jiue snapped angrily. Don't you know who Qin Jiyun is? He's the host's short-lived husband. Why would I be feeling guilty? Weina choked. Weina was genuinely unaware. After all, it accompanied Jiue in her previous life and only came to this world when she did. It did not know what was going on here before that. Master, you're thinking too much. Many people share the same name. It's definitely not the Qian, as in thousand, Ji as in solitude, and Yun, as in clouds one. Weina was in the middle of reassuring its master that it was probably a mere coincidence when Qin Jiyun elaborated on his name. And Jiue fell silent. She wanted to die. It was the exact same name. Then what is your sister's name? She asked, trembling. She remembered that the scum's younger sister did not have the word yin in her name. This man cannot be the same person as the host husband, right? My younger sister's name is Qianyun, Qian Jiyun answered. Qianyun. It was really Qianyun. The young lady was only 10 years old at that time. She had grown into a young lady in the blink of an eye. And Juyue did not recognize her at all. Isn't her name Yin Yin? Although there was no escaping this truth, the corners of Juyue's mouth twitched. How can there be such a coincidence? I want to rescue people, and they happen to be Qin Jiyun and Qianyun? Are the heavens toying with me? She was born in the 11th lunar month, but a pair of swallows flew into the house during her birth. She was nicknamed Yin, Yin One, Qin Jiyun explained. And Juyue took a deep breath and kept quiet. She continued walking. Soon, they entered deep into the mountains. Although it was still raining, there were many trees blocking the rain, so she only needed a bamboo hat. Give me your crossbow. I'll go and hunt some wild animals. You can pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables nearby, missin'. Be careful. There are many wild beasts on the mountain. Qin Jiyun did not wait for her to respond and took the bow from her hand. He reminded her to be careful and left. And Juyue watched him leave and pursed her red lips. What should I do? I rescued my supposedly dead ex-husband from the flood. How should I resolve this? I need an answer urgently. So it's really him, master? What are you going to do? Wei Na whispered softly. It struggled to gather the right words to say. It thought that things in this world happen too coincidentally. Should I pretend I don't know him? She suggested. Pretending that I don't know him is my only option, right? Besides, I'm not the host, so I'm technically not Qin Jiyun's wife either. But I have those two boys. They are Qin Jiyun's biological sons, aren't they? I can't possibly stop them from reuniting with their biological father, right? She shook her head and continued muttering to herself, that's not true. If it wasn't for the host, nobody would know where Zheng'er and Rong'er are now. But they're living well now. It doesn't matter if they don't reunite with him. That's right. Zheng'er and Rong'er were rescued from the deep mountains. They were reborn. Moreover, Qin Jiyun already has that lady named Xueling. He would have his own son sooner or later. Why should he snatch them away from me? I will not give in if he ever tries to. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? They'll leave once the flood subsides. We don't even know if we'll ever meet again. She looked towards the dense forest. Are you serious, master? Wei Na was dumbfounded by how Juyue reassured herself. We have to think like the ancient people. You have occupied his wife's body, so you are now his wife. Besides, I think this man is not bad either. You can make use of him repeatedly. And Juyue was silent. Is Qin Jiyun some kind of recyclable trash? You don't know anything. He already has a great beauty by his side. Why should I get involved? Wei Na wondered if its master was serious. That Xueling? A great beauty? Master, are you blind? No man will fancy a woman like her. Even a spatial soul like me can tell that Qin Jiyun has no feelings for Xueling. He even detests her a little. That's why it is not possible for anything to happen between us. Got it? And Juyue added when she noticed Wei Na did not respond. She thought the latter had also agreed with her. Qin Jiyun aside, she still had to pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables. Many mouths were waiting to be fed. Hence, and Juyue shelved her thoughts about Qin Jiyun and began picking mushrooms calmly. There were plenty of mushrooms growing in spring, and there were even more of them in the forest on rainy days. She tossed some mushrooms into her bamboo basket and stored the larger ones in her space. Although the villagers were important to her, she and her two little ones were important too. She could not possibly feed the villagers and neglect her family. She had to be good to herself and save up the largest mushrooms for herself. While gathering mushrooms and vegetables, she caught 3 pheasants and picked up several pheasant eggs, all of which she stored in her space. It is a must to go into the mountains. There are so many things you can harvest in here. As the saying goes, those who live on the mountain live off the mountain, while those who live by the water live off the water. She tossed another large mushroom into her space while swiftly gathering a bunch of small mushrooms into her basket. It had only been 2 hours, but the basket was already heavy. She stood up and surveyed her surroundings. Qin Jiyun was nowhere in sight. She decided to go elsewhere and continue harvesting. Even though her basket was almost full, it was not a problem since she had her space anyway. It will be great if I can plant these mushrooms in my space. That way, she would have endless mushrooms. She could even sell them and earn money. Master, you can do that. We have enough points now, Weina said hurriedly. It had been waiting for its master to begin reclaiming the Jade Land. And Jiyue was silent. She was already aware that she could plant them now. However, with so many people outside her house now, and some even knew martial arts, it would be problematic if they realized she had disappeared. She'd better wait. Back at the treehouse, everyone was gathered underneath it and chattering non-stop. Many families were worried about their plans after the floodwaters subside. Aunt Ju carried 2 bowls of rice paste upstairs to feed the 2 soundly sleeping children. Zheng'er, Rong'er, have the 2 younger boys woken up? The 2 little children watched over the 2 even smaller children, their big eyes filled with curiosity. Zheng'er turned around and looked at Aunt Ju. No, Grandma Ju. They are still sleeping. The 2 babies had been sleeping very soundly ever since they had some rice paste after they were rescued. Zheng'er felt that they would be easy to raise, perhaps even easier than he and Rong'er when they were younger. In that case, their mother would not have to tire herself out raising them. Of course, they would still help her take care of their 2 younger brothers. I touched their faces too. They're not hot, Rong'er added. Good boy. Aunt Ju placed the 2 bowls of rice paste on a small table and caressed their faces. Jiyue has been taking care of these 2 children so well. They are so obedient and sensible, watching over the younger boys and checking if they have a fever after being soaked in the water. The 2 babies are also quite well behaved. They have only been eating and sleeping. They haven't been causing too much inconvenience. Grandma Ju, will these 2 younger brothers return to their home when the flood subsides? Zheng'er asked Aunt Ju. Aunt Ju hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Well, I'm not sure. The flood was so massive that the roofs were submerged. Who knew if the boys' parents were still alive? Even if they were still alive, they might have assumed their children were gone since they were swept away by the currents. Why would they come looking for them? Moreover, the roads and fields were muddy after the flood. Nobody had food or money. How were they supposed to survive? The adults could not eat their fill or wear warm clothes, let alone take care of the 2 children. You 2 may have to take care of them in the future. Zheng'er, Rong'er, will you be willing to do that? She asked softly. Although Jiyue was capable, she already had her hands full with her 2 children. It would be difficult for her if she adopted them. Moreover, everyone struggled to make ends meet in this day and age. Why would anyone want to raise children? The officials were even less likely to care. They might even sell the children via a broker. This was reality. Should Jiyue decide to not adopt them, they would not be able to survive. We're willing. Zheng'er and Rong'er answered in unison. Of course, they were willing. They were even hoping that the 2 younger boys' parents would not come searching for them. Although they were not younger sisters like they had thought, they were still willing to care for them. I hope you will continue being willing, Aunt Ju sighed. Taking care of the 2 babies was no easy task. Mere words were not enough. Zheng'er and Rong'er might be fond of them, but it still depended on whether Jiyue would be willing to raise them too. However, Aunt Ju felt that Jiyue was a tremendously kind lady. If no one wanted the 2 children, she would definitely take them in. Qian Yun and Xueling sat at a corner under the tree, watching the women complain. Sister Xueling, it's a relief that you're all right this time. You shouldn't run off like that in the future, Qian Yun warned sternly as she looked at Xueling. If Xueling had not run off, which prompted her and her brother to head out to look for her, they would not have been caught in the flood. Moreover, her brother was a good swimmer. If he was alone, he would have been able to escape. However, even he was helpless before a disobedient Xueling Himph. Xueling snorted coldly. It was Brother Yun's fault for insisting on looking for that woman. She's already gone, so he should just let her go. He can marry me. Isn't that a good thing? But he chose to come to this godforsaken place to look for her. Look, we're all in trouble now. She had always wanted to stop Qian Jiyun from looking for that woman, but no one listened to her. If I don't stir up some trouble, I'll be giving up without a fight. I won't do that. I just didn't expect to be caught in a flood and bullied by Jiyue. That be teasage. Just you wait. I'll send someone to teach her a lesson when I return home. Qian Yun was speechless. She was unsure of how to respond to Xueling's words. Is there anything wrong with my brother coming here to search for his wife? Her mother saved my brother's life. The knife was smeared with lethal poison. He would have died if she did not shield him. However, he was sent straight to the battlefield on his wedding night. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of his bride's face. On the other hand, my sister-in-law was chased out of the house after someone spread false news of my brother's death. No one knows if she is dead or alive. It will be inhumane to not look for her. Sister Schwelling, will you be happy if your in-laws chase you out of the house, leave you to die alone, and your husband doesn't come looking for you? She asked. Schwelling's expression darkened. What does this brat mean? Is she cursing me that I would be chased out of my in-laws' house? Or that I would die? How can there be such a vicious person? None of that will happen to me. I am going to marry Brother Yun in the future and become a proper Marchioness. I heard that she couldn't be found. She was chased out of her parents' home too. Maybe she got married somewhere else. Maybe she gave birth to a few children too. What's the point of looking for someone like that? Qian Yun immediately shook her head. No, that won't happen. My sister-in-law is not like that. She had interacted with her sister-in-law for some time and knew she was a gentle person. There was no way she would marry someone else so casually. She was sure that her sister-in-law was waiting for her brother somewhere. Yin, don't let that woman fool. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Qian Yun open her palm. A jade pendant of extraordinary quality sat in the middle of it. Sister Schwelling, isn't this jade pendant pretty? Qian Yun asked. Schwelling raised her eyebrows. Anything Qian Yun carried around looked good. It is quite pretty. Why? Do you want to gift it to someone? She pursed her lips. She felt that she could forgive Qian Jiyun reluctantly for searching for his wife if Qian Yun gave her this jade pendant. Of course, she would be even happier if Qian Jiyun could gift her a jade pendant as a token of his love. She would let bygones be bygones. Yes. Qian Yun nodded. I want to gift it to Sister Jiyue to repay her for saving my life. Sister Schwelling, what do you think? Schwelling was about to speak, but she found her words caught in her throat when she heard Qian Yun's reply, nearly choking her. She's giving it to someone else instead of me? To Jiyue, that uncultured woman living on the mountain, no less. How am I supposed to be happy about this? What do you think? What am I supposed to say to that? You can just give her a few taels of silver if you want to repay the favor. She may not know how to appreciate such a good piece of jade, and may even blame you for giving her a useless thing. She replied to Qian Yun with an unhappy expression. All she did was save your life. What's so great about that? Besides, she was rowing a bamboo raft and saving everyone she came across. We weren't the only ones she saved. Why should we take it so seriously? Even if she did not save us, someone else would have. Look at the two babies. That woman even jumped into the water to save them. They're treated much better than us too. They can sleep in the treehouse upstairs, but we can only sit here downstairs. Besides, we didn't ask her to save us. She wanted to save us. Qian Yun was terribly shocked by her words, but she did not show it on her face. How can Schwelling think this way? In that case, will it only be right if no one came to save us? If my sister-in-law's mother did not help my brother when he was in trouble 4 years ago, would he still be alive now? She never realized that Schwelling was such a person. I see. So this is how one can also understand what it means to save someone's life. She nodded, looking as if she was enlightened. I must stay away from Schwelling in the future. I may become just as irritating as Schwelling if we interact too much. The thought of becoming just like Schwelling made her hair stand on end. Yinnu, you brought back some firewood? You gathered quite a lot. Schwelling stood up hurriedly when she noticed that Yinnu, her brother's subordinate, had returned. She walked towards him. I found these while gathering firewood. They're for you, Mississippi. We can roast them over the fire later. They're delicious. Yinnu put down the firewood he carried, took out a few chicken eggs from his front pocket, and handed them to Qian Yun. Qian Yun's eyes lit up. Chicken eggs. She used to think that chicken eggs were not good enough for her. However, given their current plight, things have changed. These eggs were good stuff. We should put them inside the pot and cook them with the porridge for dinner tonight. She was too embarrassed to be the only one eating the eggs. There were so many eyes around her. She should not be given special treatment. Ling saw the eggs and was about to stand up and keep them in her pouch. Her expression turned sour instantly when she heard Qian Yun's idiotic words. There are only a couple of eggs. They aren't even enough for me to eat. Why should I share them with all these countryside villagers? However, she was smart and knew not to anger those women. Otherwise, she would not be given a single bite to eat here. She decided to keep quiet, but she glared daggers into Qian Yun's back. Miss, have you offended Miss Shui? Yin Nua asked, noticing that Ling was glaring. No. Qian Yun turned around and glanced at Ling, who did not seem to have much of an expression. She turned back to look at Yin Nua. Don't worry about her. She just cannot stand being inferior to somebody else. She would not have noticed that Ling was such a selfish person if they had not been caught in the flood. In any case, she had already planned to interact with Ling lesser. She did not want to be used by her to get close to her brother anymore. I wonder how big brother and sister Jiyue are doing, she muttered. Back in the deep mountains, Qian Jiyun had regrouped within Jiyue. Several wild rabbits and pheasants hung from his waistband. He was surprised to find that her basket was full. You harvested that much? Yes. And Jiyue nodded. We can finish them. I'm afraid that we won't have enough. She did not verbalize her last sentence. After all, Qian Jiyun was unaware that there were many more villagers in the cave, more than double the number of people under her tree. Let's go back. Qian Jiyun returned the bow to her and carried her basket on his back. They headed back towards the treehouse. And Jiyue, who was walking behind him, sighed. The biological father of her two sons was currently walking in front of her, but she could not say a word about it. She was secretly glad that she had changed her name back then. She was also thankful that her biological family had hurt her so deeply that she wanted to change her name. This prevented Qian Jiyun from recognizing her. I'll leave it at that. Qian Jiyun will go his way, and I will go my way as in Jiyue. I won't be Lan Jidong anymore. And Jiyue's real name was Lan Jitong, the name recorded on her marriage certificate with Qian Jiyun. She only renamed herself after she met her godfather. She decided to distance herself from Qian Yun over the next few days. It would be unfavorable if she remembered anything about her. Qian Jiyun noticed she had sighed. However, he did not think much of it and assumed she was sighing because of the flood. Many villagers were stranded on the mountain, after all. After some time, they reached the treehouse. It was bustling with noise and excitement. The two men who had taken over in Jiyue's bamboo raft also returned with a few unfamiliar men and women. A couple amongst them were exclaiming that the children in Jiyue rescued were theirs. And Jiyue overheard it and rushed over. Are you the parents of the two girls? She questioned the couple before Aunt Ju and the others could say anything. Aunt Ju was stunned. Jiyue. However, she quickly understood in Jiyue's intentions and added, Are those two girls really yours? Yes, they're ours. My wife gave birth to two girls, and they're very pretty, the man answered immediately. They had overheard the two men on the bamboo raft talking about how someone had rescued two children, so they had planned to claim them. Resuming life after the flood would be difficult for everyone. The couple knew that if they brought back the two children with them, they could sell them for a few taels of silver to make life easier. The man grew excited at that thought. He pinched his wife's waist secretly. My poor daughters. How are they? Are they all right? The woman immediately asked Aunt Ju, sobbing. Her words brought a scowl to everyone's faces. Even Wei Na, who was inside the space, began cursing. Hurry, master. Kill these two shameless people. Who are they? They're vicious. What do they want with the cute babies? Are they going to sell them? This is unpardonable. I'd blow their heads off if I'm outside. This couple must be up to no good. They have no conscience. It was intolerable. A woman, face reddened with anger, pointed a piece of firewood at the vicious couple. What are you talking about? I thought they were really your children, but you were just a couple of liars. How could parents not know whether their children were boys or girls? The children were boys, but they said they were girls. Clearly, the children were not theirs. Another woman went along with Njiyue's lie and questioned the couple sternly. They are a pair of twin brother and sister. You heartless people. What are you trying to do to the children Njiyue saved? They would not allow the heartless couple to learn that the children Njiyue had saved were boys. They were already fabricating stories, so they must have had ill intentions. I reckon they want to trick us into giving them the children, so they can sell them for money, another woman added. The couple remained silent, feeling afraid as they faced criticism and angry faces. They had only wanted to earn some money and were not expecting that the people here would lie to them. If they had known earlier, they would have inquired if the children were boys or girls first. No, no, we remembered wrongly. They? Just shut up. You heartless things. You're tripping over your words, but you're still spouting nonsense? Aunt Ju looked at the couple angrily and scolded them fiercely. We rescued you out of kindness. How dare you try to trick us and harm others? Are you even human? Get lost quickly. We won't give you any food. Starve. That's right. Get lost. Go into the mountains and be eaten by wolves. You are inhumane to think of harming 2 babies. You should be eaten by wolves. The women took turns cursing the couple, leaving them shivering in fear. The couple did not dare to run away carelessly despite the criticisms. Many wild beasts lived on the mountain. It would be terrible if they met head-on with one. Hence, it was safer for them to stay here. They would be satisfied with even a mouthful of food as long as they did not have to starve to death. Aunt Ju looked at the indifferent Jiue and heaved a sigh of relief. Jiue, it's a good thing you came back in time. Otherwise, we would have been fooled by these horrid people. They had never imagined that people these days could be so vicious, saying the most heartless things and committing the most inhumane acts. It's fine. At least we found out the truth. That man hunted a lot of wild animals. Let's clean the animals later, then give them an extra bowl of meat. I'll go upstairs to check on Zheng'er and the others. She gestured towards Qian Jiyun's direction as she spoke before heading upstairs. Sister Jiue is so amazing, big brother. She exposed them with just one sentence. Qian Jiyun put the animals down and walked towards his younger sister, who began praising Anju. See not with your eyes, but with your heart, Qian Jiyun replied. Xueling snickered when she heard their conversation. PFT. If it were her, she would have allowed the couple to do whatever they wanted with the children since they were not hers. She did not care about the people unrelated to her. What's so great about that? It was so obvious that they aren't good people at all. Everyone can tell that they were pretending. Yin Yin, you think everyone is good because you're too kind. Qian Yun was speechless. She suspected that Xueling was implying that Jiue was not a good person. Sister Xueling, don't say that. There were so many people around. Yet, apart from Sister Jiue, nobody realized they were pretending, she retorted. Xueling was infuriated by her words and sneered at Qian Yun. You're too naive. That Jiue is not a good person at all. I heard that she kept half of the huge wild boar and only gave the other half for everyone to eat. How can she be like this? Besides, if she is a good person, she would not have let Brother Yun carry everything while she returned empty-handed. I think that woman is black-hearted, even more so than the couple. I think that couple simply wanted to raise the 2 children and had no other intentions. That BTCH and Jiue has 2 sons already, yet she wants to raise another 2? Maybe she's the one who wants to sell the children for money. Sister Xueling, you? Qian Yun felt as if someone had struck her acupoints, and she was dazed. Xueling was the epitome of ingratitude, repaying the kindness shown to her with vengeance. She had really underestimated her in the past. Qian Jiyun's eyes dimmed as he looked at her coldly. Xueling, you don't have to stay here anymore if you think Miss An is not a good person. This is Miss An's house. Everything that we eat and use belongs to her. If you don't like her, you can look for food and other necessities yourself, he said bluntly. That lady has offered everything in her house, including the clothes Xueling is wearing. Yet, she still has the cheek to criticize her? Don't forget whose clothes you're wearing now. Xueling flushed red and was rendered speechless. Sister Xueling, I think Big Brother is right. Don't forget that the clothes we're wearing are given to us by Sister Jiue. Also, my brother is a strong man. How can he allow a lady to carry everything when they go into the mountains? That would be discourteous of him. Also, Sister Jiue was the one who hunted the wild boar, so it belongs to her completely, not just half. Qian Yun analyzed every point for Xueling. You also asked why Sister Jiue did not allow everyone to go into her treehouse. Think about it, this is a tree. No matter how big it is, it is still just a tree. The tree house is already so heavy. It will collapse if so many people go upstairs. It is not right to destroy her home. We can sit under the treehouse and be sheltered from the flood, but we will be left with nothing if the treehouse collapses. Why did Schweling not consider these things? Given our status, that woman should have, at least, invited us upstairs, right? Aren't you tired, Yin Yin? Don't you want to sleep? Schweling asked, aggrieved. She wanted to find a place to sleep, but Njue refused to let them sleep in the treehouse and only allowed them to change their clothes. She even bullied her and threw her down. She was angry. She wanted to kill Njue. Qianyun replied, "Ask around, Sister Schweling. Who isn't tired? Look at everyone. They're sitting with their backs against each other when they feel tired. Isn't that pretty good too? How can they be comparable to me? Everyone is equal in this natural disaster." Qian Jiyun interrupted her before she could finish. Schweling, none of this would have happened if you had stayed in the house. Since we're already in this situation now, you should bear with it. No one will entertain your rotten habits. Brother Yun, how can you say that to me? His words were insufferable. Schwelling's eyes reddened instantly. She was the eldest daughter whom her father doted. No one, not even her mother, dared to scold her. However, she had been bullied by Njue and the other women here. Even Qin Jiyun and Qianyun were not helping her now. Who did I even offend? When the floodwaters subside, I will send someone to send you back. I will discuss with your father and arrange for your marriage to someone from a family of similar backgrounds, Qin Jiyun said coldly. He did not want to see this woman again. They would have been in the military camp if not for her. Now that he was here, he was unsure of what was happening in the camp. Schweling shook her head, her face pale. No, don't. She did not want to marry anyone, but if she had to, she wanted to marry Qin Jiyun. Brother Yun, I'll be good. I won't spout nonsense again. Don't send me home. The Xue family were businessmen. Although they were rich, they were of a lower social status. Her father was a stingy man. He might pamper her, but he only cared for her brother. She would never have a share of his inheritance. In fact, she would have to ask her father for money several times before getting it. A family of similar backgrounds? How will I find good laws with a family like mine? Besides, Qian Jiyun's family is the best. She was determined to cling on to Qian Jiyun tightly. Qian Jiyun did not say anything else. However, he was determined to get rid of Schweling when they returned. No one could stop him. The next day, Aunt Ju and a few other women cleaned the animal Qian Jiyun had caught and cooked a large pot of meat for everyone. Schwelling's bamboo bowl, which she had despised but had to use, was filled to the brim with meat. Don't finish all the meat, everyone. It belongs to my brother Yun. He hunted this for me. If you finish eating everything, I'll ask brother Yun to kill all of you. Schweling was delighted by how Aunt Ju and everyone else's eyes sparkled as they looked at all the meat in the pot. What's the point of harping on about how good Njue is? The meat we're eating now is the one brother Yun hunted, which is supposed to be mine. I'm being nice and allowing everyone to have a bite. But I will not allow Njue, that little BTCH, to eat this. I shall starve her to death. Too fixated on venting her anger and stomping Njue into the ground, Schweling had completely forgotten Qin Jiyun's warning the day before. And, you're not allowed to give Njue, that little BTCH. She was about to remind the women not to share the meat with Njue, when Aunt Ju threw a big spoon into the pot. The hot soup and oil in the pot splattered onto Schweling, who was standing nearest to the pot gloating. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? She was furious. She could feel her face burning with pain and knew that there would soon be red spots on her face. Rebel? Aunt Ju looked at Schweling coldly. I think you're the one who wants to rebel. Mississippi Aunt Ju has never met such a senseless lady. The other women looked at Schweling spitefully, as if they were about to skin her alive. That's right. Our Jue was kind enough to save you from the flood, but she was wrong to do that. See, she rescued an ingrate. Who do you think you are? Other than eating, what have you been doing the entire day? You haven't even gone to gather firewood or fetch water. How dare you complain? I think you're the little BTCH here. Did you think that you're a princess? Where did you get your princess syndrome? You have no right to walk all over us just because we gave you some food. Humph. Eat if you want to, and don't if you don't want to. No one is willing to be your maid. What the heck? Did you think that we're afraid of you because we said nothing? One of the women snatched Shui Ling's bamboo bowl and placed it on the stove, glaring at her fiercely. Everyone here was rescued by Jiyue and treated her as their savior. However, Shui Ling kept going against Jiyue. In that case, she should not be staying at Jiyue's house. You all. My brother Yun hunted this meat. Why can't I eat it? Shui Ling yelled, about to go crazy from anger. She had stood there boasting in a softer voice as she had feared that Qin Jiyun and the others would overhear her and bring up her marriage discussions again. She was bold enough to say those things in front of these women because she had nowhere to vent her anger after Qin Jiyun scolded her for condemning Jiyue. However, these women rebuked her. She felt bullied by them and could not care less anymore. She believed that the animal Qin Jiyun had hunted was hers to eat, so she could determine who could eat it. If she was unwilling to share it with them, she could throw all the meat onto the ground instead of feeding it to these starved animals. She turned around and looked at Qin Jiyun, wanting him to uphold justice for her. She was the victim of their bullying, right? Brother Yun, look at these lowly people. They're not letting me eat the meat. Qin Jiyun had no intentions of entertaining her. He replied coldly, have some porridge if you don't want to eat. Don't block the way and prevent everyone else from eating. Shui Ling opened her mouth but was unable to say a word. Is Qin Jiyun not going to seek justice for me even though they're bullying me? Am I not important to him at all? I don't understand. What's not good about me? Am I not pretty enough? Qin Jiyun, feeling helpless, came forward and picked up the bowl of meat from the stove, shoving it into Shui Ling's hands. Sister Shui Ling, it is not easy for anyone in the face of a great catastrophe. Don't make a scene. Take the meat and go. Is Shui Ling going to embarrass herself for some meat? So what if my brother hunted this meat? We're still eating in Jiyue's grain. She turned to Aunt Ju with an apologetic expression. Aunt Ju, Sister Shui Ling has always been like this. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Sister Jiyue rescued us, so we owe her a huge favor. It is only right for us to help out as much as we can. She then turned to look at Shui Ling and questioned, Sister Shui Ling, we've all found ourselves in dire straits. Everyone is equal. You've eaten food from Sister Jiyue and everyone else too. Are you going to throw up the food and return it? Why does she not know how to behave? She does not even have a basic sense of gratitude. Even I despise her a little now. She had interacted with the daughters of other merchants before. None of them acted like Shui Ling. With her anger caught in her throat, Shui Ling felt awful. However, there was nothing she could do. Qin Jiyun was staring at them, and she dared not retaliate. She still wanted to leave a good impression in front of Qin Jiyun. Brother Yun, don't be angry. I was wrong. She turned around and apologized to Qin Jiyun, looked at him timidly. Qin Jiyun did not even spare her a glance and turned to look at Qin Yiyun. Yiyun, stay here and watch over her. Don't let her cause any more trouble. I'm going to take a look around the area. With that, he left without looking back. Qin Yiyun nodded as she watched his back. Okay. She wondered if her brother was rushing to catch up with Jiyue because he felt it was unsafe for a young lady like her to enter the forest alone. Brother Yun. Shui Ling's eyes reddened from anger as she watched him leave. She cursed internally, blaming Jiyue for everything. She would not have been so furious if these bumpkins had not constantly spoken of Jiyue as though she was a living bodhisattva. She also would not have been pushed past her limits and forced to vent her anger. It is Jiyue's fault. She's even seducing Brother Yun now. Sister Shui Ling, go eat over there. My brother might have something to do. He will be back soon, Qin Yiyun said. Shui Ling gritted her teeth. What are you talking about? I know Qin Jiyun is heading in the same direction Jiyue went earlier. He chased after her because he was worried about her. That little BTCH is skilled at using her looks to charming men. I want to scratch up that face thoroughly. Let's see how she will continue seducing men. She wanted to get back at Jiyue, but there was nothing she could do now. In fact, she had to be cautious around her. Okay. She turned around, visibly upset, and found a place to sit down. She was ready to eat the meat in her bamboo bowl. She was craving meat so badly after all that happened. She could probably stomach 10 bowls of it. However, she knew that those cheap women would not give her a second bowl. She was angry and could not understand why she was not allowed to have more meat when it clearly belonged to her. Yin Nuo, move over and give me your seat, she instructed as she walked toward him. Yin Nuo lifted his head and glanced at her briefly. He had no intention to give up his seat to her. Instead, he scanned their surroundings. Miss Shui, you can find a place nearby to sit, he said. Shueling felt her anger caught in her throat. What's going on now? Even Yin Nuo, Brother Yun's dog, is disobeying me? She took a deep breath and decided to suppress her anger for now. She could not afford to quarrel with Yin Nuo and annoy Qin Jiyun. After all, Yin Nuo was one of Qin Jiyun's most capable men. Qin Jiyun was always accompanied by him. Just you wait. Once I marry Qin Jiyun, I'll give this dog a piece of my mind. Meanwhile, Njiyue arrived outside the mountain cave with freshly cooked meat and porridge. However, she heard a few men's voices before she could even enter. Their voices were filled with resentment towards her. Why do we have to be at the mercy of a girl like Njiyue? The chief is really muddle-headed. We can only eat one meal every day. Is she trying to starve us to death? That girl must have a lot of food at home. Old Tu used to hunt every day. He must have had a lot of money. Exactly. We should go to Njiyue's place. There must be a lot of food there. Why should we starve here while the women gorge themselves? Why don't we go over now while the chief is not around? We can bring some food back at the very least. I'm about to die from hunger. We only eat diluted porridge every day. It is not filling. And Njiyue, that BTCH, is starving us on purpose. The men spoke one after another, and their words resonated among many others. In fact, they seemed ready to rob Njiyue's house. However, some disagreed and advised them not to act recklessly. They felt that having some food to eat in this situation was already good enough. Master, are you tolerating this? Wei Na wanted to give these men a beating, but noticed that its master did not seem like she intended to argue with them. When did she become so kind? Njiyue sighed heavily. She could recognize the voices of the men who were dissuading the others. Amongst them were the two men who were sent by the chief to take over her flood patrol duties the other day. They're not beyond hope yet. I can deal with them after the flood. Dealing with so many of them now would only raise suspicion. It would be better to handle things slowly. She remembered everyone who insulted her anyway. It was a relief that some good people understood how it was difficult for a young lady like her to take care of so many people. But it would be her last straw if they ever became heartless too. This is human nature. World peace would have been a reality if everyone was good. Humans were like this. Even if you treated them well, they would still find it insufficient and demand more. Jiyue, why are you standing here? And Jiyue heard a hoary voice behind her and turned around. It was the chief. He stood a few steps away, looking at her. Behind him were two men, and they seemed like they had returned from the forest. I'm here to deliver some meat, chief. We hunted some animals in the mountains today and made stewed pork. There is enough for everyone. She glanced at the mountain cave and added, it seems like Brother Dog and the others felt that I was not giving them enough food and wanted to look for me. I'm here alone and was afraid, so I waited outside. The chief's expression darkened when he heard her honest words. These heartless and ungrateful scums. How dare they act so shamelessly when they are already given food? I'm not trying to nag you, but you're too kind, the chief replied. He felt that it would have been better if she kept the meat. The weather was not too hot, so the meat could be kept for a couple of days without going bad. And Jiyue could sell them at the town or the county after the flood subsides and purchase some grain with the money earned. If she fed the meat to those heartless people, they would not even utter a line of gratitude. It would be a waste of such good meat. He had been listening to their vicious complaints of Njiyue inside the cave over the past 2 days. He wondered what she had done to offend them so greatly. Would it be better if she had not rescued them from the flood and allowed them to die of starvation in the waters? One should not be so ungrateful. These people did not think they were in the wrong. In fact, they believed it was Njiyue's fault for not treating them better. The chief grew angry as he thought about this. He wanted Njiyue to disregard these people and allow them to starve to death. It was what they deserved. However, he could not say such things either. These were human lives. He could not possibly forsake them and leave them to die. I wasn't the one who hunted the animals. It was a man whom I rescued previously. He hunted quite a lot, and Jiyue said honestly. Sighing, the chief replied, but he must have done that to thank you. Jiyue, you are a good person. Don't bother yourself with their nonsense. They will get what they deserve one day. Exactly. Don't listen to them, Jiyue. We are supporting you. The other guys just have nothing better to do. One of the men standing behind the chief chimed in. He felt that those people should be left in the floodwaters. Perhaps they would stop complaining then. Okay. And Jiyue replied, Chief, this food. We'll bring them in. You don't have to go in. The two men walked over and took the items off her hands. One of them continued, It's too tiring for her to come back and forth delivering food every day. How about we send our people to collect the porridge instead? Chief? The chief thought for a moment, then nodded. That works. Jiyue, we'll bring these in. I'll send Goshang and Liangzi to bring the cutleries and bowls back to you. We'll collect the food ourselves in the future, lest those people become increasingly absurd. He did not want Jiyue to be vexed by the sight of those men. Okay. And Jiyue nodded without saying anything else. After all, this arrangement was less energy-consuming for her. With that, she thanked the chief and left. She wanted to head deeper into the mountain before the sky turned dark. Since Qin Jiyun was not accompanying her, she had to make use of this opportunity to gather more items to put inside her space. Despite storing many edible things in her space, she could not retrieve most of them. Everything they were eating now was taken straight out of the mountains. Moreover, once the flood subsides, everyone would be rushing into the mountain, crazily searching for food. This was a serious matter. They had rescued even more people recently. The number of people under her treehouse and in the cave was increasing. Everyone was waiting to be fed. Every little food they had would be swiftly eaten. Back at the mountain cave, the chief entered with a fire torch in his hand and a cold expression on his face. The two men carrying the food followed closely behind. Oh, something smells so good. Is that meat? The men in the cave caught a whiff of the fragrance of the meat and were so distracted that they did not notice the chief's chilly stare. They rose to their feet and rushed over, eager to eat. I knew it. And Jiyue, that little girl, just needs a beating. See, she sent us some meat after we scolded her. Right. Brother Dog is right. Tomorrow, we have to. The men were interrupted by the sound of a slap. The man who was hit shrieked and covered his face as he looked at the person who had slapped him. You. Chief, you. What happened to you? He took a step back in fear when he saw the chief's glowering face. Chief, did Jiyue and the other women provoke you? Don't worry. Let's teach her a lesson tomorrow. We'll make sure. Brother Dog saw the ugly expression on the chief's face and assumed that he had been bullied by Jiyue. He hurried forward, eager to appease him. He slipped in a comment about their plans to teach Jiyue a lesson tomorrow, wanting to inform the chief in advance so that it would be easier to proceed. However, the chief slapped him again before he could finish speaking. It was so painful that he almost cursed. I think you are the ones who deserve a beating. The chief was furious. He wanted to kick every single one of them out of the village. Do you have nothing to do? In that case, I want all of you to go out and dig up wild vegetables from tomorrow onwards. Whoever doesn't gather enough to eat will starve. Chief, this. The man standing next to Brother Dog panicked. It's still raining outside. Where are we going to get food? And Jiyue brings us food every day, so shouldn't we stay in the cave? Who do you think you are? Are you Jiyue's ancestor? Are you entitled to everything she has? The chief rebuked, not giving the man a chance to speak. I think all you heartless things deserve a beating. She has been giving you food and water, but you are so ungrateful. Go and look for food yourselves. You are all grown men with hands and feet. Don't you find it embarrassing waiting for a woman to bring you food and water? Weren't you talking about how much you look down on Jiyue? None of you are allowed to eat the meat. This belongs to Jiyue. I'm afraid you will have a stomachache if you eat it. The chief's exclamations made a few men choke in surprise. Huh, stomachache? They were healthy. They could stomach several bowls of meat easily. Please don't do this, Chief. We just got out of the floodwaters. We must eat nutritious food to prevent falling sick. This is good meat. Let's not talk about this anymore, Chief. Jiyue is so capable. None of us can compare to her. We'll praise her. They stopped spouting nonsense and quickly responded with whatever the chief wanted to hear. They did not mind praising Njue a little, as long as they could eat the meat. They were even willing to worship her as a deity. The chief snorted. Humph. They have been idle for too long. He decided they would have to start searching for food from tomorrow onwards. Otherwise, they would start thinking that the porridge and meat fell from the sky. Njue was ready to make a trip into the mountains. However, a figure stood before her, holding the bough she had left behind at the treehouse. Njue was silent. She had left her bough behind to mislead Qian Jiyun into thinking she was not preparing to enter the mountains. Why is this man so annoying? Must he follow everywhere I go? Had she not been aware that this man did not know her true identity, she would have thought that Qian Jiyun was onto something. Why would a grown man like him follow her into the mountain? Why? Why are you here? Master, he must be waiting for you. What else can he be doing? Wei Na replied immediately. Was there even a need to think? He was clearly here for Njue. She wanted to hide from Qian Jiyun, but the man stuck to her like glue. It was not easy to shake him off. Master, just give in. This man is really quite good, Wei Na said. Get lost. Njue's expression darkened as she cursed Wei Na. Aren't you going into the mountains? I'll wait for you here, Qian Jiyun said. He handed her the bough in his hand, gesturing for her to take it. Njue was confused. So he came to deliver the bough because I didn't take it? I didn't even mean to bring my bough. Can't you just be nice and let me go into the mountains alone to look for something? You're going too? She looked down at the crossbow in his hand, then back up at him. Aren't you going into the mountains? Qian Jiyun looked at her and asked her seriously. Njue was extremely shocked. What has me entering the mountains got to do with him? Am I a hunter who lives on the mountain, not even allowed to enter the mountains? Why are you insisting on following me as if afraid that something bad will happen to me? Is he going to stay by my side forever? She tried to put on a polite smile. What has this got to do with you? It's too dangerous in the mountains, the man replied seriously. How can I allow a young lady like Njue to enter the dangerous mountains alone? I have to accompany her. Njue felt her anger caught in her throat, and she almost fainted from anger. I live on the mountain. Okay? How can I not know how dangerous it is? I even encountered a snake as thick as my waist when I first transmigrated here. No, it was a python. I have encountered all sorts of dangers in my previous life. Why would I be afraid of the dangers in a mere forest? However, she could not say that to the man. Okay, you can follow me. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and left. It was up to him to decide if he wanted to follow her, but it would be best if she could lose him. That night, they caught some animals in the forest. However, Njue did not stand on ceremony this time. She carried all the animals she hunted back into the treehouse, leaving nothing for the people below. What happened to Jue? Aunt Ju asked her husband. Aunt Ju and the others were used to Njue's obedient demeanor. They were momentarily surprised by her coldness. I went to the cave just now. The people there are outrageous, the village's junior officer said to his wife as he looked up at the treehouse. Aunt Ju immediately understood. Those men must have blabbered nonsense again. Despite being fed, they are unsatisfied and demand even more. None of them can even swim. What else do they want? Ridiculous. Those people should starve. The junior officer also nodded. I agree. Why should we feed them? If they eat their fill, they will be focused on vicious thoughts. We should starve them so that they will not think about anything else. I've met people who don't repay kindness, but I've never seen so many who don't even realize the kindness shown to them. The chief was so angry that he kept scolding them in front of me. The women around Aunt Ju kept quiet, and there was silence. Meanwhile, Xueling could not sit still as she watched many animals brought up into the treehouse. She came to Qian Jiyun's side and tried to sow discord. Brother Yun, why did that woman take away all the prey you hunted? Is she starving us on purpose? She's too vicious. She had quarreled with the other women to feel better. However, now that she has thought it through, she realized there was no need to bicker with them and embarrass herself. The truly detestable person was Njue, who had been pestering Brother Yun. Going into the mountains to find food? She was definitely trying to seize the opportunity to get closer to Brother Yun. My Brother Yun is so kind. He would definitely accompany her since she was going alone. Schwelling understood now. That woman did it on purpose. Brother Yun, you hunted those animals. Why did you? Schwelling, is my name written on the animals? Qian Jiyun did not give Schwelling a chance to finish her sentence. He shot her a cold glance and retorted. Schwelling was caught off guard and flushed red immediately. Does this mean that in Jiyue, that little BTCH, hunted everything? How is that possible? If Njiyue is so capable, she wouldn't have remained in this forest. She would have built a big house in the village. However, she had to admit that the mountain was the most reliable place to live in this godforsaken county. Otherwise, people could be swept away by the flood in their sleep. They could even die. Everyone here had been suffering because of this. Didn't you carry them back? Everyone saw you, Brother Yun. She would never admit that Njiyue had hunted them. She had to be sure that it was Qin Jiyun. Sister Schwelling, my brother might have carried them back, but he might not have caught them. You're thinking too much, Qian Yiyun said to Schwelling as she glanced at her brother. In Qian Yiyun's eyes, Schwelling had become increasingly shameless. If it were not for the fact that she was the one who invited her, she would not have cared about her anymore. Yiyun, you. Schwelling was even angrier when she heard Qian Yiyun criticize her. Was I wrong? I'm saying this for everyone's good. There are so many praise, but Njiyue kept all of them. She should at least place a few downstairs for everyone to eat, right? But everyone downstairs is just watching her silently. Don't these poor bumpkins rush to snatch the meat whenever they see it? She turned around and exhaled deeply. She could not quarrel with Qin Jiyun and Qin Yiyun now. She had to pretend to be good and win back some of their favor. It would not be easy for Schwelling, considering Qian Yiyun's poor attitude towards her now. All right, we'll let Njiyue take advantage of us then. Qian Yiyun rolled her eyes secretly. Who is the one taking advantage? Can't you be more self-aware? Brother, you must be tired. Sit over there. I'll bring you a bowl of water, she said to her brother. Schwelling would usually seize this opportunity to curry favor with Qin Jiyun. However, she no longer dared to do so when she saw Qian Jiyun's unhappy expression. Inside the treehouse, Njiyue entered the kitchen and cooked some rice paste for the two babies. Then, she ate with Zheng'er and Rong'er and coaxed them to sleep. However, she could not fall asleep no matter what. She listened to the ongoing conversations downstairs. Many were discussing their plans after the rain. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The men had built several bamboo rafts and split up to search for survivors over the past 2 days. They had also saved many more people. There were more and more mouths to feed. She was worried about that, but even more about the events after the flood. Floods were not the most merciless. Epidemics after rainstorms were. They were the most lethal and terrifying. There was nothing much to be worried about since she lived on the mountain. However, once the floodwaters subside, many people would have to return to the village to live. The village, which had been flooded by the floodwaters, would be muddy. The corpses of animals and humans would be contaminated with all sorts of things, resulting in mutated diseases. She let out a heavy sigh and glanced at the 2 sleeping children. In the end, she got up and went to her room. She glanced at the 2 children again before taking out her brushes, ink, and paper. She did not know much about other things, but she knew a little about how to protect oneself after a flood. She decided to write it down so that everyone could be cautious when they returned home. The floodwaters receded only after 9 days, and the rain stopped. The sky finally brightened. Besides Schwelling trying to cause trouble for Njiyue and failing to get the upper hand, the past few days had been rather uneventful. The men who wanted to cause trouble for Njiyue were scolded by the chief several times a day. They were no longer aggressive and were like mice that had seen a cat when they saw Njiyue. Qin Jiyun's group left the moment the water receded. They were important people. After all, he left a message for Njiyue, promising that he would definitely repay her kindness in the future. Njiyue did not think much of it. She did not expect anyone to repay her for her kindness. She was only doing what she could within her abilities. In fact, she hoped Qin Jiyun would never appear before her again. Everyone in the village descended the mountain and returned home, their feet covered in mud. Many cried as they inspected their homes, their tears continuously flowing. "Chief, junior officer, please wait a moment." And Jiyue placed her 4 children down and chased after the chief and junior officer into the village. She took out 2 pieces of paper from her pocket and handed them to them. My mother used to study medicine. I know that epidemics will occur after the flood if you don't take precautionary steps. Hence, I wrote down some things to take note of. Please inform all the households to be mindful of hygiene, food, and lodging. Make sure everything is clean and tidy. Most importantly, you must not eat the meat that has been submerged in the floodwaters. The flood has already severely affected the people. It would be terrible if an epidemic occurs. Risking contracting diseases for a piece of meat is not worth it. In fact, grassroots and tree barks on the mountain will be much better than those soaked meat. Although her words were not very nice, they were very honest. Aunt Kong, who was with the chief when she heard Jiyue's words, was unhappy and snapped instantly. You are trying to deceive us again. You teach. Who will believe you? We wouldn't have suffered like this if you hadn't jinxed us last time. However, before she could finish her sentence, her husband slapped her. Shut up, the chief shouted with a long face. Is an epidemic a small matter? Many people in other regions have contracted diseases after floods, and our village is no exception. Many people have died in the past. Everything will be fine if we are cautious from the beginning. Thank you, Jiyue. I will definitely tell everyone to follow what is written on this paper. Let's aim to not face an epidemic. The epidemic could be cured, but it would be difficult to do so. The royal court might not ignore them now, but they would not care about the lives of commoners like them if the epidemic persisted. The villagers have to rely on themselves. Let's go. Let's go quickly. The chief dragged his embarrassing wife along, and the 2 of them left with their grandchildren. Jiyue, can you take care of the 4 children alone? The junior officer asked worriedly. She had only 2 children initially. Now, she had 2 more. He was afraid that Jiyue would not be able to cope alone. However, everyone was in chaos. No one else could take care of the 2 new children. They had to leave her to it alone. The 2 children were also lucky to have such a good adoptive mother. I'll be fine, Uncle and Aunt Ju. Don't worry. I'll take good care of them. And Jiyue smiled. Someone as smart as her would not have difficulty taking good care of the children. Moreover, the 2 children had mild personalities. Besides eating and sleeping, they rarely woke up during the past 9 days. Whenever they did wake up, they lay in bed quietly. Zheng'er and Rong'er were also fond of them and were happy to take care of them. She was already raising sons. There was not much difference anyway. Rather, she was most reassured by the fact that Qin Jiyun and the others had left. She no longer had to worry about seeing them again. After the junior officer and Aunt Ju left, she heaved a sigh of relief and went home. Zheng'er, Rong'er, I will cook for you. What do you want to eat? Porridge. Porridge. The 2 little ones replied almost in unison, and Jiyue was silent. She looked at her sons, speechless. Are we going to eat porridge every day because I saved 2 babies? How is that okay? She approached the 2 children slowly, sat down on the edge of the bed, and looked at them gently. Zheng'er, Rong'er, I did say that your younger brothers have to eat rice paste. However, we are older. We cannot eat porridge every day. We have to eat different foods frequently, okay? I will cook pig intestines for you today and fry some mushroom and pork slices, okay? Okay, they replied. They were used to eating porridge every day, so it did not matter what they ate. Eating porridge every day could also save them some grain. However, they agreed to eat something different since their mother had said so. She was tired and had to eat good food to nourish her body. They were willing to eat lesser so that their mother could eat more. It was nighttime. This was the most pleasant meal Jiyue had after the flood. She looked at her 2 children, who were already sleeping soundly on the bed, then looked at the 2 babies lying on the other side of the bed. She could not help but chuckle. The 4 children were peacefully sharing a blanket. Zheng'er or Rong'er would wake up every time they turned in their sleep to check if they had accidentally pulled the blanket towards themselves and left their younger brothers uncovered. She no longer had to worry about taking care of the 4 children alone because the 2 older ones knew how to care for the younger ones. Thank you for being so cooperative. She had a smile on her face as she looked at Zheng'er and Rong'er. Other children would definitely cry and kick up a fuss if their mother diverted her attention away from them onto a strange, new child. However, Her children seemed eager to invite all the children in the world into their family. It was not surprising, though. They lived on the mountain, and there were not many around to interact with. They definitely felt lonely. She glanced at the 4 children again before heading to the storage room to retrieve a pickaxe and a machete, ready to get to work tomorrow. She had found a large plot of land in the forest near the treehouse. There were no trees growing there, so she could reclaim the land to grow some food. This was another good thing about living in the deep mountains. She did not have to pay taxes for the land she reclaimed. She only had to pay annual taxes based on the number of people registered in her household. She wanted to grow many things, but she wanted to plant some cotton first. Next, she wanted to grow some grain. Rice could not be grown on this mountain. Wheat and winter wheat could not be grown during this season either. However, she could plant some spring wheat and harvest them at the end of the summer. She wanted to grow some potatoes and sweet potatoes too. In fact, she wanted to try planting all the seeds she could buy. She wanted to hurry and grow vegetables in the vegetable field. She was going to be very busy reclaiming the land from tomorrow onwards to increase her harvest this autumn. After preparing everything she needed for tomorrow, she heaved a sigh of relief and entered her space. She had never entered her space because there were too many people around. Moreover, ever since Qin Jiyun arrived, he would follow her whenever she mentioned going into the deep mountains. She had tossed the wild vegetables and mushrooms into her space and did not have the time to tidy up the place. Now that she finally had time, she wanted to organize everything. Of course, it would be even better if she could grow some of the mushrooms she had found. After entering the microcosm, she promptly purchased her first land reclaiming token with 100 points in the points mall. Weina saw the token in its master's hand and hurriedly asked, "Master, which jade land do you want to reclaim first?" And Jiyue could choose whichever piece of land she wanted. "I'll just pick one randomly," and Jiyue replied casually. However, she glanced at the pheasants and rabbits inside the fence. "I can't choose a piece that's too close to the poultry. They'll be tempted by the sight of the food. I also can't choose one that's too far away. It'll be too troublesome to feed them." After taking a few more steps away, she chose a piece of jade land and placed the token on it. Soon, a plot of farmland appeared in that spot, and Jiyue got to work immediately. She laid out the mushrooms that she had collected piece by piece. After a long time, the entire reclaimed land was filled with mushrooms. She finally realized that she had unknowingly brought so many things into her space behind Qin Jiyun's back. "I can't plant any more mushrooms on this land." She was very surprised. However, she still had some more points, so it was all right. She could simply reclaim a second piece of land. Then, SHT. She cursed when she saw the number of points required to reclaim the second jade land in the points mall. This is daylight robbery. 100 points for the first piece of land was still manageable, but 500 points for the second? What the heck? It increased by 400 points in an instant. She had saved many people recently, but no matter how many points she had accumulated, she could not spend them like that, right? "Master, are we still reclaiming more?" Weina was also a little stunned. They did not earn a lot of points, but they had to spend a lot. They probably would not have enough points for the third piece of land. "Yes." And Jiyue gritted her teeth and forced out a word. The main purpose of the points now was to reclaim the jade land. After all, they could earn points from growing crops. This was a plan to spend the points to earn more points. They had to reclaim the land, but I won't grow mushrooms anymore. I remember buying green beans earlier. I'll grow a batch of green beans and then some sesame seeds, she continued. She had bought the sesame seeds in her previous life and had never used them. She could plant them now and extract sesame oil from them in the future. After some time, she finished reclaiming the second piece of land and planted the green beans. She then checked the number of points required for the third piece of land in the points mall. 200 points. Haha. Master, are you going to reclaim even more land? Before Wei Na could finish its sentence, she saw another land reclaiming token in her master's hand. Wei Na was speechless. Master only saved so many people. We don't have many points left after spending 1,800 points. They'll only be enough for future emergencies. Master, what are you going to grow on this third piece of land? It immediately asked. Since she had already exchanged the points for the token, there was nothing else it could do. They had to proceed with their money makes Money plan. Let's grow some wild vegetables. After reclaiming the land, Njue gathered the wild vegetables she had harvested from the forest and planted them one by one. Then, she planted soybeans on the fourth piece of land and corn on the fifth. Master, we have to stop exchanging the large wild boars for more points. You have to sell them in town. You can't just sit around and eat. Weina panicked after watching its master exchange the wild boars for points in the points mall. Master has more farmland inside the space, but she does not have any money outside. She only has less than 3 taels of silver. How many days can that last? She has to keep the wild boars and sell them to the restaurant in batches to earn money and feed the 4 children. And Jiyue also felt that 5 pieces of land were sufficient. Okay, I won't exchange them anymore. She could take her time reclaiming more land in the future. There were enough crops growing on the 5 pieces of land. She could exchange the crops for points or consume them at home. Weina, you take care of this land. I'm going to rest. As soon as she said that, she left the space and went to rest. Meanwhile, Qin Jiyun and the others finally left the place where the flood had occurred, their legs covered in mud. Brother Yun, let's rest here for a night. Can't we continue on our way tomorrow? Xueling spoke coquettishly to Qin Jiyun. Her legs felt heavy, as though sandbags weighing over 10 kilograms were pulling them down. Sister Xueling, we're already in town. We can hurry on our way if we buy a carriage, Qianyun suggested, looking at her brother and then at Xueling. Her brother had already been held back here because of Xueling for too long. They could not stay here any longer. They had to rush back quickly. No, I smell bad. Brother Yun, just let me rest for a night. I want to take a bath. I'm really so tired, Xueling said, noticing a strange smell on her body. Besides, she did not want to go back now. What if Qin Jiyun sent someone to send her home and ask her father to arrange her marriage to another man? She had to seize this opportunity to seal the deal with Brother Yun. That way, she would definitely be able to marry him. She planned to climb into Brother Yun's bed tonight, but she would not be able to carry out her plan if they continued on their way. Hence, she was determined to stall for time. While Xueling was busy plotting, Qin Jiyun's face was cold. He did not take a single word she said seriously. Care for the fairer love? That was impossible. Qin Jiyun's heart was occupied by the daughter of the woman who saved his life, the wife he had never met. He was not interested in any other women. If you want to stay, then stay, he said. General. Yin Nuo was ready to object immediately. Really? Brother Yun, you're so kind. Xueling was instantly delighted. However, her excitement did not last long because Qin Jiyun's next words sent her straight to the 18th level of heck. Yin Nuo sent her to an inn. Let's continue on our way. What? Xueling was instantly unhappy. How can they leave me here alone? What's the point of me staying here alone? Brother Yun, you can't do this. How can I be alone? It's only for one night. Stay behind with me. However, Yin Nuo did not care about what she said. He began searching for an inn immediately after receiving the instructions. I will not stay here. Before Qin Jiyun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by his younger sister. She wanted to stay behind too. Big brother, you go back first. I'll stay and accompany Sister Xueling. If she did not stay behind now, Xueling might continue to scheme and plot after she returned home. She also could not delay her brother any longer. The military camp could not be leaderless for a day, but her brother had already left for 9 days. In fact, considering how Xueling had been acting, Qianyun was sure she had ulterior motives. She refused to let her brother stay behind. Yin Yin. Upon hearing that, Xueling gritted her teeth and glared at Qianyun. To her, Qin Jiyun seemed like he was going to give in. As long as she pretended to be pitiful and dragged Qin Yun into this, Qin Jiyun would go along with her plan because he loved his sister. But now, everything is destroyed by this idiot, Qin Yun. All right, Yin Yin, stay here with Xueling. You can return slowly. I'll send someone to pick you up once I'm back, Qin Jiyun immediately said. Okay, Qin Yun replied. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at an inn. After making arrangements for the 2 ladies, Qin Jiyun left with Yin Nuo. Although his younger sister was a lady, he had begun teaching her martial arts after what happened 4 years ago. Qin Jiyun was reassured as he knew that Qin Yun could win in a fight against ordinary men. Hence, he instructed Yin Nua to buy 2 horses in town and rushed to return overnight. Sister Schwelling stood at the door and watched her brother leave the inn. She then turned to Schwelling, hoping to say a few words to her. However, Schwelling snorted coldly and returned to the inn with a cold expression. Humph. Qian Yun raised her eyebrows but did not lower herself to Schwelling's level. She was as tired as Schwelling and went to her room to shower and rest. The town they were in was situated on higher grounds. It was said that the town was built on high grounds because people were afraid of floods. Hence, the town was not affected by the recent flood, and everything was peaceful here. Early the next morning, in Qian Yun's room in the inn, bam! Qian Yun slammed her palm on the table when she saw that the things she had placed on the table had disappeared. She was too lazy to move after her bath last night, so she placed all her valuable belongings on the table and only stored the 2 most important jade pieces. One of the jade pieces was the one she was considering gifting to Njiyue. However, everything on the table was gone overnight. Panicked, she rushed up to a worker in the inn and learned that Schwelling had checked out and left on her own. In other words, Schwelling had come to her room, taken away the things on her table, bought a carriage and left her alone. Schwelling, you're really ruthless. Schwelling had thought that Qian Yun had already gifted the jade pendant to Njiyue. Schwelling saw the things on the table and was probably very pleased by the thought that I would be penniless. She wanted to see me in trouble, right? There is a saying that a woman's heart is the most vicious. Schwelling is such a spiteful woman. She has always said that she wants to treat me as her younger sister and marry my brother in the future. Yet, this is how she treats me? Isn't she afraid that my brother will never want to see her again when he finds out about this? Marry my brother? Is someone like Schwelling worthy? I have to think of a solution. I can't stay here forever. Her room had also been checked out, and the 2 jade pendants she had were of superior quality. She was reluctant to sell them. She had already planned to give a jade pendant to Sister Jiyue. She wanted to wait for her brother to settle his matters first before preparing a proper gift together to thank Njiyue for saving their lives. The 2 jade pendants were a fixed pair. She would keep one and give the other to Njiyue. It was a great plan. Right. I can go back and find Sister Jiyue. She'll definitely take me in. She could not return to look for her brother because she was penniless. It was also not a good idea to wait for her brother here. There would be all kinds of riots and violence after the flood. Schwelling had left her with no way out. How could she return home if she could not even afford a carriage? She also could not wait for her brother to fetch her. It would usually take more than 3 days to return, but it would require more time given her difficult situation. Was she supposed to starve for the next few days? Hence, she decided to return to Njiyue's house and wait for her brother to pick her up. She believed that he would definitely know where she went. He knew her best. Carrying a pickaxe, Njiyue returned home after a busy morning in the forest. She almost dropped the pickaxe on her foot when she heard a familiar voice coming from the treehouse. Weina also noticed it and reminded Master, your sister-in-law is back. It won't be easy to get rid of this person. Now that she's back, Master's husband will be back too. Why is she back? Njiyue was also puzzled and wondered if Qin Jiyun was here too. She placed the pickaxe in the straw shed and hurried upstairs. She was relieved to see Qian Yun alone. Why did you come back on your own? She asked. Sister Jiyue, we were going to rush back as quickly as possible, but Schwelling insisted on staying in town for a day. I was afraid of delaying Big Brother, so I told him to leave first. I stayed behind to accompany Schwelling. I only rested in an inn in town for a night, but Schwelling took everything from me while I slept and ran away alone. She even checked out my room, Qian Yun explained with reddened eyes. She had to look a bit more pitiful to convince Njiyue to let her stay. Sister Jiyue, I don't have anything now. I haven't eaten anything today either. I'm so hungry. Sister Jiyue, can I stay at your house? Njiyue was silent. Is Schwelling crazy? I thought she likes Qin Jiyun. How can she treat his younger sister like that? Why did she do that? She must have some reason, right? Qian Yun replied. I think she wanted Big Brother to stay last night to do something shameful. I said some things to her and told Big Brother to leave first. She had thought about many things on the way. The more she thought about it, the more she believed that Schwelling was vicious for trying to kill her. She was penniless. How was she supposed to survive in that place after the flood? She could be knocked out and trafficked. In that case, Xueling could say whatever she wanted to her brother. There would be no evidence to prove otherwise. Sister Jiyue, my brother has left. I don't have anything, and I don't know when he'll send someone to fetch me. I've thought about it again and again. I can only come to your house. Sister Jiyue, you won't chase me out, right? She pouted, looking pitiful. And Jiyue raised her hand and face-bombed, speechless. What is going on? I don't want to live under the same roof as Qian Yun. She was still rejoicing that she had finally gotten rid of the Qian family. However, Xueling messed around and sent Qian Yun back to her. She could not chase her away now. She was a kind person and could not allow a young, penniless lady to wander alone. I'll boil a pot of warm water for you. Take a shower first. Let's talk about the rest later, she said. Qian Yun's eyes lit up. She means that I can stay, right? After a while, Qian Yun was chased to the shower. Mother, is that auntie staying with us? Ronger asked softly. Yes, and Jiyue replied helplessly. She'll stay here for a few days. She'll leave when Uncle Qian comes to pick her up. Will she help us take care of Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing? Zheng'er asked. The boys and their mother had named the two babies Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing. Qian Yun had told him that she would help to take care of Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing while staying here as payment for her meals. And Jiyue nodded and replied, she will. Besides taking care of the two children, Qian Yun could not do anything else. Watch over your brothers. I will cook now. She rose to her feet and headed to the kitchen. Since Qian Yun was here, she could not retrieve all the food from her space. She had to store some food in the kitchen to prevent any suspicion. However, it seemed like she had made the right decision previously. It was right to not tell Qian Jiyun about herself and the two little ones. If Qian Jiyun took the two children back with him, how would they live with a stepmother like Xueling? That woman could be ruthless to Qian Yun, let alone the two children. After asking Qian Yun to stay home with the four children, and Jiyue went into the mountains to reclaim land again in the afternoon. When she returned home at night, she saw Qian Yun gutting a fish under the tree. Where did the fish come from? She asked, approaching her. I caught it. Qian Yun looked up at her and replied. An auntie from the village came by today to ask you to catch some fish in the fields at the foot of the mountain. You weren't around, so I went. I caught several fish. I placed them all in the vat. Sister Jiyue, can you rear fishes in that vat? And Jiyue looked in the direction she was pointing at. It was the water vat that she used to collect rainwater. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Wait, you want to catch fish? Are all the villagers catching fish? She asked Qian Yun. Yeah, they were all catching fishes. Qian Yun nodded. There were not many live animals in the village now, and the villagers did not dare to touch the corpses of the poultry. However, the fishes were still alive. I only caught 23 fishes. I wanted to catch more, but I was a little embarrassed. I heard that the fields at the foot of the mountain belong to other families. However, the aunties told me to go again tomorrow. Sister Jiyue, I'll catch more tomorrow. Catching fish was her forte. She was not afraid of shallow waters and was only caught in the flood this time because it occurred so quickly and swept everyone away. And Jiyue was silent. You caught 23 fishes, and that's still not enough? You want to catch even more? I reckon you can't do much besides eating. These many fishes are considered little to you? There's enough fishes. Gut the fish well, and I'll cook braised fish for you. Okay. Qian Yun nodded. Sister Jiyue, Aunt Ju asked you to catch some fish tomorrow. There's nothing else in the fields, but there's plenty of fish everywhere. Everyone was saying that eating the fish could sustain us for many days. But Aunt Ju told me secretly to ask you if the fishes are edible. But we have no choice either, right? There was no more food after the flood, so it was good that they could catch some fish to eat. They could also harvest some wild vegetables in the mountains to survive. However, no one knew how many days they could survive like that. After all, they would not be able to grow and harvest grain anytime soon. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I'll descend the mountain tomorrow and talk to them myself. And Jiyue replied and went upstairs. She definitely had enough food here. She had no intentions of snatching food from the villagers initially, but she wanted to remind them that they should only catch live fish. Master, are you going to catch fish? And Jiyue heard Wei Na's soft voice in her head after she returned to her room. Can't I? And Jiyue retorted. What's wrong with catching fish? I can rear them in my space. You can. But, Master, we don't have many points left, right? Wei Na reminded with a trembling voice. Does Master want to exchange the wild boars for points in the points mall again? If she does that, we won't be able to survive anymore. It's very difficult to make ends meet here. And Jiyue pursed her lips and replied, I'm only exchanging the points for the token. It doesn't cost much. Wei Na was speechless. Master, don't you feel guilty saying that? The tokens for reclaiming land and excavating ponds are different. Did I misread? Aren't 1,000 points required for the first pond? Wei Na muttered, Master, we only have 1250 points. If you exchange it for a pond excavating token, we'll be left with 250 points. And Jiyue was surprised. 250 points? Can't you make that sound a little nicer? I can earn 1 point every month for every fish in the space. I can also grow lotus plants and water chestnuts in the pond, forming a water cycle. I can earn many points every month without much effort. Isn't that good? Wei Na thought that it sounded pretty good too. All right then. Let's just say I was remarking casually, and Master didn't hear anything. Shall we begin now? It asked. If she excavates the pond now, she'll be able to put all the small fish she catches tomorrow into the pond directly. Wonderful. Master, didn't we see some lotus plants and water chestnut leaves at the foot of the mountain? We can gather all of them. There are no seasonal changes in the space, so we can grow them anytime. Okay, we'll settle that tonight. And Jiyue nodded. And Jiyue dug up and planted lotus plants throughout the night. She also brought back a lot of water chestnut leaves. She purchased the water she needed from the points mall in her space. Wei Na was speechless. Water, which could be found everywhere, cost 50 points. It was too expensive. By the time Jiyue was done, it was dawn. She prepared breakfast before descending the mountain to catch more fish. The villagers catching fish at the foot of the mountain were excited to see Jiyue. After all, she was the one who saved everyone's lives. However, some people looked at Jiyue with intense hatred in their eyes. One of them was Aunt Kong, who was scolded by the chief, her sons, and her daughters-in-law when she returned home. If she had not cried so much and pretended to be pitiful, the chief would have chased her back to her parents' home. Her daughters-in-law, who were initially afraid to breathe loudly in front of her, dared to glare at her openly and even instructed her to do chores. Her back had been aching every day from the hard work, and no one came to take pity on her. She felt that it was Jiyue's fault. If Jiyue had not come to her house and gotten involved, she would not have been despised so much. She hated Jiyue thoroughly. Of course, Aunt Wang was also one of those who detested Jiyue. Many villagers now treated Jiyue as their savior. Meanwhile, she, who had tried to sell Jiyue's son, had become the most wicked person in the village. She felt that she had done nothing wrong. She did it for Jiyue's sake. She wanted to help her earn a few tales of survival to make ends meet. She did not expect Jiyue to be so ungrateful and force her into a corner. She had been so afraid to leave the house. If not for the sake of survival, she would have been too embarrassed to be seen catching fish in the fields. Hence, she was quick to glare at Jiyue as she watched her descend the mountain. She hated her so much she wished she could cut off a few pieces of her flesh. Jiyue, quick, come here. We're catching fish. They are so fat. We've been discussing what to do with them. We don't think we can rear all of them. Aunt Ju and the other women were worried about what they should do with the fish. There was nowhere to rear these fishes. Even if they wanted to, they were also afraid of accidentally killing them. After all, a fish would die quickly in a water vat. If the fish died under their care, they would be too afraid to eat it that it would not matter if it had died naturally or of illness. And Jiyue was also a little perplexed as she looked at the fish. It's difficult to preserve these fishes. In the past, she would have salted the fishes and left them under the sun for a few days. However, in an era where salt was several times more expensive than meat, there were very few salted fish, pork, and pickled vegetables. It would be troublesome to preserve fish. After thinking for a moment, she said, Aunt Ju, I noticed the roads in the village have been cleaned, and the sun is shining. How about killing the fishes and drying them? Everyone should have firewood, right? We can soak the fish in water for a while when we want to eat it. It might not be as tasty, but it's still a dish. It can fill your stomach when you're hungry. Although the sun was shining, she reckoned it would not dry the fish adequately. Fishes stink very easily. It would be best to dry them with firewood. It would be enough for them to eat for a long time. Moreover, every family had a water vat, so they could raise a couple of live fish too. Well, we can only give it a try. Aunt Ju nodded. She had no alternative ideas. She used to rear a fish in a vat, but it died a few days later. It was even a breed that swam actively. Since there were so many fishes, it was impossible to rear all of them. They might as well dry them with firewood. It was not expensive to use firewood too. They would only eat the fish if they were still edible. After all, they should not be risking their lives for food. Jiue, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's catch some fish. You should catch more and bring them back to dry today. Aunt Ju called out to Njue, and Jiue smiled and joined them. She only caught the small ones that could be reared in her space and left the rest to the villagers. SK. On the other side, Aunt Kong watched Njue mingle harmoniously with Aunt Ju and the others. She was so livid she almost could not straighten her back. That little BTCH is really capable, right? Sister Kong. And Njue is getting worse and worse. You're standing here, but she didn't even greet us when she passed by. She's such a bastard. Aunt Wang noticed Aunt Kang's expression and quickly chimed in. Just you wait and see. We'll deal with you one day. Aunt Kong cursed angrily. Once I coax my family's old fart, I'll be able to deal with this little BT who doesn't know her place and charming's the men in my family. That's right, that's right. Don't be angry, Sister Kong. We'll deal with that little girl soon. This is in Clan Village. How can she rebel in the palm of your hands? Aunt Wang knew that she could not win against Njue. Instead, she encouraged Aunt Kong to fight with Njue and take advantage of that. Master, this is amazing. Wei Na was amused as it listened to those people plot against its master. That Kong and Wang are discussing how to deal with you. They really think they're so smart. Why don't we teach them a lesson first? And Juyue smiled helplessly. Catching more fish and putting them into her space was the most important thing on her mind now. As for Aunt Kong and Aunt Wang, the chief would deal with Aunt Kong. Besides, her eldest son and daughter-in-law were not to be trifled with. They would not allow her to be arrogant at home again. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, her second son had feelings for the host, right? He would not be happy with his mother if he found out that she harmed the entire village because she wanted to give her attitude. Hence, Aunt Kong would face many hardships from now on. Needless to say, Aunt Wang would be in a similar situation. Now that she had become the village's savior, the villagers would be hostile towards Aunt Wang, who had previously bullied her and tried to sell her son. She reckoned that Aunt Wang's family would be shunned in the village in the future. There was no need for her to deal with them. I think I should conserve my energy and catch fish. For days later, in the military camp, where's Yin Yin? Why didn't she come back with you? Qian Jiyun looked at the miserably crying Xueling and felt no sympathy. Brother Yun, I stayed at that inn in town for a night. The next morning, I realized Yun had disappeared. I heard from a worker that she had already checked out and left. I thought she was angry with me, wanted to ignore me, and rushed to catch up with you. So she left me behind. I didn't think much about it and set off on my own. I was afraid that it would be dangerous for her to travel alone and wanted to catch up to her quickly. I met the people you sent before I even caught up with her. Xueling exchanged her situation with Qian Yun's. She wanted Qian Jiyun to think that his sister had disappeared because she willfully bullied her. She had already thought it through. 4 days had passed. Since she took everything Qian Yun had, she would not have enough money to buy food. Even if she did not starve to death, her small face would make her a target of the local hooligans. She might have already been sold off somewhere. Even if Qin Jiyun returned to look for her, he probably would not be able to find her. Qin Jiyun was so angry that he almost raised his hand to slap her. He knew his younger sister well. Yin would never do something so irrational. The only possibility was that Xueling had left Yin in the town to perish while she returned alone. He took a deep breath and said to Xueling, "Get some rest first. I'll send someone to look for Yin." Xueling looked at Qin Jiyun and nodded. "Okay, Brother Yun, you have to send someone to look for Yun quickly. We don't even know where she is now. It would take at least 3 days to return to that town. Many things could happen within 3 days. Nobody knew if Qian Yiyun was dead or alive. She was delighted by the thought of Qian Yiyun's disappearance. No one would stop her from getting close to Brother Yun anymore. She could peacefully think of a good way to make him her man. Get some rest. Qian Jiyun did not wish to waste his time and gestured for her to leave. After watching Xueling leave, Yin Nuo walked over and looked at Qian Jiyun. General, send someone to follow her, Qian Jiyun instructed. I've already sent someone to do that. We will receive news soon, Yin Nuo replied. Why would they believe Xueling so easily? They had to send someone to follow her. In fact, she did not seem worried about Qian Yiyun at all. She immediately left when she heard that she could rest. In his opinion, Xueling was probably hoping that Qian Yiyun would never appear again. General, as for Mississippi, Qian Jian thought for a moment, then said, Yin Yin is more capable than Xueling. Since she didn't catch up with us, she must have been sabotaged and didn't have any money left. That town was the only place that was not affected by the disaster. Yin Yin knew how to ride a horse. She would have bought a horse and hurried back if she had the money. She would not be slower than Xueling, who returned in a carriage. Then what should we do? It's been 4 days, Yin Nuo asked anxiously. Qian Jiyun replied calmly, let her be. Huh. Yin Nuo listened, mouth agape and at a loss for words. The general said that knowing she is penniless now, is he trying to make her a beggar? Qian Jiyun noted his surprise and reminded, who does she know there? There was a look of realization on Yin Nuo's face. The only person Miss knows there is Miss An, who saved us. The town is not far from Miss An's house. Since Miss does not have any money now, she would probably look for her to protect herself. So, Xueling's attempt to kill Miss is a wrong move, isn't it? Then, General, what about Xueling? He asked. They had tolerated her to see what other tricks she had up her sleeves. But how could they spare her now that she had sabotaged Qian Yiyun? Let her gloat for a few more days, Qian Jiyun instructed. He thought for a moment, then added, Yin Yan's belongings are with her. Go and get them back. Yes, I understand, Yin Nuo replied and left the tent. Another 9 days passed. The roads in the village were cleared and the fields were reclaimed under the supervision and urging of the chief and the junior officer. Some families distributed the grain that was soaked in the floodwaters. They planted the grain quickly and saved everyone the cost of buying seeds. Although all their poultry were gone, their money remained because they were hidden well. They were muddied now, but they could still be found. The villagers could buy some food and wild vegetables to get by. The village was renewed. Everyone listened to Njiue's suggestion and went to the spring on the mountain to fetch water. They had temporarily abandoned the well. Although the villagers were tired, they still cleaned their houses thoroughly. They built new straw roofs and also washed and dried the clothes that had been soaked in water. The clothes were now warm to wear. Some villagers had initially picked up many dead chickens and seen dead pigs. However, Njiue had warned them not to pick up dead animals that had been soaked in water to prevent contracting diseases. Hence, nobody dared to pick them up. Compared to precious lives, such a small gain was insignificant. The people in the Inclan village were the only ones who could protect themselves. No one tried to take advantage of the situation because the chief patrolled every house daily, ensuring nobody picked up dead animals. If the chief found those dead animals, the villagers would drag the animals away to be burned. Back on the mountain, Njiue was amused by Qian Yiyun, who could now almost juggle a pickaxe when she had previously struggled to even carry it. Stay at home today, Xiao, Ian 1. I'll go for a walk in the mountain. I'll come back in the afternoon to grill fish for you. Njiue instructed Qian Yiyun in the morning before leaving with her basket on her back. Behind her, Qian Yiyun could not help but frown when she heard her words. She had a strange feeling. She had never felt this way when they were interacting amongst a large group of people. However, ever since she started living in the treehouse with Njiue, the strange feeling in her heart grew. Why did she call me Xiaoyun? If she remembered correctly, there was only one person who would call her Xiaoyun. That was her sister-in-law, whom her brother had never met. She was young then and had a vicious stepmother who would bully her and refuse to give her food and water whenever her brother was not around. Later, her sister-in-law arrived. Although she was too afraid to protect her, she would secretly prepare food for her and kept her from growing hungry. Back then, her sister-in-law called her Xiao Yun. After 4 years, she did not expect anyone to say Xiao Yun again. Moreover, this was coming from her favorite, Sister Jiue, but she was not young anymore. She was already 14 years old and would have her coming-of-age ceremony next year. How was she little? I think I've met Sister Jiue somewhere before. She tilted her head and tried hard to recall where she had seen in Jiue. Although her face is quite familiar, I've never heard her name before. I've never met her before, right? She did not want to think about this anymore and turned to the two little ones. Zheng'er, Rong'er, your younger brothers are sleeping. You don't have to keep an eye on them all day. Come, let's play together. Sister Jiue's two children are really sensible. Unlike other children, they stay at home every day and never cause trouble for Sister Jiue. Aniyun, we have to watch over Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing. They will cry if we aren't around, Rong'er explained seriously. That's right, Aniyun. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing are still young. We won't play. We have to take care of them, Zheng'er added. Qianyun was speechless. I take my hats off to these two kids. They're acting like the baby's biological fathers. Even a biological father will not take care of his children like that. Zheng'er, has your mother named them yet? What are their names? She asked. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing were nicknames. They had to have formal names, which would be necessary when they grew older. Yes, mother has named them. Zheng'er nodded. Xiao Zhou is named An, Yizhou 1, and Xiao Xing is named An, Yixing 2. Since they were picked up from the waters, mother hopes they will be safe wherever they go and never encounter any trouble. Qianyun nodded. I see. Their names sounded pretty good. What about you? I know that you are Zheng'er and Rong'er, but I don't know your formal names. She was suddenly curious if their names sounded as nice as an Yizhou and an Yixing's. However, she was more curious if their surnames were also an. My name is Qianyizheng, and Rong'er's name is Qianyirong, said Zheng'er. Ahem. Qianyun instantly choked on her own saliva, her face turning red. Qian? That's the same surname as mine. No, that's the same surname as my brother. I knew I'd seen in Jiue somewhere, but I couldn't remember it. So that's where I met her. And Jiue is the one who was chased out back then, Lan Jidong. If I'm not wrong, these two must be the twin boys my stepmother had sent away to the deep mountains secretly. They are rescued by Lan Jidong. No, and Jiue. Aniyun, what happened to you? You didn't even drink water. Why did you choke? Rong'er crawled across the bed and asked in confusion as he patted Qianyun's back gently to calm her down. Qianyun was speechless. I did not choke. I am surprised. I unexpectedly found my sister-in-law. Fate is really strange. Before I realize it, I found my sister-in-law. Let's see how my brother will thank me for my elite assistance. She was ready to reunite with her sister-in-law later and share how she and her brother had been. Zheng'er, Rong'er, did you know that I am your? She swallowed the words biological aunt before she could say it. Although my sister-in-law took them in as her sons, they are not my brother's biological sons. I am not their biological aunt either. Of course, if my sister-in-law is sure about adopting these two, I will definitely be their aunt. Wait, not 2, but 4. She picked up another 2. She has so many sons. However, now was not the time to think about that. She had to figure out why her sister-in-law pretended not to know them after knowing their names. This is such a big matter, but she didn't acknowledge us. Why? Does she despise Big Brother for not caring about her during the past few years? However, it was not true that he did not care about her. He had been searching for her all these years. He would send people to look for her and searched personally whenever he was free. He had suffered a lot all these years in his attempt to find her. He even sent people to wait by his mother-in-law's grave to see if she would appear. He never found her all these years. Who would have thought that a young lady from a wealthy family would live on a mountain, become a hunter, and even change her name? What happened? What made her abandon her name? Aniyun, what did you say? Zheng'er asked. It's nothing. I was saying that the flowers on the mountain will bloom soon. I'll pick a lot of flowers for you then. Okay? She asked, smiling at the two little ones. Okay. Zheng'er and Rong'er answered in unison. Over the past few days, and Jiyue noticed something strange about Qianyu. She would stare at her blankly whenever she had nothing to do. In fact, she would be in a trance. And Jiyue had no idea what she was thinking. Weina also found it strange and muttered, "Master, does she think her brother forgot about her because he hasn't returned to pick her up?" "Maybe," and Jiyue replied seriously, thinking that it was true. She interpreted Qian Yun's recent strange behavior as worry that her brother could not find her because he did not know where she was. "Don't be sad, Xiao Yun. Your brother must have been held back by something important. He'll come and fetch you soon. Didn't you say that the military camp is very busy?" She comforted her. I'm fine." Qian Yun wanted to ask her sister, in law, why she was unwilling to acknowledge them on multiple occasions. However, she felt that it was better to keep this a secret. If she really did not want to see her brother, she might leave with the 4 children at once and change their names. They might go to a place her brother would never find even if he cried. However, she was also worried. She wondered why her brother was not here yet. She had been dying keeping this a secret. Sister Jiyue, are you going to town tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes. I've picked a lot of mushrooms, so I'm going to sell them in town." And Jiyue nodded. In reality, the mushrooms in her space had piled up into a small mountain. Although she could exchange them for points in the Points Mall, she still wanted to check out the market price in town. She also wanted to sell a wild boar for money. There were so many wild boars in her space, and Weina kept harping on how it was not worth exchanging them for points. She decided to sell them one by one. "Do you want to come with me?" she asked. Qian Yun immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "I'll pass. I'll stay at home and watch over Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing. They shouldn't be left alone." To be honest, she was worried that her sister-in-law would send her away in town after selling the mushrooms and earning some money. "I have to stay here and wait for Big Brother to arrive. I'm going to make sure my sister-in-law has no chance to escape." "Okay then, you stay home." On the other hand, Jiyue did not really want her to come along. She was only being polite. After all, she had to take the mushrooms and wild boar out of her space. "It's getting late. Go wash up and sleep. I want to get up early tomorrow." "Okay," Qian Yun replied, and returned to the room Jiyue had arranged for her. Jiyue left early the next day. She carried a large basket of mushrooms and went to the village. The villagers had cleaned up the village pretty well. There was a family that purchased an old bull and a cart from town. She came to borrow the cart today, as she could not possibly drag such a big wild boar into town on her own. Although she had a spatial ability, she had to carry the boar in town. She did not have a large build. She would be crushed if she had to carry the wild boar that weighed about 250 kilograms. Hence, she had to borrow a cart. She was able to borrow it easily since she was regarded as the village's savior now. She placed the wild boar in the cart and headed for the town. When she arrived at the restaurant's side door, she saw Brother Xiao Si keeping watch. Nobody sold their prey at the restaurant these days. Of course, they knew it was because of the flood. There was a lack of food. Nobody would sell their animals. "Oh, is that you, Jiyue? You're here again. What did you bring this time?" Brother Xiao Si was delighted to see Jiyue. He craned his neck, saw the big, furry wild boar on the cart, and gasped. "Wait, Sister Jiyue, wait for a moment." He turned around hastily, shouting for the manager as he ran. Jiyue was silent. He seemed very happy. She knew that everyone had been tidying up their houses recently, and no one was in the mood to go hunting in the mountains. However, it would not be long before more people started doing so. They would start worrying about their livelihoods once they tidied their houses, and the first thing that the hunters would think of would be to hunt. Regardless, the prey sold would be worth a lot of money. After all, meat and vegetables were not readily available after the flood. Soon, Uncle Lin rushed over. His eyes lit up when he saw the big animal on the cart behind Jiyue. "Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Load it off." There were many passers-by staring. It was rare to see such a big animal. "Jiyue, you're so amazing. How did you hunt such a big guy?" he asked with a chuckle. Jiyue smiled and replied, "It was a coincidence. It happened to step on my hunting trap. It's not because I'm capable or anything." "Uncle Lin, how much do you pay for wild boars nowadays?" We are paying more because there aren't many people selling their prey these days. We offer 200 copper coins per gross half a kilogram and 215 copper coins per net half a kilogram. Most people opt for the first payment rate, Uncle Lin explained. However, he did not mention that it was not a matter of gross or net weight here. There was simply nobody selling wild boars. Otherwise, no matter how expensive they were, the restaurant would not be paying 200 copper coins per half a kilogram. They still had to sell them to customers to make a profit. You can weigh it first, Uncle. Then we'll calculate how much. Before she could finish speaking, a worker interrupted, Manager, this wild boar is too big. We can't weigh it here. Uncle Lin was silent. It was true that the boar was too big. It seemed like it was about 250 kilograms. There was no way to weigh it unless they chopped it into pieces. He looked at Njue and asked, Njue, why don't we calculate payment by gross weight instead? I'll do as you say, Uncle Lin. Njue nodded. Okay. Uncle Lin was delighted and immediately instructed the person next to him. Go to the counter and fetch 100 taels of silver. I want ready money. Yes, manager, the worker replied and turned around to run inside. Njue, I think this wild boar is really big. I'll pay you 100 taels of silver. He was offering a lot. A wild boar would usually be sold for a quarter of the price. 25 taels of silver was already considered very good. However, the situation was different now. A flood had just occurred, and there was no food to eat. And Njue nodded without hesitation. I'll listen to you, Uncle Lin. I also have a few baskets of mushrooms here. Do you want to buy some? Mushrooms? That's good stuff. Given our current situation, I'll pay 100 copper coins per half a kilogram. You probably have over 50 kilograms of mushrooms here. Uncle Lin nodded and looked at the mushrooms in the bamboo baskets. They were not only big but also white and tender. Although the mushrooms could not be stored freely, this was a restaurant. The mushrooms weighing over 50 kilograms could be sold out in less than 2 days. Customers might not be able to eat them anymore if they came a few days later. Moreover, such good quality mushrooms would be sold for even more money on the streets. Njue received a total of 110 taels of silver after selling the wild boar and mushrooms. She put the basket on the ox cart and prepared to go to the market to buy something before returning home. The vegetables sold in the market were extremely expensive due to the recent flood. One cabbage cost 30 copper coins. She stopped the ox cart and bought 10 sweet potatoes, with the intention to plant them in her space. She also bought some potatoes and corn. She spent almost a tael of silver on these. Then, she bought 4 cabbages. It cost her 100 copper coins even after haggling over the price. It was really too expensive. However, she was in for a shock when she placed the 4 cabbages into her basket. She placed the cabbage on the cart and picked up a child from the basket. Whose child is this? Who placed this child in my basket? What kind of luck do I have? Have the heavens sent me another child? The child did not look as young as the other 2 and seemed only a little over a year old. He blinked his large, lively eyes at her and did not cry even though he was lifted up by a stranger. Uncle, did you see anyone passing by? There is a child in my basket. She grabbed the old man selling cabbages and asked, carrying the child in an arm. Sigh. The old man glanced at Njue. Why don't you bring this child back with you, miss? You can just give him some food and raise him like a brute. What? Njue thought she had misheard. Raise him like a brute? I didn't pick up a mere chicken or duck. This is a living human. Uncle, how can you say that? Someone just lost their child. His parents must be so worried. I have to find an official. Otherwise, I'll go to the county. Although she was not keen to go to the county to meet that person surnamed Lawn, this child. Miss, you shouldn't go. The officials don't care about this, the old man said helplessly. This isn't the first time something like this happened here. This has been happening every day these days. Families cannot raise their children, so they want to throw their child to someone who doesn't seem to be poor. You found the child in your basket. That's not the worst. Some would stuff their child into another person's arms and run away. This happened a few times yesterday. There was even a child who fell and hit his head. His parents didn't even turn their heads. And Njue was silent. Is the world in chaos? How can such a thing happen? But this is a boy, she said. Aren't boys more important than girls in this day and age? It may be normal to abandon girls, but that's not normal for boys. Aren't boys supposed to carry on the family line? The old man replied, precisely because he's a boy. If you give a girl away, no one will say anything if they starved her to death. But if you give a boy away, they will at least give him some food so he won't die. The people receiving the child will be afraid that their parents will come looking for them if the child dies. And Jiuyue was extremely shocked. Please forgive me for not being able to adapt to this situation. Sighing deeply, she looked at the quiet streets. All right, I'll take care of this child from now on. There's no other option. Let's just pretend I'm grazing sheep, a flock of 5 sheep. However, if his parents dare to appear again, I'll refuse to return him to them. Why should I do his birth parents a favor? I raised this boy. I'd better go. She was afraid that she would find a cart full of children if she did not leave now. Wei Na, did you see who placed this child on my ox cart? She questioned Wei Na while driving the ox cart. She did not think that Wei Na was unaware. Was it trying to rebel against her by not alerting her about this? However, Wei Na was not to blame. It wanted to alert her, but the man, who had left the child behind, fled so quickly that it did not have time to react. Master, I was stunned too. It had no idea that such a thing would happen in ancient times. Abandoning one's children and fleeing at top speed. It was stunned for a long time before it regained its composure too. By the time it regained its composure, Njiyue had already noticed the child on the ox cart. I think this child is quite pitiful. Master, why don't you raise him too? You're already raising 4 anyway. One more isn't a big deal, right? Njiyue was silent. Did I transmigrate to this ancient era to raise children? How is one more child not a big deal? Forget it. I can't return him anyway. I'll just raise him. What else could she do? She had just earned over 100 taels of silver. It was not like she could not afford to feed this child. What? Sister Jue, what's going on? Qian Yun's eyes widened as she looked at the child in Njiue's arms. Her eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Why did she return with the child after making a trip to town? I bought him for 100 copper coins, Njue replied. Qian Yun's mouth fell open as her large eyes seemed to roll around in their sockets. Huh, you can buy a child with 100 copper coins? That's too cheap. No, this is not about price. My sister, in law, already has 4 children, but she bought 1 more. What is she trying to do? Sister Jiyue, don't you have too many children? She's not raising carrots. She's raising children. Can a person raise that many children? And Jiyue shrugged helplessly. I didn't have a choice either. I spent 100 copper coins and bought 4 cabbages. When I turned around, there was a child in the basket. I didn't know who put him there, so I couldn't send him back. What was I supposed to do? Throw him away? Of course not. I am a dignified special agent who has transmigrated to ancient times. I should be able to do something great, right? But having 5 children right off the bat? What is going on? Having 5 boys in my previous life means preparing 5 houses and 5 betrothal gifts. Just thinking about this tires me. Luckily, this is ancient times. Qian Yun was speechless. So this is how she spent 100 copper coins. She picked up this child for no reason. No, someone gave her this child because they didn't want him anymore. She patted her chest and muttered to herself, "It's fine. It's fine. We can still afford this. My brother is a great general, and his business is doing pretty well. There are only 5 children. He can still afford to raise them, right? Sister Jiyue, you won't be going to town anymore these days, right?" she asked. Upon hearing this, Njiyue looked at the child in her arms with a dark expression. I won't be going. She had intended to deliver mushrooms to Uncle Lin's restaurant every few days, but now, I might find another child if I go there again. Why am I here? Am I really here to raise children? This can't be happening, right? Mother, is this a girl? Zhang'er and Rong'er walked over and asked. It did not matter to them if their mother picked up new children or not. After all, they could help to take care of their younger siblings. The most important thing was to find out if the new child was a younger brother or sister. It's a boy, Njiyue replied. Other people would adopt 5 daughters and have 5 sons, in law, to offer birthday felicitations. However, she adopted 5 sons instead. Thankfully, She was capable of earning money. Otherwise, they would only be able to sit around and eat. Sigh. Zheng'er, Rong'er, this boy can walk. You have to watch over him carefully. I'll cook for you. She placed the child on the bed and instructed the other two before heading off to cook. She was not in the mood to chat and laugh with the children because she could not even bring herself to smile. Another younger brother, Zheng'er, looked at Rong'er, and they looked at the child on the bed with disdain. Qianyun followed Njue into the kitchen, stood beside her and said, Sister Jiwe, that child is quite obedient. He did not cry or make a fuss as he was placed on the unfamiliar bed. He merely looked around with widened eyes. He was rather cute. He never cried on the way back, and Jiwe replied helplessly, glancing at her indifferently. How will I be able to raise them if they are troublemakers? I have 5 children. Although the older children are already 4 years old, they are still children. I don't know if he is a little dizzy from hunger, or if he is genuinely obedient and sensible. I hope it's the latter. He's probably hungry, Qianyun said after some thought. Only those who were poor would give their children away. How could someone put their own child in a basket like that? Has it not occurred to them that the person receiving the child might not like them and throw them away? In that case, the child would be dead for sure. How could such a young child take care of himself? However, that child has intelligent eyes. Sister Jiwe, he might become a capable person if you raise him well. Then he'll look after you well look after her well in her old age? Let's not talk about that for now. She has my brother. They'll definitely have their own children in the future. Sister Jiwe, is there anything you need help with? If not, I'll go and look after the child, she said. Go on, dinner will be ready soon. And Jiwe replied, waving at her. She did not have to watch over the 2 babies, as they did not know how to turn around yet. She also did not have to watch over Zheng'er and Rong'er because they were very obedient. However, she had to keep an eye on the boy that was just brought home. He could already crawl and walk. He could move even if he was starving. What if he fell off the bed? She sighed and muttered to herself helplessly, Why is my life like this? I'm just living to raise children. However, she continued cooking. She would think about it after feeding the 5 children. Oh no! At the thought of feeding her children, she suddenly recalled that she had intended to buy a female sheep or a female cow after selling the wild boar. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing were still so young. They should not be eating rice paste all the time. It would be bad for their weak stomachs. My brain. Seriously. However, she should not be blamed for this. She was suddenly given a child, and that took all her attention. I'll go again next time. Otherwise, I'll go to the mountain to see if I can catch any female goats. Master, we have the Points Mall, Weina reminded. She had access to the Points Mall. She could purchase anything she wanted from her previous life. She would definitely be able to find milk powder. You can exchange points for all kinds of milk powder in the Points Mall. And Jiue rolled her eyes. I know that there is milk powder in the Points Mall, and there are all kinds of them. But how am I going to get them? Moreover, Weina, do you know how many points a can of milk powder costs? Weina almost choked when it was reminded of the points. Master only has 200 points now. How many cans of milk powder can she get? The things in the Points Mall are too expensive. Seriously. It could not help but grumble after checking. 50 points for a can of milk powder? This is daylight robbery. Weina was about to say something when it heard Njue mumble. Never mind. I'll exchange the points for a can first. I can't let the 2 babies go hungry. Weina was speechless. It is so hard to earn points, right? Eat slowly. There's still plenty. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing laid on the bed obediently, as there were many children that needed to be taken care of at home. And Jiue moved the table next to the bed. She looked at the child she had just picked up. He saw the bowl of porridge in front of him and began eating spoonfuls of it, not caring that it was hot. In the end, he even picked up the bowl to eat faster. Sister Jiue, this child knows how to eat on his own. That'll save you some trouble, Qianyun joked as she looked at the child. It would really save Jiue a lot of trouble if the child knew how to eat on his own. She would not have to be in a rush to feed 3 children 3 times a day. If this was winter, the food would have frozen by the time she was ready to eat. He must be starving. And Jiue shook her head, feeling helpless. She wondered what would have happened to the child if he had not met her. He was lucky to have met her. Her heart softened as she watched the child's cheeks puff up with food. Come, have some vegetables. There's meat too. Eat slowly. There's no rush. She picked up some vegetables and meat for the child and Junger and Ronger. She watched them eat happily. Jiyue, Jiyue, are you home? Someone was shouting from below the treehouse. Qianyun looked up and raised her eyebrows at Jiyue. Jiyue, it's Aunt Ju. Are you home? There was another shout. And Jiyue placed her chopsticks down. It's the junior officer and Aunt Ju. Continue eating. I'll go downstairs to take a look. She got up and headed downstairs. The junior officer and Aunt Ju were waiting downstairs under the big tree. They hurriedly rushed towards her with a smile when they saw her coming down. Junior officer Aunt Ju, why are you looking for me at this time? Ahem. The junior officer coughed uncomfortably and looked at his wife. Aunt Ju saw that he was looking at her and rolled her eyes at him. It was not as if she had expected him to ask the questions clearly in the first place, so she took a step forward and spoke. Jiyue, although so many days have passed, no one came to ask about the two babies. The chief came to look for the junior officer this morning. We want to ask you if you're really going to adopt the two babies as your sons. You should get this settled quickly if you've made up your mind. Let the chief register the children under your name when everyone in the village is still immensely grateful to you. Although Old Tu was not an outsider, and Jiyue was an unwed woman, so these children would be considered outsiders. When Old Tu registered Jenger and Ronger in the genealogy, he spent taels of silver building a path for the village. If Jiyue wanted to register the two babies under her name, she would have to spend another sum of money. As it had not been long since Jiyue saved the villagers, the chief could still use that reason to contain any discontentment about allowing her to register the babies without spending money. That way, the chief would still be able to remain accountable to the clan. Otherwise, there would be malicious gossip if he helped Jiyue to register the children without payment in the future. By then, the chief would not be able to contain the villagers either. She should seize the chance and register the two babies quickly so she would not have to spend money. And Jiyue glanced at Aunt Ju and said, "Let me think about it again." She had a problem. She had 3 children that had to be registered. She could not possibly register the two babies and exclude the child she picked up today. Jiyue, you have to settle this as soon as possible. Don't think about it anymore. Settle this early for peace of mind, Aunt Ju reminded her. I heard you brought your children to town today, Jiyue. Why were you only carrying 1 child when you returned? The junior officer asked after some thought. Rumors were going around the village that Jiyue had sold a child for food. And Jiyue was silent. When did I carry my children to town? I was driving an ox cart. Uncle, I didn't bring the children with me today. I brought a child back from town, she explained. Huh. The junior officer did not seem to understand her and was bewildered. Is there a difference? And Jiyue sighed and looked at the two of them helplessly. I went to town today to buy some grain. I placed my basket on an ox-cow cart and wanted to buy some cabbage. When I turned around, there was a child in my basket. I couldn't find his parents. I had no choice. I couldn't abandon him, so I brought him back. The junior officer was stunned. Huh, can something like that happen? So someone handed their child to Jiyue for her to raise? Is this what the town is like now? On the other hand, Aunt Ju was not too surprised. Of course. She sighed. I went to town the day before yesterday too. I heard from the people there that many have been stuffing their children into strangers' arms on the streets because they can't raise them anymore, she explained. This. Sigh. How can this be? The junior officer was speechless. He sighed deeply. He grew concerned after some thought. There was a flood recently, and Jiyue might not have enough food for herself. He wondered how she could possibly provide for another child. The grain store in town is sold out of grain. The brokers took in some of the children initially, but the children were too young and immature. They kicked up a fuss, and the brokers don't want to take in any more of them. Those penniless have no choice but to send their children away. I think the child's parents saw you driving an ox cart and could afford cabbages, so they felt that their child wouldn't starve if they gave him to you, Aunt Ju guessed. She had been to town and knew what was happening. Jiyue, do you intend to raise that child too? She asked. What else can I do? Aunt Ju, I can't just abandon him. This is a human life. And Jiyue said helplessly. The child would have nowhere to go if Njue chose not to raise him. He could not find his parents anymore, and the authorities would not care about that. Njue's biological father might even sell him to a broker to earn a few taels of silver. She had to take him in. I'll have to trouble you with this, junior officer. Can you ask the chief if he can register all 3 children in the genealogy? She asked. All right, I'll ask him. The junior officer agreed swiftly. However, Jiue, this might not be easy. Everyone saw the 2 babies, so registering them without payment might be okay. But as for the one you brought back today, you might have to fork out some money. He wanted to be honest with Njue first so that she would not be upset later. All right, I understand, Njue replied. Old 2 had spent 5 taels of silver to register Zhenger and Ronger in the genealogy then. She reckoned that spending another 5 taels this time should be enough. Regardless, if money could resolve something, it would not be a problem for her. She could sell another wild boar if needed. There were a couple more boars in her space anyway. She was not afraid of not having enough money. Several days passed, and Jiue named the 3 children and registered them in the genealogy book. She felt relieved that this matter was finally settled. However, she was still speechless by Qianyun, who was still staying at her house. Half a month had passed, yet her brother never came to look for her. However, there were some benefits to Qianyun staying with her. Although Zhenger and Ronger could take care of themselves, there were 3 younger children. With Qianyun around, she could at least take care of them. Hence, she could not complain. She was not letting Qianyun live off her for nothing. One day, Njue went into the mountains again and brought Zhenger and Ronger with her, leaving Qianyun to stay at home with the other 3 children. After coaxing the 3 children to sleep in the afternoon, Qianyun sat by the window and looked at the scenery. Suddenly, she noticed 2 approaching figures and was surprised. My brother, you're finally here. She stood up immediately and glanced at the 3 children on the bed. When she saw that they were still sound asleep, she rushed downstairs immediately. Yin Nuo, go upstairs and look after the children. I have something to say to my brother. Without waiting for Qin Jiyun to speak, she pulled him away, leaving Yin Nuo standing alone. He looked up towards the treehouse. The general is right. Miss Qian has been staying in Miss Anne's house, and even looking after her children. Whatever. I should go watch over the children now. Yin, what are you doing? When they walked far away until they could no longer see the treehouse, Qin Jiyun frowned and looked at his younger sister. I know that Schwelling sabotaged you, but don't worry. I will take revenge for you sooner or later. Although now is not the time, he said. He had wondered if someone was backing Schwelling. If there was no one behind her, she would not have been so bold as to harm his sister, much less stay by his side for so long despite his hostility towards her. However, he was sure now. Oh, big brother. Qianyun cried out. She had not thought about Schwelling at all for days. She would have forgotten about Schwelling if he had not mentioned her. Besides, it was not the time to talk about her. We don't have time to talk about Schwelling now. I have big news to tell you. Big news? What is it? Qin Jiyun asked calmly. What is making her so startled? I thought she is past the age for this. Brother. Big brother? Do you know who exactly Njue is? Qin Iyun raised her eyebrows and looked at her brother teasingly. Who is she? Is she a big shot? Qin Jiyun asked with amusement. Miss Anne's skills are not bad, but that's all. Her movements looked disorganized. It's clear she trained herself in the forest. Qin Iyun was stunned by her brother's words. You're absolutely right, brother. Sister Jiue is a big shot. In fact, the name in Jiue is not her original name. Do you want to know her original name? Qin Jiyun replied directly, no. He was never interested in prying into others' personal lives. Besides, he thought that it was clear that Njue wanted to keep her identity hidden since she was living in seclusion on the mountain. Why would he pry? Qin Iyun was speechless. Big brother, can you not be so boring? She's your precious wife. Don't you want to know? Don't regret it when the time comes. All right, let's not talk about Sister Jiue's past. Then do you want to know Zhenger and Ronger's full names? That should be fine with you, right? I'll tell you about it. What are their names? Qin Jiyun was honestly a little curious as to why Njue was raising those 2 children. They were clearly not her biological sons. However, he saw that she had treated them very well. Ahem, listen up. Big brother. Don't go weak at the knees. Qianyun coughed lightly before she revealed. Zhenger's name is Qianyizheng, while Ronger's name is Qianyirong. What did you say? Qian Jian exclaimed, almost shocked stiff. Those two boys call me Annie every day, big brother. I didn't think I'd really be their aunt. Not their biological aunt, though. She did not mention that last part. Her sister, in law's sons were her nephews regardless. What? Is Miss Anne's original name? Qian Jian asked, enunciating every word in his question. Qianyun explained, I've been asking around discreetly. Sister Jiyue came here 4 years ago with 2 children and has lived here ever since. Everyone in the village calls her Jiyue. They say she is old Tu's daughter, but he had never met her earlier because she was taken away by his ex-wife. But that's not true. I found Sister Jiyue very familiar and kind. I wanted to get closer, but I couldn't remember where I had seen her. I realized that she looks like my sister, in law, after I discovered Zhenger and Ronger's names. Back when we were living together, Sister Jiyue had on makeup, wore gorgeous clothes, and was quiet and demure. Now, she is dressed simply and is surrounded by wild beasts in the forest every day, so she feels different. A person could change drastically when their aura changes. Moreover, 4 years had passed, and she had grown. Change should be expected. That explained why Qianyun could not recognize Jiyue at first. Her words made Qian Jian recall how Jiyue had reacted when she heard his name when they were together in the forest. He did not think much about it because he assumed she was worried about the livelihoods of all the villagers affected by the flood. In other words, she already knew about their relationship back then. However, she chose to hide it and pretended not to know him. What about the 2 children? They are so lucky, Qianyun replied. When Sister Jiyue was chased out of the house, she probably didn't know where to go and wandered around outside the back door. She probably saw that old woman send people to abandon the 2 children in the deep mountains. Sister Jiyue must have followed them secretly and rescued the children. This was a combination of information she discreetly inquired from Jiyue and her own guesses. Of course, she only inquired Jiyue's past indirectly. For example, she would remark, these 2 children are so obedient. Sister Jiyue, you're so lucky. The next day, she would mention, these 2 children are so fortunate to have met you, Sister Ju. Just like that, she gathered the pieces of information and completed the rough story. Qian Jiyun took a deep breath. He had been continuously searching for Lan Jitong. He had searched many villages and towns, but to no avail. He had never considered that she would change her name, live on a mountain, become a hunter's daughter, and even become a hunter herself. He sighed heavily, heartache in his eyes. It's my fault. I implicated her. How is any of this your fault, big brother? Qian Yun gritted her teeth and spat hatefully. It's all that old woman's fault. She couldn't give birth to a child, yet she wanted to seize the family fortune. Has she ever considered that she isn't worth any of it? By the way, big brother, what do you plan to do now that we found her? My sister, in-law, does not seem like she plans to reunite with big brother. Besides, she's living quite an enjoyable life here. This is much better than all the scheming and strife outside. If I were in her shoes, I won't want to leave this place either. I've handled matters back there, so I can stay here for a while, Qian Jian replied. Qian Yun was surprised. She looked up at her brother. You want to stay here? Are you kidding me? Will she let you stay? Where are you going to stay? Are you going to share a room with her? How is that possible? My sister, in-law, will definitely kick him down the treehouse. You don't have to worry about that. I'll handle it. Is she home? Let's go back together, Qian Jian said. No, she went into the mountains, Qian Yun replied. She hoped that her brother would not be startled after finding another child in Jiyue's home. To be honest, Qian Jiyun was never startled. He did not even react much when someone latched onto him and claimed that her 2 sons were his. As long as he knew that the children were not his, nothing else mattered. However, there was someone dumbfounded by the 3 children on the bed. Why are there more children in Miss N's home? Where does she get these children from? The flood has already receded. Where would she rescue another child from? Yin Nuan noticed Qian Jiyun's entrance and pointed at the 3 children on the bed. General, these 3 children. Fewer words, more action. Go up the mountain and chop up more firewood, Qian Jiyun instructed him. Yes, General, Yin Nuo instinctively responded and headed downstairs. However, he soon realized that he only had a sword. He looked up at the treehouse with a long face, then back down at his sword. He wants me to chop firewood, but what am I supposed to use to chop it? This sword in my hand? How is this possible? But I have to make the impossible possible. If I don't chop firewood, he might send me somewhere to train. I'll be crying then. Meanwhile, Njus shuttled through the forest, the scenery flying by. Every trip into the forest was fruitful. There were wild rabbits, pheasants, and roe deers. In fact, she caught a pair of male and female goats last time. There were even 2 little lambs. She would not have to consume points to exchange for milk powder in the points mall in the future. She stored the goats and lambs in her space to rear them. It was almost time to return home, so she carried the roe deer home. She could not place it in her space because her 2 children were with her. They had been guarding the roe deer she killed and picking mushrooms. Zheng'er, Rong'er, it's getting late. We should go home. Your younger brothers are waiting. Mother, there are so many mushrooms here. Are we coming to harvest them tomorrow? Zheng'er looked up at her and asked. To be honest, she was not short of mushrooms. The mushrooms in her space were enough to pile up into a mountain. She had exchanged many of them for points in the points mall, but she still had many left. If Qian Yun was not here, she would dry the mushrooms to sell them in the future. She could only store the mushrooms in her space for now. Thankfully, they would not spoil in her space. Okay, let's come back tomorrow. And Jus smiled and nodded, waving at them. Come here quickly. I hunted a roe deer today, so I can't hold your hands. You have to walk on your own. Mother, we've grown up. We can walk and take care of our younger brothers, Rong'er said gently. She told them they would have to take care of their younger brothers after Qianyan left. They knew that their mother could not stay home all day either, as she had to earn money to raise them. They were sensible children and wanted to share the burden with their mother. Although they could not go hunting in the forest to earn money now, they knew that they could at least take care of their younger brothers so that their mother would have one less thing to worry about. Mother, we're all very obedient, Zheng'er added. Yes, you're all very obedient. You're all my good sons, Njue replied with a smile. An hour later, Njue, with a roe deer on her back and 2 children in tow, was approaching the treehouse when she was notified by Wei Na. Master, your man is back. Njue was surprised. My man? He's not my man. I'll block you out if you continue spouting nonsense. She did not expect Qian Jiyun to come at this time. She wondered if he would leave with Qian Yun, allowing her to be free to do whatever she wanted. Zheng'er ran towards Qian Jiyun, who was chopping firewood. He looked up at him and asked, Uncle Qian, what took you so long to come? He knew that Qian Jiyun and Qian Yun were siblings. Uncle Qian must have come to fetch Aniyun home, right? Although he accused Qian Jiyun of taking his time, he was rather unhappy that he was here. He wanted Qian Yun to stay with them and not leave. Zheng'er, come here. Let me hug you. Qian Jiyun had overheard the conversation between Njue and the 2 boys. He put down the axe in his hand and glanced at her. He walked over, took the roe deer from Njue, and placed it by the straw shed. Then, he removed the small basket on Zheng'er's back and picked him up. Rong'er, come over. I'll hug you too. Okay. Rong'er put down the basket on his back and ran over excitedly. Mother, Uncle Qian is here. We have to cook more food tonight. Rong'er nuzzled into Qian Jiyun's chest before turning his head to speak to his mother. Okay. Njue was initially stunned by her emptied hands. She simply nodded at her son after he called out to her. For some reason, there was a sense of sourness in her heart. They are father and son. After all, despite only knowing each other for a few days, they are already intimate. I can't compare to that. I'll cook, but you'll still have to start the fire, Rong'er. She knew that Qian Jiyun would have to leave eventually and did not want the boys to become too reliant on him. She had never asked her children to light a fire or wash the vegetables. This was the first time she initiated and called Rong'er to the kitchen with her. Weina thought, that's what they call jealousy. Rong'er did not suspect anything and nodded happily. Okay. And Njue looked at Qian Jiyun and asked, you're here? When do you intend to leave? Qian Yun heard her question as she walked down the treehouse. nearly missing a step and tumbling down. She rubbed the tip of her nose, feeling sorry for her brother. He had just arrived, but her sister-in-law was already chasing him away. She seemed wary of men. Sister Jiue, my brother said that he has settled his matters. You saved us, so I wanted to do something more for you. Aren't you reclaiming the mountainous land over there? Besides, we don't have much firewood left. We have to chop up more. My brother can do all of this. Yin Nuo had already been chased away by Qian Jiyun. He was not allowed to return to the treehouse before Qian Jiyun could woo Jiue back. Upon hearing her words, Jiue looked at Qian Jiyun in surprise. You're both staying here? Did he discover something? I thought he would leave with Qian Yun immediately or leave 1,000 taels of silver as repayment for saving their lives. But now he's moving in? What's going on? Ian likes this place, so I thought I'll let her stay here for a while longer. Qian Jiyun stared deeply into his wife's eyes. Why did I not notice the wariness in her eyes when she spoke to me? It seems like I'm not attentive enough. He added after some thought, it's rare for me to have some leisure time too. Would you mind if we stay a little longer at your house, Missin? And Jiue was silent. Can I say that I'm very unwilling? But Qian Yun has been here for so many days. If I'm unhappy about it, I should have expressed that a long time ago instead of waiting until now, right? I only have 3 rooms in my house. As you can see, there are a lot of people here now. Qian Jiyun raised an eyebrow. Is this an indirect rejection? Well, Ronger's voice interrupted them. Mother, it's okay. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Xing can sleep with Auntie Yun. Xiao Lu can sleep with you, and we can sleep with Uncle Qian. Xiao Lu One was the nickname for the little boy that Jiue found while buying cabbages. She named him Lu, and Jiue was surprised. These little traitors, who raised you? But then again, what kind of luck does Qian Jian have? He has 2 good sons who are siding with him even before finding out he's their father. So ridiculous. Don't they say that boys are closer to their mothers, while girls are closer to their fathers? Why are things the other way around here? Weina heard her thoughts. Just keep being jealous, master. Anyway, why do I feel like this man is not staying here for the 2 children? Am I wrong? Do as you please. And Jiue raised her hand to wipe her face, glancing at the roe deer on the ground before returning to the treehouse. It's not like I can stop them from developing their father-son relationship. I'll be struck by lightning if I do. Forget it. Since they want to stay for a little, so be it. Ronger slid down from Qian Jiyun's body and followed her. Mother, I'll help you start a fire. Mother, I'll wash the vegetables for you. Zheng'er also went along. Qian Jiyun's arms were instantly empty. When the mother and sons headed upstairs, Qian Yun leaned toward her brother and asked softly, Sister Jua wants to chase you away. Can we even stay here for long? Remember this, Zheng'er and Ronger are my sons. Do you understand? Qian Jiyun glanced at his sister and reminded her. Why? I understand that he wants to reunite with my sister-in-law, but why does he want to treat the 2 little ones as his biological sons? It's not that she's a second wife that he took to replace a dead wife. Yet, she already has 2 stepsons soon after their marriage. Won't this hinder their relationship as husband and wife? Why did my brother remind me to keep this a secret repeatedly? Think about it yourself. Qian Jiyun glanced coldly at his sister, turned around, and headed upstairs too. And gut that roe deer, he instructed without looking back. Qian Yun looked at the roe deer on the ground. She widened her eyes instantly and turned to look at his back. Huh, is this still my brother? Did he really ask me to do that? She had gotten used to hardships after going through a lot with her brother over the past few years. However, she still wondered why she had to be the one to gut the animal now that her older brother and sister-in-law were around. What is a younger sister? Is a younger sister meant to be exploited by her brother and sister-in-law? Big brother, you should have let Yin. But she knew that would not be a good idea as there would not be enough bedrooms if Yin Nuo had stayed. Her sister-in-law would definitely use that as an excuse to chase them away. Hence, she had to do this alone. Sigh. My life is so hard. Helping my brother woo my sister-in-law is not easy. Inside the kitchen in the treehouse, the 2 children were initially ready to help their mother in the kitchen, but a couple of words from Qian Jiyun sent them running downstairs excitedly to watch Qian Yun gut the roe deer. Only Qin Jiyun and Njiyue were left in the kitchen. I don't have much to do here. Go and look after the children. Njiyue instructed Qin Jiyun as if she was instructing Qianniya. Since he wanted to stay here for a while, he had to contribute and do something. However, she felt a little awkward being in the same room as him, especially since they were alone. She did not know how to interact with him. She might as well assign him to watch over Xiao Lu and the other two. Qin Jiyun had many things he wanted to tell Njiyue. He wanted to explain why she was chased out of the house. He also wanted to explain his relationship with that woman in the house. However, he kept silent when he watched her chop the vegetables. He was afraid that she would accidentally cut her fingers in shock if he told her. He decided to keep it in and bring it up after dinner. In the end, he agreed and went to check on the 3 children on the bed. Okay, I'll go check on them. Wei Na remarked after Qin Jiyun left, Master, I think things are not that simple. I don't think he's staying here because of his sister. Although Njiyue did not notice his hesitation to speak, Wei Na observed him very carefully. It refused to believe that Qin Jiyun had no other motives. Has your man taken a fancy to you? Maybe he's preparing to capture you to be his wife. Njiyue was silent. She wanted to chop Wei Na up with the knife in her hand if she could. Capture me to be his wife? You ought to know better. Shut up. Wei Na gasped. Having read her mind, it hurriedly hid in a corner. Master wants to chop me up. That's so cruel. Is it a sin to speak my mind? Crash. A porcelain bowl slipped out of Njiyue's hands and fell into the wooden basin, shattering with a crash. Water splashed up from the basin. Njiyue reached out to pick up the bowl but accidentally cut her finger with the broken pieces. Whoa, Jiyue. Qin Jiyun immediately rushed over and pulled her hand out of the wooden basin. He took out a handkerchief from his chest pocket and wiped her hand. He frowned when he saw the blood on her finger and immediately took out some ointment to apply it to her. He had wanted to talk to her about this when she was relaxed to prevent frightening her. He did not expect to still hurt her. He really wanted to slap himself in the face. Does it hurt? And no, I'm fine. And Jiyue retracted her hand. Her face was burning, and she turned her head away awkwardly. Wei Na snorted softly in the space. See? I knew it. This man is up to no good. He's really here for Master. But she didn't believe me earlier. Now we're screwed, aren't we? Master, he is definitely your man. Really? And Jiyue gritted her teeth and hissed at Wei Na. I'll seal you away if you don't shut up. Wei Na hurried back to a corner, shivering a little. Master wants to seal me away. She is definitely capable of this. Women are not to be trifled with. Angry women? All the more. And Jiyue ignored Wei Na and did not want to bother herself with Qin Jiyun. However, she recalled what Qin Jiyun had said moments ago and turned around to look at him involuntarily. What did you say just now? Did I mishear him? Or did Qin Jiyun say that wrongly? Lan Zhangfeng went to Minggu County to be a county magistrate. Qin Jiyun looked at her seriously and spoke again. And Jiyue was not too emotional when she heard Lan Zhangfeng's name. After all, he had nothing to do with her in the first place. However, she suddenly felt sorry for the host. As her father, Lan Zhangfeng refused to allow his daughter to return home after her husband died because he wanted to live a life of luxury. But look at him now. As the former daughter of a county magistrate, she had heard of Minggu County. It was the poorest county in the country. None of the county magistrates there held office for long. They either withdrew or were charged with all sorts of crimes and eventually beheaded. County magistrates sent to Minggu County were usually those who had offended someone and offended them big time. And Jiyue replied indifferently, where he goes is none of my business. Both she and the host no longer had anything to do with Lan Zhangfeng. The host severed ties with him and even changed her name because she was thoroughly disappointed in her father. Meanwhile, she never had any sort of relationship with Lan Zhangfeng. Are you here to take Zheng'er and Rong'er away? She asked, looking at him. From the moment she first heard his name, she had a feeling he would. They had a father-son relationship, after all. How could Qin Jiyun let them stay on the mountain forever after learning of their identities? Why would you think that? Qin Jiyun took the cloth from her hand and gestured for her to sit down. Let me do it. You sit over there and listen to me first. And Jiyue looked up and stared at his side profile. She wanted to reject him but found a stool and sat down in the end. She wanted to hear what he had to say. That woman back in that house was the reason for what happened 4 years ago. She was not my biological mother. She was only my stepmother, and she wanted me dead. I almost lost my life due to some secret schemes during that expedition. However, I was lucky and did not die, Qin Jian explained slowly as he washed the dishes. When I returned victoriously, I didn't think of you immediately because I found Yin Yin beaten up by that woman. She almost died. It was a close call. Yin Yin would have been gone if he had not returned in time. The injuries on Xiaoyun. And Zhu Yue opened her mouth to speak, but she was at a loss for words. She had seen the whip wounds on Qin Yun's arms. She had also asked about it, but Qin Yun only gave her some excuses. I thought there were only wounds on her arm. Are there whip wounds all over her body? Yes. It was because that woman hit her. Hatred was written all over Qin Jiyun's face when he mentioned his stepmother. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. I was only told later that you were chased out by that woman. The two children were also no longer around. I interrogated all the servants and found out that the woman sent people to abandon them in the deep mountains. As for you, your whereabouts were unknown. He really had no idea where she went. For all the years she had gone missing, he had searched continuously. He never found her. And Zhu Yue pursed her lips. Of course, my whereabouts were unknown. Was I supposed to wait for those people to come after me? She muttered. HM? Qin Jiyun narrowed his eyes and looked at her with confusion. Didn't you already know that I was chased out of my family's house? She looked up at Qin Jiyun, who was washing the dishes, and pursed her lips. After that, I secretly returned and asked around. It was not that Lan Zhengfeng didn't want to acknowledge me as his daughter. He already knew about everything early that morning and decided that once I returned, he would kill me, she said bitterly, a sarcastic smile on her face. Lan Zhengfeng was only a county magistrate. He did not dare to kill his daughter in broad daylight. Instead, he planned to chase her away and send people to pursue her to kill her. However, she was rescued by Ntu, who was on his way to the county to sell his prey. He accepted their bribe. Qin Jiyun narrowed his eyes menacingly. He should have known that Lan Zhengfeng would have the guts to treat his biological daughter like that. She was not only his daughter, but also his wife. He would not have dared to do this to an ex-wife. He did it because he accepted their bribes. Qin Jiyun had sent Lan Zhengfeng to Minggu County because he thought Lan Zhengfeng did not care about his relationship with his daughter. Such a person was not fit to be a parent, much less an official. He never thought that he would kill his daughter to earn a fortune. He ought to die. He cursed but glanced at Nju subconsciously. He was used to deaths on the battlefield, but Nju was different. Besides, she was Lan Zhengfeng's daughter. He did not want her to notice his killing intent towards Lan Zhengfeng. However, he did not notice any expression on Nju's face. After they chased me out of the Lan household, I wanted to find a place to settle down but was hunted by assassins. I was lucky to meet my father. I went home with him. He took me in as his daughter, and we've been living here. However, he passed away some time back. There was nothing else to hide since Qin Jian already knew. She might as well tell him the truth. I've been looking for you all these years. I even sent people to wait by your mother's grave, hoping that you would come. You never came, Qin Jian said. And Zhu Yue was silent. He sent people to wait by my mother's grave? Heh, you'll have to wait more then. Why? Qin Jian asked, not understanding. Shouldn't children go to their parents' graves on their death anniversaries? Wasn't it reasonable to assign people to wait there? I've relocated my mother's grave long ago. And Jiwei retorted, did you think that I would allow my mother to be buried in the Lan family ancestral grave after finding out what kind of person Lan Zhengfeng is? I just never expected. She recalled what she had seen when she secretly relocated her mother's grave during the night. She was so angry she wanted to tear off a piece of Lan Zhengfeng's flesh. What happened? Qin Jian asked. His instincts told him that something terrible had happened. Lan Zhengfeng was not someone who would treat his late mistress kindly. Perhaps he was wrong to have left so soon. Lan Zhengfeng did not put my mother's corpse in a coffin. He only wrapped her in a straw mat. The straw mat was covered with talismans used for black magic. And Zhu Yue took a deep breath. Although the host was the one who experienced this, She grew furious as she recalled the memory. Qin Jiyun cursed through gritted teeth. That captive. There were many types of black magic. He did not know what Lan Zhengfeng wanted to do to Njiyue's mother, but he knew he was definitely up to no good. I consulted some Taoist priests later. According to them, Lan Zhengfeng probably felt that my mother's death was mysterious since she had died from poisoning. He probably also thought that she should not be buried in the ancestral grave in the first place since she was only a mistress. But my mother saved you, and you were pressuring him. So he had no choice but to honor her death. Instead, he played hidden tricks. In short, he wanted my mother to die with grievances and avenge himself. And Njiyue said. Qin Jiyun took a deep breath and spat. Lan Zhengfeng, she is my life savior. How dare Lan Zhengfeng treat her like this? Even if she isn't my life savior, she still gave birth to a son and a daughter for him. How can he do such vicious things as her husband? This is proof of his awful character. I shouldn't have let him off so easily. I went too easy on him by sending him to Minggu County. Just you wait. I'll have plenty of time to torment this crazy thing. Njiyue. And Njiyue calmed herself down and asked, when are you taking Zheng'er and Rong'er away? Qin Jiyun stayed silent. When did I say that I'm taking them away? I'm trying to use them as an excuse to stay here. Njiyue, Zheng'er and Rong'er are still young. How can they leave you? He asked. And Njiyue fell silent. He was right. Zheng'er and Rong'er had been with her for so many years. They could not bear to leave her, and neither could she. She already found it difficult to separate from the two babies, even though she had only spent less than a month with them. But what can I do? Their biological father is here looking for them. I can't keep them to myself, right? Are you going to leave them here with me? She asked him. Qin Jiyun was lost for words and reminded her helplessly, Njiyue, did you forget something? What? And Njiyue asked. Njiyue, we are husband and wife. We had our wedding ceremony. Have you forgotten that? Although they had not consummated their marriage, they had plenty of time. They could take their time. As long as she could remember that they were husband and wife, it was enough for him. And Njiyue was extremely shocked. She had never thought about this. After all, she was not the host. However, she could not reveal that. So you want to live here? That can't be right. Qin Jiyun was already a great general 4 years ago. He must have earned a lot of military merit by now. How can he live in such a mountain? Qin Jiyun coughed. Of course, he wanted to stay here. However, he knew that he could not admit that to her because she would definitely explode. She had just received so much information. He had to slow things down first. Njiyue, you know that I'm a great general. I'm deployed for battle all year round. How can I stay here forever? I'll come over for a few days whenever I'm free. Besides, I told you that woman in my house is very vicious. I'll be worried about leaving Zheng'er and Rong'er in my home. But I can't bring them to the military camp either. They're still young, he added. So after thinking about it, I still feel it is safest to keep them by your side. What do you think? Of course, if you're willing to follow me to the military base with Zheng'er and Rong'er, that would be even better. And Njiyue was silent. He is basically forcing me to choose. But it is true that I still am his wife, that is undeniable. The two children also belong to Qin Jiyun. I can't stop them from seeing their father, right? But it is also unrealistic to separate them from me. Then you can stay here for now. But let's make this clear first. I won't share a bed with you, she said, taking a step back. Qin Jiyun nodded immediately. Sure. And Njiyue was confused. He agreed so quickly. Why do I feel like I got tricked? Something feels wrong. Very wrong. Wei Na was hiding in a corner inside the space. It had been drawing imaginary circles, but was now quietly watching its master fall for the words of a certain shameless man. It's her fault for thinking about chopping me up. I am very resolute. Since she doesn't want me to say anything, then I won't. I'll let her fall for it. But speaking of this man, he's actually not bad. Ahem, Njiyue, I'll sleep with Zheng'er and Rong'er tonight. Are you okay with that? Qin Jiyun coughed when he saw her perplexed gaze. He quickly changed the topic so that she would not notice anything. Sigh, it's no good having a wife so intelligent sometimes. It's not easy to fool her. They're your sons. Why would I mind? And Njiyue retorted. Okay. Qin Jiyun nodded again. I've washed the dishes. If there's anything else you need, I'll do it. It's fine. Go accompany Zheng'er and the others. I'll boil some water, and Jiue said. Since he's here to be with his sons, I'll let him do that. I don't need his help here anymore. I'll go over then. Qin Jiyun stood up and strode away. Brother, how is? Qin Yun hurriedly asked when she saw her brother coming over. However, she swallowed her words when she saw his cold gaze. She just wanted to ask because she was afraid that he would be chased away by her sister-in-law. Qin Jiyun stood next to her and reminded, remember to call Jiu's sister-in-law more often to help her get used to it. He then picked up Xiao Luer, who was crawling on the bed, and sat him up. He even gestured for him to sit up straight. Why are you crawling around? Sit down. Xiao Luer titled his head and blinked his large grape-like eyes at Qin Jiyun. This uncle is a little fierce. He doesn't even let me crawl on the bed. Can mother come over and kick him out? Qin Jiyun waved at Zheng'er and Rong'er. Zheng'er, Rong'er, come here. Uncle Qin. They crawled towards Qin Jiyun and rolled into his arms. Zheng'er, tell me, has your mother named your younger brothers? What are their names? Qin Jiyun asked. Zheng'er was stunned for a moment but answered, she did. The third oldest is called an Ilu, and his nickname is Xiao Luer. He looked at Xiao Luer as he spoke. Xiao Luer, who heard his brother mention his name, rolled on the bed before crawling towards Zheng'er again. Zheng'er continued, the fourth one is called an Izhou, and his nickname is Xiao Zhou. He's strong and sleeps very well. Mother said that he will definitely be as strong as an ox and grow tall. Qin Jiyun tapped Zheng'er and Rong'er's noses. Zheng'er and Rong'er will also grow strong and tall in the future, he said. Okay. Zheng'er clapped and cheered. However, Rong'er was unhappy and pouted. No way. I want to be refined and become a gentleman. I don't want to be strong like an ox. Mother said that's boorish. PFT. Qin Yun was amused by his words. All right, our Rong'er will definitely be an elegant gentleman loved by everyone in the future, she said to Rong'er. Rong'er raised his chin proudly. Of course. Uncle, the youngest one is called an Yixing, and his nickname is Xiao Xing. Mother said that he is very clever. He notices everything that happens outside. Zheng'er continued. Qin Jiyun nodded. I see. Bang, bang, bang. And Jiue was woken up by a series of hammering sounds under the treehouse early in the morning. Master, is someone trying to chop down this tree? Weina also heard the noises outside, but it had yet to take a look because it had just finished its work in the space. And Jiue snapped, I want to know too. She was angry about being woken up. She took a deep breath and glanced at Xiao Luer. He crawled around the bed and fell off after struggling to crawl over her. Picking him up, she got off the bed and opened the window to look downstairs. What are you doing? Are you not letting me sleep? And Jiue asked as she looked down to see Qin Jiyun, Qin Yun, Zheng'er, and Rong'er. Even the two babies were with them. Mother. Uncle Qin said that he wants to build a strong fence downstairs so that the wild beasts will not break into our house. Zheng'er raised his head and said to her. He had told Qin Jiyun the night before about how a snake once entered their house. Qin Jiyun suggested building a fence and planting brambles around it to prevent the wild beasts from barging in. Sigh. And Jiue carried the child in an arm and wiped her face with her other hand, before pulling her hair back. Come, Xiao Luer. Let's ignore those lunatics and get dressed up. She returned to the bed and wrapped him up with cloth tightly. She wore her outerwear first before clothing Xiao Luer. They then headed downstairs to watch Qin Jiyun labor. Do you have nothing better to do? She came to his side and asked, raising her eyebrows. Qin Jiyun replied as he continued building the fence. Let's make a fence. It's safer. He was shocked by Zheng'er and Rong'er's story last night. A large snake barged in the middle of the night. They would have been doomed if my wife did not have some skills. Although I'll be around often in the future, I can't be by Jiue's side all the time. She also has 5 children. This treehouse is not very safe for them. Qin Jiyun would have bought the entire mountain if the emperor had not given it away. They could do whatever they wanted on the mountain. They could even build a house with gray bricks and tiles. As he knew that Jiue would not be willing to leave this place for now, he could only think of setting up more safety measures here. However, he was still determined to find a way to buy this forest. Building a fence is not a bad idea. We can plant some pumpkins and winter melons on it. We won't have to worry about food during autumn. Weina was speechless. Master, he's thinking about your safety, but you're thinking about food. Is my foodie master growing air in the 5 plots of land in her space? She still wants to grow vegetables and melons outside? There is so much food in the space. What do you know? Can we share the food in the space with everyone? And Jiyue retorted, that is obviously impossible. So it's not wrong of me to plant vegetables and melons, right? Qin Jiyun was surprised. He wanted to plant brambles. Wild boars loved vegetables and melons. It would be even more unsafe for them. Jiyue, why don't we grow something else? How about some bitneria? Its fruits are quite delicious, not practical. And Jiyue interrupted him. They are only fruits. I can find fruits everywhere on the mountain during the summer. There's no need to plant them. It's not easy for this tree to grow so big. It is only possible because there are no brambles around it. If you plant brambles, this place will be filled with brambles when I don't live here anymore. And this tree, do you understand? She raised her eyebrows. Brambles could not be eradicated. They might leave some roots behind even if they were uprooted. By then, wildfires would not be able to burn them away, and they would grow again in the spring breeze. She could not allow such a big tree to be destroyed because of her. Besides, she doubted the usefulness of brambles, as they could be trampled by the wild beasts when they attack. People don't come to the mountain often. I'll set up an array formation by the side when I'm free, she added when she saw that he was still conflicted. You know how to set up an array formation? Qin Jiyun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, and Jiyue nodded. My father's family has a secret technique that he was never able to master. He taught it to me, and I learned it. There are many ancient array formations recorded. Of course, that was a lie. How could that be true? Besides this wooden house, the only other thing her godfather gave her was a small box. In fact, it was a box without a key and could not be opened. Weina thought, when did the points mall become your father, master? Now that Njiyue was reminded of the box, she had an idea. The Njiyue of the past may not be able to open it, but that does not mean I can't. I'm a special agent. How can I not be capable of this? I have to check out what my father left for me when I'm free. I see. Qin Jiyun did not say anything else after hearing her words. She can do whatever she wants. I'll just send more people to protect her if need be in the future. Go ahead and plant more vegetables and melons then. Jiyue, put him down. He's a young man now. You shouldn't carry him around every day. He should walk on his own, he suggested, feeling uncomfortable watching Xiao Luer lays in Njiyue's arms. Upon hearing Qin Jiyun's words, Njiyue felt some disdain for him in her heart. Young man? Xiao Luer is only a little over a year old. You'll only learn how to walk at 2 years old. How can I put him down to walk by himself? I'll carry him. We're on a mountain, and the road is uneven, she said. There were many uneven rocks on the ground. He would definitely bleed a lot if he fell. It was not easy for her to raise a child here. I'll chop some wood later and make a chair for him, Qin Jiyun said. It doesn't matter if it's our son. I can't let my wife tire herself out no matter what. Up to you. Talk when it's done. And Jiyue ignored him and carried the child to play with Zheng and the others. Aunt Ju and another auntie walked over from a distance. Jiyue. And Jiyue had just put the child down when she turned around and saw them. She walked over and asked, Aunt Ju, Aunt Meow, why are you here? Aunt Ju looked at Qin Jiyun and asked Jiyue, why is young Master Qin here? Is he here to fetch Miss Qin? Something like that. And Jiyue replied vaguely and did not explain her relationship with Qin Jiyun. She could not possibly say that Qin Jiyun was here to visit his 2 sons, right? Aunt Ju, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? She quickly changed the topic. Sigh, I was frightened. Aunt Ju sighed heavily and lowered her voice. What happened? And Jiyue asked. The wild beasts on the mountain did not descend the mountain. What frightened her? She thought Aunt Ju was tired from climbing the mountain. After all, she had to walk on long stretches of mountain roads to get to her small treehouse. If Njiyue had to take an hour climbing the mountain at her usual pace, Aunt Ju and the others, who do not climb up the mountain often, would take even longer. You didn't know, Jiyue? I heard from the people from the county that several villages in town have contracted an epidemic disease. It's terrifying. An epidemic disease? And Juyue was shocked. Epidemic diseases were no joke. Many people could die if it was not handled well. What about our village? Is everything all right? She asked hurriedly. We're fine. We're fine. Aunt Meow quickly answered. The villagers listened to your suggestion and only drank water collected from the mountain. We even lined up to wash our clothes with the water collected. The houses are also cleaned up well. Everything is all right here. This is all thanks to you, Jiyue. You're a great hero to our village. She was almost scared out of her wits when she learned that other villages had epidemic diseases. She was relieved that she had listened to the chief and the junior officer and did not go against Njue or slack off. That's not enough. Njue thought for a moment and shook her head again. Her expression remained awful. There are epidemics in the nearby villages. Some of our young married women must have gone back to visit their parents, right? She asked. Well, Aunt Ju hesitated for a moment before nodding. A few very filial ones went back, but most didn't. They didn't dare to go back. Everyone is afraid of being infected by the disease. It's too scary. They did want to stop them from returning, but they could not possibly stop them from being filial to their elderly parents. Hence, the women were allowed to return since they insisted. Jiyue, what do you think? What should we do? Aunt Meow asked. Huh. And Jiyue was stunned by her question. What's the point of asking me? Am I supposed to go after the women with a fire torch and chase them back one by one? Besides, they have left already. Isn't it more dangerous to rush them back? Aunt Ju, Aunt Meow, are you two here to ask me for my opinions? She asked quietly. Yes, yes. Aunt Meow was a straightforward person. She nodded repeatedly. Jiyue, you're smart. Give us some ideas. What we should do next. What nonsense are you spouting? Aunt Ju elbowed Aunt Meow and rolled her eyes. Even if they were here to seek advice, she felt that they should not ask so candidly. And Jiyue is a single lady. After all, it will be great if she comes up with a good idea. But if she does not, someone wicked might come knocking on her door to cause trouble for her. Jiyue, the junior officer wants to ask if you have any good ideas for us. Then, we'll tell the others that they're his and the chief's ideas. We'll try not to implicate you. How about that? After staying at Njiyue's house for a few days, she realized that Njiyue did not want to be troubled by others. She liked being alone peacefully and did not like outsiders disturbing her. Moreover, it was not that she could not give any suggestions. It was just that it was a thankless task to suggest a single idea. If she suggested a good idea, the villagers would say it was her obligation. However, if things were to go wrong, they would blame her for it and probably cover her in spit. They could not afford to cause trouble for a single lady like Njiyue. Aunt Ju, you're being too polite. Njiyue smiled. She would not be so unreasonable as to withhold giving a small suggestion. Since you came here specially to ask me, I will share some ideas. I'll have to trouble you to tell the junior officer and the chief. Aunt Ju was the junior officer's wife, and although Aunt Meow was not the chief's wife, she was his younger sister-in-law. The chief knew what his wife was like, so he discussed with his younger brother to send his wife instead. Aunt Ju smiled when she heard that she was willing and quickly replied, Okay, go on. The fact that there are no epidemic diseases in our village is definitely something to be happy about. However, we can't be too happy. What if? Just what if? What if the young married women bring their parents back to our village secretly because they cannot bear to see them suffer? Epidemic diseases may be asymptomatic at first. What if they bring the diseases to our village? We have to be on guard, and we have to be focused. Aunt Ju and Aunt Meow became anxious when they heard her words. Then what should we do? Such a thing had happened in their village. A young married woman once secretly hid her brother in their village because he had committed a crime back home. In the end, she attracted the attention of an official from the county government. But that was still not too bad. At least it was not an epidemic disease. How about gathering all the able-bodied men in the village to take turns guarding the village every day to prevent outsiders from entering? Qin Jiyun walked over and suggested. Many villages were probably doing this now. Otherwise, it would be very chaotic. Qin Yun walked over too and echoed her brother's suggestion. That's right, Sister Jiyue. It'll be fine if many people are guarding. That's a good idea, but there are drawbacks. Zheng'er, come here. And Jiyue nodded before shaking her head. She then summoned Zheng'er, who was playing at the side. Mother. Zheng'er and Rong'er walked over together. Rong'er, you heard what we said just now. What would you do if it were you? She squatted down beside them. Aunt Ju and Aunt Meow were dumbfounded. What is Jiyue doing? The two children are still young. What good ideas can they have? Jiyue, what are you? Zheng'er thought for a moment and said softly, I think Uncle Qian's idea is very good, Mother. But it would be even better if we also have a hidden sentry post. That's right, Mother. Rong'er naturally agreed with his older brother. He nodded quickly, expressing agreement. You told us a few days ago that the most important thing when hunting is to set up a few traps. We can chase the smaller animals into the traps and lure the bigger ones by throwing some food inside the traps. Mother, I think there should be someone guarding for everyone to see, but there must also be someone guarding secretly, Zheng'er said to his heck mother seriously. That's right. Zheng'er and Rong'er are awesome. I'll cook something delicious for you later, okay? And Jiyue nodded at them in satisfaction and encouraged them so that they would continue working hard in the future. Thank you, Mother. The two little ones thanked her in unison. Go and play. Keep an eye out for your younger brothers, especially your third brother. And Jiyue instructed them and stood up after they left. Aunt Meow thought for a moment and said, Jiyue, are you saying we should let people go into houses every day secretly? That can only be possible at night. Although that would be a little troublesome, an epidemic was not a trivial matter. They had to do something no matter what. No. And Jiyue shook her head. Zheng'er meant that the junior officer and the chief should send some of the able-bodied men to secretly monitor the roads leading into our village every day. If anyone is about to enter the village, they have to quickly inform the others to stop them. Everyone who leaves the village, even those entering the mountain, have to register with the chief or the junior officer to inform where they are going. They also cannot be away for too long. Also, what you suggested has to be done too, Aunt Meow. But it cannot be done in secret. We have to do that openly so everyone knows that there might be someone coming to check and monitor every household in the village anytime. We have to use extreme measures and not show mercy. Is that all we need to do? Aunt Ju asked. And Jiyue raised her eyebrows. Of course not. These are just some of my suggestions. If they are helpful, we will benefit greatly. There's a saying that rewards allure men to brave danger. How about this, Aunt Ju? Tell the junior officer and the chief that if anyone finds an extra person in a house and reports them, the chief or the junior officer can collect a piece of preserved wild boar meat from me on their behalf, she said. Their eyes widened when they heard about the wild boar meat, mouths almost drooling. All right, we'll go back now. Aunt Ju nodded and was about to leave when she turned to look at Jiyue. Jiyue, is everything all right here? I think you should let young Master Qian and Miss Qian stay here for a few more days. It's really not safe out there now. It was not safe due to the epidemic. What if they left and contracted the disease? It would be better for them to stay. And Jiyue was silent. Even if it's safe outside, Qian Jiyun, this rascal, will not leave so quickly. However, she was rather thankful. If not for the crisis outside, she would not have had an excuse for why Qian Jiyun and Qian Yiyun were staying at her house and even building a fence for her. Yes, I'm also thinking about letting them stay for a few more days. Zheng'er and Rong'er want to learn some martial arts too. They can become Big Brother Qian's disciples and learn some martial arts. The skills will be practical for living on this mountain in the future. Good, that's good. Aunt Ju replied repeatedly. After some time, the two women left together. Actually, we can ask them to find a physician in town to prepare some medicine for epidemic diseases, Qian Jiyun reminded her. And Jiyue shrugged and replied, I've told them about this last time. A few families in the village had spare money to buy medicine. However, everyone believed that they would be safe if they did not leave their houses and would only go out if they had to make a necessary trip. Let's hope that the royal court can settle this matter as soon as possible, she said, and went upstairs to cook. This was not something an ignorant woman like her could handle. She was only concerned with having 3 meals a day. She had to eat breakfast, right? Qian Yiyun walked up to her brother secretly and asked, Big brother, will the royal court care about this? What do you think the royal court will do? Qian Jiyun asked. The people there, who set themselves high above the masses, had always trifled with the lives of the commoners. When has anyone really cared about the lives of these poor commoners? Everyone knows how to say honeyed words, and no one is stingy with them. They say things the emperor likes to hear. Qian Yun staggered at her brother's words. If the emperor knew about this, it would be considered a great blessing if he sent a few imperial physicians to them. However, if chaos broke out here, the royal court would only send troops to suppress it by setting fire to the village. They were capable of doing that. In fact, there had been such records in history. Big brother, are you not going to care about this? She asked. This is not something we should get involved with, Qianjian said. Even if he wanted to do something, he could not do so openly. So how could he say that he would casually? Watch the children carefully. I'll take a look inside. After saying that, he went upstairs. Qian Yun pursed her red lips as she watched her brother leave. That's right. Big brother is only a military officer, after all. Even though he has been conferred a title of nobility, he should not be interfering in these matters. Besides, the royal court has not issued a decree for anything to be done yet. And Jiyue was writing a medical prescription in her room. Master, why did you do that? You offered not only suggestions but also wild boar meat. Weina kept nagging in her mind. You're too long-winded, and Jiyue said. This rascal is about to become my housekeeper. It obviously sounds like a male spatial soul, but why is it like a naggy housewife? Do you think I'm willing? Will things be all right on the mountain if there is an epidemic in the village below? I can only live a good life here if nothing happens to them there. Many people below the mountain were good, but some harbored ill intentions. She could be caught off guard by those who contracted the epidemic disease and were unhappy to see others not suffering. She might also contract the disease unknowingly. It would still be all right if she was the one who contracted the disease. She could be treated. However, there were children here. No one could guarantee that the children would be safe from the epidemic disease. Then why are you also giving them a prescription to cure the epidemic disease? Weina asked. She is giving both the meat and prescription away freely. Master is suffering a huge loss this time. And Jiyue was surprised. She did not think she was suffering a loss. Weina, what do we lack most now? She asked faintly. Is there a need to ask? Points, of course. Weina replied unhappily. They lacked points the most. The growth of plants and animals inside and outside in Jiyue's space was too slow. If Weina was not merely a red dot, its hair would have turned white from stress. In that case, is there anything wrong with writing a prescription for the disease? And Jiyue asked. Oh. Weina staggered and understood suddenly. That's right. How could I forget? You can also earn points by saving people, Master. This prescription could treat the epidemic disease and save people. If the sick took the medicine and recovered, their points in the points mall would increase rapidly. Master, you're amazing. You even thought of this. It flattered its master. And Jiyue was speechless. Seriously, Weina. She shook her head and finished writing the prescription. Just as she was about to put it away, she saw Qian Jiyun standing at the door. She frowned slightly and questioned Qian Jiyun unhappily. You, why did you come into my room? I have not stepped into your room. Qian Jiyun looked down at his feet. Indeed, he had not stepped into Jiyue's room. And Jiyue held her breath in shock and almost suffocated. Although he did not enter her room, he watched her write the prescription by the door. She could only blame herself for not closing the door. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Take this. She could not do anything about him. She walked up to him and slapped the paper containing the prescription on his chest. Qian Jiyun did not tease her anymore either. He took the prescription and studied it. A prescription for treating the epidemic disease? He raised his eyebrows and looked at her. And Jiyue shrugged and replied, something like that. This is a prescription I happened to obtain in the past. It was said that it's specifically used to treat epidemic diseases. However, its exact use varies for different persons and diseases. The prescription still needs revision. I've never met anyone with epidemic disease, so I don't know how to do that. In truth, she had studied Western medicine. It would be easy for her to perform surgery on someone now. However, she was quite unfamiliar with Chinese medicine. Do you know any imperial physicians? Give this prescription to them and let them handle it. However, don't implicate me. I won't admit it if you tell others that this prescription is mine. She made it clear first so that her prescription could not be traced back to her to save herself a lot of trouble. It did not matter if she denied that the prescription was hers. She would be happy as long as the points mall recognized her actions and her points increased. Did you also put medicine based on this prescription inside the mountain spring? Qin Jiyun guessed, looking at her earnestly. He had smelt a faint medicinal scent when he went to fetch water at the mountain spring. He thought she prepared in advance and scattered medicinal powder. And Juyue was silent. What's this guy's zodiac? He's so sharp. Is he born to be my natural enemy? Not really. I only used a few medicinal herbs. It's not easy to find herbs on the mountain. Some of the herbs in the prescription can't be found during this season, she replied honestly. There had just been a flood, and now there was this commotion. With 5 children at home, it was naturally impossible for her to get these medicines. Besides, she had limited money. She could not possibly starve herself to death for the sake of others. She was not that generous. Understood. Qin Jiyun nodded and folded the prescription carefully before putting it away. Good. You should do what you need to do. I'll go cook. With that, Njiyue closed the door and went to the kitchen. She had to lock the door every day and could not afford to relax for a moment anymore. She was meant to work hard all her life. It was rather exhausting thinking, monitoring, and managing everything. Oh, right, one more thing. She turned around by the kitchen door suddenly and looked at Qin Jiyun. The excuse I gave Aunt Ju and Aunt Meow just now is not a lie. I do hope that you can use this free time to teach your sons some self-defense moves. This is a good time for them to learn martial arts. Their bones will fuse after some time. It'll be harder to learn martial arts then. All right, I will, Qin Jiyun replied. The quiet days on the mountain passed quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not many climbed up the mountain over the past few days, so they did not receive any news from the village. However, the village was far from peaceful. Another one. Why don't they care about the lives of our villagers? Aunt Ju stood outside the courtyard and watched as the village men chased an entire family of outsiders away. A woman cried miserably next to them. However, no matter how miserable she was, no one sympathized with her. Everyone could see that the older men in that family had ashen faces and were coughing. They did not even dare to take in those who appeared well, let alone sick. The men covered their faces with white cloths and held broomsticks and rods as they faced the family, stopping them from entering the village. When the woman saw that everyone refused to let her bring her family into the village, she knelt down before them. I beg you, junior officer, chief, please take pity on my parents. They've been chased out and have nowhere to go. Please let me bring my parents in. But what was the use of kneeling down? Without waiting for the chief and the junior officer to say anything, a 50-year-old woman pushed through the crowd. Her face was also covered with a white cloth as she looked at her daughter-in-law with teary eyes. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Shinger. Even if the chief and the others agree to your request, I won't. If you really can't bear to leave your parents, go with them. I'll tell your husband to get you a divorce letter. Everyone in their village knew the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law never quarreled since the latter married into the family. The daughter-in-law was always allowed to take whatever she wanted from her in-law's house to send to her parents. However, the situation was different now. The epidemic was very serious. If she relented and allowed her daughter-in-law's family to enter, she would not be able to bear the responsibility if anything happened to the villagers in a few days. You. The woman stood up in anger immediately. Mother, how can you do this? They are my biological father and mother. You're my mother-in-law. How can you not care about my parents? Do you still have a conscience? Think about it. I suffered so much after I married into your family. I served you and your family every day. Oh, but now that my family is in trouble, you want your son to divorce me? How can there be such a good thing? I will bring my parents into the village today. I will enter even if you stop me. You. The old woman almost fainted from anger when she heard her daughter-in-law's words. Suffering so much? So she feels wronged marrying into our family? However, the old woman remembered that she was the one who did most of the chores at home. She was also the one who took care of her grandchildren. Why was her daughter-in-law, who barely did anything, the one suffering? She toughened up and retorted, if you dare to enter, I'll ask them to chase you out. I won't care even if they beat you to death. The woman felt her anger caught in her throat and pointed at her mother-in-law. She thought that her mother-in-law would do as she said and plead for her after saying something harsh. She did not expect the old woman to be so difficult to deal with. When did someone weak and gentle like her harden like iron? She questioned her mother-in-law with a pale face. Mother, are you really going to watch my family await our deaths outside? Are you allowing your grandchildren grow up without their mother and be bullied by their future stepmother? The old woman staggered, and her heart softened. Shinger, or why don't you or what? Tell her to get lost. The old woman was interrupted by an aged voice. She turned around and saw her mother-in-law, an old woman with snow-white hair, standing behind everyone. Mother, why are you here? You can't be foolish at a time like this. The woman quickly questioned the old woman. Foolish? Grandmother, your granddaughter-in-law's family is in trouble. As my in-laws, shouldn't you care? She had to distract them so they would not chase them away. Why should I care? The old woman glared at her. Wang Shinger, you keep saying that you're thinking about your family. But have you ever thought about what will happen to your son and daughter if you bring your family into the village to live here? What if they catch the epidemic disease? It is rightful to care about your parents. No one will stop you. But you can't harm an entire village for the sake of your parents. Besides, you don't even care about your husband and children. Since you can disregard their lives, why should we care about you? She was old and could perceive things more clearly. Her granddaughter-in-law seemed okay, but that was only limited to the chores at home which her mother-in-law did. Would she still be nice if she had to do all the chores instead? She might have thrown a tantrum long ago. Someone yelled, "That's right. People like her can even harm her son, but still want to seek our sympathy shamelessly. Hurry, we should chase them out. The longer they stay here, the more dangerous it will be for us." Everyone began hitting the family with their weapons almost immediately. Wang Shinger quickly retreated with her parents and brothers. They fled for quite a distance. Someone shouted at their backs, "Go away! Go far away! If we see you again, we'll set you on fire." Wang Shinger trembled with anger, but she had no choice but to leave with her family. Just you wait. I'll definitely be back. This is all because of Njue. If she didn't come up with this stupid idea for so many people to guard the village, I could have brought my family in to stay with my in-laws. I would have made sure that nobody would chase us out. But we can't even enter the village now. They could only watch the peaceful village from afar. Watch out, Njue. I'll definitely take revenge on you. When the men heard this, they wanted to rush forward and beat her to death. Why did she involve Njue in this? How can there be such a person like her? How shameless. Although it was Njue's idea, it was for the villagers' sake. Without Njue, the people from other villages might have already entered their village. They might have all contracted the epidemic disease too. Although they sympathized with the people from other villages, the most important thing now was to save their lives. No one would have the ability to care for others if they, too, lost their lives. The villagers were so grateful to Njue that those who criticized her previously stopped doing so. Someone said, "Aunt Lon, your daughter-in-law is bad." Aunt Lon could not say anything else and simply turned around to help her mother-in-law back inside. "Everyone, let's go home and take a shower." Everyone turned around and left too. Wang Shinger saw from afar that all the men outside the village had left. Even her in-laws had left. The hatred in her heart grew, and she wished she could set fire to them. Wang Shinger's mother recalled what happened inside. "Shinger, I told you. Don't come here. We can stay in the straw shed in our village. Why didn't you listen to me?" Although they had been chased out of their homes, they could live in straw sheds outside their village. The villagers would often come to deliver food to those who had contracted the disease. They were not completely homeless. They could still go home after they were cured. Since they could go home, why did they have to come here? Besides, if the people in their village would not let them stay, those from other villages would also refuse. She had also heard from the men that no one in this village had contracted the epidemic disease. They would be guilty of a heinous crime if the villagers contracted the disease because of them. "Mother, how can you speak up for them?" Wang Shinger stared at her mother in disbelief. She could not believe that her mother was the one who said those words. "Who am I doing this for? It's all for you. Look at father's current state. If he can't rest well, he will die. This is all because my mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law are too selfish. They won't even help with such a small matter. Humph. I'll teach her a lesson when this epidemic is over. I won't let her off easily. I'll definitely make life difficult for those afraid of death, especially that useless mother-in-law of mine. The old woman almost died of anger. She turned around and looked at her daughter-in-law, who had not said a word on the way here. Instead, her daughter-in-law had been worried about her daughter's 2 children, afraid that they would spread the disease to them. Her daughter-in-law had been considerate towards her and did not want to make things difficult for her. But what about her own daughter? Her daughter spoke terribly to her mother-in-law and did not even think of her children. It was not what a mother should be like. Xinger, why did you become like this? She wondered if she had spoiled her daughter so much that she became so unreasonable and would not even care about her family. Mother, I haven't changed. They're the ones who. This won't do. They were heartless to me. So don't blame me for my disloyalty. I can't let them off easily. Wang Xinger did not feel that she had done anything wrong. Instead, she spoke spitefully while looking in the direction of the village. Father, mother, go back to the straw shed in your village first. I'll be back soon. With that, she ran towards the big mountain. Xinger, come back. Ahem. The old woman could not get her daughter's attention and could only watch as she ran away. Sigh, this is a family misfortune. Wang Xinger's father sighed as he watched his daughter leave. Father, don't say that. She is only doing this for our family's sake, his daughter-in-law placated. The old man looked deeply into his daughter-in-law's eyes, but did not say what was on his mind. He knew his daughter was not doing this for their sake. She clearly did not wish to live in the straw shed with many others who had the epidemic disease. That was why she wanted to bring them to her in-law's house. But she should have known that her in-laws were not fools. It would be a fatal mistake if they allowed her to bring people with the epidemic disease into the village to stay. Many people in their own village had already died from the disease. Let's go. Let's leave first. If she wants to come back, she can come back. If she doesn't, then forget it. Shaking his head, he was helped back to his village by his son. Humph, your wife is too inconsiderate. Wang Xinger's in-laws had already closed the door and were chatting in the main hall. Father, Xinger is actually. Sigh, even I don't know what to say about her. The young man, who was criticized, sighed softly and turned his head away without saying anything. What else can I do? She is my wife and the mother of my children. Although she is too vicious this time, I can't ignore her, right? Why don't we set up a straw shed at the village entrance and let Xinger and her family stay there? He suggested. Shut up. The old woman, Wang Xinger's grandmother-in-law, slammed the table and looked at her grandson angrily. Do you think there's not enough going on? Did your wife ever think about you or your children when she brought her family over? She only thought of herself. The old woman snapped, not giving him a chance to speak. Your mother has been the one doing all the chores. I asked your wife to do a little, but she dared to shout at me. What about you? Do you think it's right for your mother to serve your wife every day? We won't talk about that, but this right now is an epidemic. Is that a joke? Let me tell you this. I have no objections if you want to go through thick and thin with your wife. However, let's make one thing clear. If you leave this house today, don't ever come back. I don't have a grandson like you in my family. The young man looked up at her in shock. Grandmother, what are you saying? Is it wrong for me to feel sorry for my wife? Don't call me that. I don't have a grandson like you. The old woman glared at her grandson and then looked at her son. Listen to me carefully. Keep an eye on him. Everyone in our village is united. We cannot drag everyone down because of our family. When Xinger insisted on leaving, I told her that she could if she wanted to, but she could not come back because of the epidemic. I am serious about this. If any of you dare to meet Xinger behind my back, don't blame the chief for being heartless when he chases us out of the village. I know, mother. Her son nodded. She sighed softly in response. They were a little more heartless. However, besides being heartless, what other choices did they have? Let Wang Xinger bring her family into the village and spread the disease to the villagers? That Wang Xinger is really something. She knows that her family contracted the epidemic disease, but she still dared to bring them to the village. Grandmother, I want to see Xinger. The old woman looked at her grandson and raised an eyebrow. You still want to see her? I won't stop you if you really want to go and see her. Go on. I'll go to the chief and the junior officer and explain things. You will no longer be part of our village. Let everyone see you and chase you out of the village immediately. How about that? Grandmother, I'm your biological grandson. The young man was shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at his grandmother, unable to believe what he had just heard. You're wrong. The old woman shook her head sadly, her aged eyes glaring fiercely at him with all their might. Your family is outside this village, and there is only Wang Xing'er. But from me, the oldest here, to the two youngest ones, none of us have anything to do with you. Our lives are not as important as your wife's. You can go to your wife's family and live with them in the future. She pointed to the door. The man lowered his head in shame and stopped talking. She was right. What would they do if he really went to see Wang Xing'er and spread the epidemic disease to the village? Since Xing'er decided to bring her parents here, could it be that her father only has an ordinary illness and not the epidemic disease? He guessed. You, the old woman, almost died of anger. Can you rely on guesses at a time like this? It doesn't matter. So what if he might not have the epidemic disease? We don't know if Wang Xing'er is trying to seek refuge with you because her father contracted the disease. Have you ever thought about how ruthless she is? She wouldn't have done such a thing if she was more considerate towards you. Grandmother, enough. I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. From today onwards, you don't have to go out. The crops in the fields have been planted anyway. Stay at home. If I catch you going out, you don't have to come back. The old woman spoke straightforwardly when she saw that her grandson was still weak-willed. She said to her son, "Go to my room and bring me that lock. Lock this unfilial thing in his room. Also, seal his window. I want to see how he'll get out to meet Wang Xing'er." Grandmother. The young man was shocked and looked at his grandmother in disbelief. Are they going to lock me up to prevent me from leaving? How am I going to meet Xing'er secretly? However, his family, especially his grandmother, knew him well. How could they let him have his way? Hence, he did not have to go out anymore from now on. On the mountain, spring water flowed down the cliff continuously, gathering in a large pool. It was afternoon, and the place was quiet. Not many people came to fetch water at the spring. Suddenly, a woman emerged, panting. She placed her bag on a rock and took out all the clothes inside. I want to see if you can survive after drinking the water that my father's clothes have soaked in. So you want the entire village to be well? Dream on. She snorted coldly and was about to throw the clothes she had into the spring. However, she was kicked aside before she could do so. She screamed and fell onto a pile of rocks, clutching her father's clothes tightly. What are you trying to do? Qianyun was here to fetch water. She had noticed that there was not much water left in the kitchen and scooped all the water into the cooking pot. She wanted to collect water to save her brother some trouble. She did not expect to witness a woman about to throw her clothes into the spring from afar. This spring water is our drinking water. The entire village at the foot of the mountain also drinks this water. How can she wash her clothes here? How disgusting is that? Wang Xing'er did not expect to meet someone here. She gulped in fear. She had seen her before. She was rescued by Njue from the flood. She had even watched her skin animals ruthlessly. Didn't she already leave? Why is she still here? No, nothing. My clothes are dirty. I came to wash them, she said guiltily. Wash your clothes? There was no way Qianyun would believe her. Wang Xing'er knew that the water here was for drinking, but she still came to wash her clothes. She was also stammering. It was clear something was wrong. I know you. You're from the village. You must know that the water here is for drinking. Tell me, what are you trying to do? Qianyun had interacted with the village women for many days at her sister-in-law's place and had memorized their appearances. She remembered that this woman often ordered her mother-in-law about. She had never seen such a daughter-in-law. She had even complained to her brother about her. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just washing my clothes. If you don't want me to wash them, so be it. I'm going back. Wang Xing'er felt that she could not allow herself to be exposed here. She had to leave this place first. She also could not let the villagers discover her. Otherwise, they would definitely beat her to death. Hence, she stood up with the clothes in her hands, packed her bags, and prepared to leave. However, Qian Ayun would not let her have her way. She grabbed a rod and knocked her out with a single strike, causing her to fall onto the pile of rocks. Then, she waited by the side. Although it was already afternoon, some villagers would still come to fetch water. She would find out what the woman was up to if she waited for a villager to come and ask them about the situation. Don't think I'm ignorant. I know that the laundry must first be placed in wooden basins or bamboo baskets and then brought to the river for washing. I've washed my brother and sister-in-law's clothes a few times, okay? After waiting for about 15 minutes, a young man with 2 empty wooden buckets arrived. Hey, isn't this Wang Xinger? Why is she here? The man was shocked to see a woman lying beside the spring. However, he was even more surprised when he saw who it was. Didn't we chase this woman away? Why is she here? Qian Ian walked out from the side and asked the man, Hey, you know her? Who is she? You. The man was shocked by Qian Iyun's sudden appearance and took a step back. Don't be afraid. I knocked her out, but I didn't do anything bad. I just want to know what this woman was trying to do. Qian Iyun quickly explained when she saw that the man's face had turned pale. She really did not do anything bad. No matter what that woman was up to, Qian Iyun decided she should knock her out first and inquire about it later. If it was a misunderstanding, she could just apologize to the woman. Miss Qian, why did you knock her out? How did she get here? The man swallowed and asked carefully. Compared to finding Wang Xinger on the ground, he was more curious about how she got here. You'll have to ask her. Qian Iyun shrugged and looked at the unconscious Wang Xinger. Everyone knows that the water here is for drinking, but she brought many clothes here to wash. That's outrageous. Who else should I hit if not her? She reached out to open Wang Xinger's bag, but a hand grabbed her wrist. Miss Qian, don't touch those. You must not touch them. The man broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that she was about to touch Wang Xinger's belongings. He quickly grabbed her, not caring that physical contact between a man and woman should be limited. Why? Qian Iyun was surprised. So this woman is not a good person. Does she have evil intentions? The man explained. This woman is Wang Xinger. She's from our village, but she returned to her parents' home a few days ago. She brought her family here today to seek refuge with her in-laws. But her father seems to have contracted the epidemic disease. We chased her out of the village not long ago. At noon, Qian Iyun was shocked and quickly retracted her hand. What? She saw that Wang Xinger was about to put a few pieces of clothing into the spring. Judging from the style and color of the clothes, they should belong to a man, an older man. Do those clothes belong to Wang Xinger's ill father? What a vicious woman. She wanted to soak her father's clothes in the spring. She looked at Wang Xinger. If she had a knife in her hand, she would definitely stab her ruthlessly. Wang Xinger wanted to harm the entire village and implicate her sister-in-law. The man was frightened by Qian Iyun's words and stammered, what? She actually dared to do that? Miss Qian, has she? Of course not. Qian Iyun raised her chin proudly. I noticed it in time and kicked her away. Honestly, she simply did not want to bring home the water someone else had used for laundry washing. She was unaware that her sister-in-law always collected water flowing along the rock cliff. Miss Qian, please wait. I'll go find the chief. The man realized that the matter was serious and he could not be the one to decide what to do. He could only invite the chief or the junior officer over. Soon, the chief, the junior officer, and many others gathered around the spring. Wang Xinger's husband was also brought over by his grandmother and parents. The entire family looked at Wang Xinger, who had yet to regain consciousness, with hatred. Look carefully, grandson. Is such a woman really worth falling head over heels for? She's a ruthless woman. The old woman looked at Wang Xinger hatefully and slapped the man beside him on his head, trying to wake him up. Grandmother, I know I was wrong. The man lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. However, his eyes were filled with disappointment towards Wang Xinger. When he was locked up by his parents and grandmother, he was still contemplating an escape plan to share in his wife's suffering. After all, she was his wife. He had to dote on her. However, he did not expect Wang Xinger to do this in such a short time. She brought the clothes her father had worn to put them into the spring where all the villagers collected their water. This was no different from poisoning. I'll ask the chief to write a divorce letter. I'll divorce this vicious woman. The old woman nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. One should marry a virtuous person. Physical appearances should not matter as much. It was more important to have a heart that did not desire to cause harm to others. Chief, junior officer, we should send people from the village to guard this place every day. We can't let those with ill intentions threaten our water source again, someone suggested. This was the water they used to cook and drink. They could not be careless. That's a feasible idea. Looking at the chief, the junior officer nodded in agreement. It was a coincidence that Qian Yiyun, who lived in Njiyue's house, came to fetch water and discovered Wang Xinger's evil intentions. They might not be so lucky in the future. Let's discuss this later. We can't let these people destroy our only water source, the chief added. What about Wang Xinger? Should we throw her out of the village? Someone asked. Well, the chief hesitated when he saw Wang Xinger. Chief, you can't let her off so easily. This woman is too vicious. That's right. This woman dared to poison us today. She may do other heartless things tomorrow. We can't let her off so easily. Everyone chimed in when they saw the chief's hesitation. The chief was silent. He wanted to punish Wang Xinger too. However, he could not possibly ask the villagers to kill Wang Xinger, right? He also could not escort Wang Xinger to the county to be arrested and brought to justice. Folks, calm down and listen to me. The junior officer spoke up quickly when he saw that everyone was unhappy with Wang Xinger and also increasingly unhappy with the chief. We can't leave the village now, and we also can't kill Wang Xinger. We can only chase her away first. The chief hesitated because he was thinking about how to deal with Wang Xinger. Her father has contracted the epidemic disease, so we should not touch her. We can only chase her out of the village and make sure she never returns. That will be letting her off too easily, someone said indignantly when they heard the junior officer's words. However, they also understood him. Wang Xinger was now a hot potato. They had to throw her out quickly. I really want to throw her into a fire and burn her to death. This woman is a poisonous snake. Although some people said these things, they did not dare to kill. They were just empty words. Wang Xinger woke up slowly amidst everyone's curses. She was shocked when she saw the crowd surrounding her. What are you trying to do? She sat up, shivering, and looked fearfully at the men with sticks. What are we trying to do? We should be asking, what are you trying to do? Wang Xinger's husband walked out of the crowd and looked at his wife in disappointment. I really didn't expect you to be so vicious as to wash your clothes in the spring. Do you know that your son and daughter drink the water here every day? What if they contract the epidemic disease? Can you really bear to watch them die with you? Wang Xinger looked around with her large eyes. I can't admit what I was trying to do. I'll be dead meat if I do. I didn't do anything. I don't have anything. I just wanted to wash a few clothes. What's wrong with that? This spring doesn't belong to anyone. I can wash my clothes and even shower here. It has nothing to do with you all. The man almost died from anger, spouting whatever she wants. She's truly shameless. He exhaled heavily and stared intently into Wang Xinger's eyes. Wang Xinger, just you wait. I'm going to divorce you. You vicious woman. Don't you dare. Wang Xinger gasped and jumped up, glaring at her husband. The man spat fiercely. Why not? You did this and tried to kill everyone in our village today. It's only right for me to divorce you. The two children will have nothing to do with you in the future. They don't have a vicious mother like you. You. Wang Xinger's pale lips trembled as she looked at her husband in disbelief. She dared to do this because she knew her husband would support her and stand by her side no matter what. But now he wants to divorce me over such a small matter. I was just washing my clothes. What's wrong with that? How is that heinous? Don't you all wash your clothes? Or do you just keep your clothes on and let them stink? She flung her hands up and questioned them with reddened eyes. Her words left everyone around speechless. Even if they were washing clothes, they would collect some water and wash their clothes with the collected water at the foot of the mountain. No one ever washed their clothes near the spring out of convenience. They were afraid that they would dirty the water and cause everyone to fall sick. This woman is crazy. She only cares about herself. Let's chase her out, someone said. The others agreed with him. Just chase her out. Don't let her come to our village again. It's too scary. What's going on? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Everyone turned around and saw Jiyue walking over with Luer in her arms. Sister Jiyue. When Qian Yun saw her, she hurried over and took Luer into her arms. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? And Jiyue asked. She had come to take a look after she noticed that Qian Yun had been gone for so long. She did not expect to see so many people standing there, and they seemed to be judging someone. Qian Yun briefly explained her discovery of Wang Xing'er to Jiyue. So this happened. And Jiyue narrowed her beautiful eyes and glanced dangerously at Wang Xing'er before walking toward her slowly. I didn't think our village would have such a person. Heh. She looked at Wang Xing'er and smiled. Master, I'm sensing infinite hatred and killing intent. That woman wants to kill you. Wei Na immediately noticed Wang Xing'er's hatred and quickly informed Jiyue. Oh? Didn't Master rescue Wang Xing'er during the flood? It had to be her to repay kindness with ingratitude? Nonsense. Do you think I can't feel anything? And Jiyue snapped at Wei Na and continued to look at Wang Xing'er. You want to take revenge on me? She asked, raising her eyebrows. Although she phrased her words as a question, they confirmed that the woman wanted revenge. Huh. Sister Jiyue, what are you talking about? Qian Yun asked as she carried Luer over. Everyone looked at Jiyue in confusion. Is Wang Xing'er doing this to take revenge on Jiyue? What is this? Why can't we understand? Wang Xing'er took a step back guiltily and denied it stubbornly. You. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know you well. She wanted to take revenge on Jiyue for suggesting ways to prevent outsiders from entering the village. Her family could not enter because of that. She had to stay in the straw shed filled with ill people. Otherwise, she would not have food to eat. However, she could not admit that. The people in the village treated Jiyue as their savior and worshipped her like a deity. She would definitely die miserably if she said she wanted to go against Jiyue now. You want revenge? Jiyue did not waste her breath and said unwaveringly. My house is very close to the spring. Although it's not a matter of who falls sick first, everyone will definitely suspect me if something happens to the spring. That's because my house is the closest. By then, everyone would have contracted the epidemic disease, and I'm no exception. She continued her train of thought as she spoke, her gaze fixed on Wang Xing'er. Many villagers know that the Qian siblings and the 3 children I found are living in my house. You should know about this too. If there is an outbreak here, everyone could blame me for having outsiders. They could claim they have the epidemic disease and spread it to the villagers via this rock spring. As expected, Wang Xing'er's eyes darted around guiltily. She even took a step back and gulped as her expression became even more nervous. Nonsense. I didn't. Wang Xing'er denied it. I'll never admit that I wanted to sabotage Jiyue, that detestable woman. You didn't? Jiyue looked at her and asked, Didn't you hate me? Didn't you think I shouldn't have suggested to the chief to guard the village? That I'm the one who stopped you from bringing your parents in? Or did you think I'm the one who forced you out of the village to suffer with your parents and brothers? So now you might even die from the epidemic? No, I didn't. Wang Xing'er shook her head in denial. However, her guilty and fearful eyes had already betrayed her. Anyone could tell what she was thinking. A man in the crowd glared at Wang Xing'er and asked, We all know. You were warning Jiyue to watch out just now. Did you think we didn't hear you? They had heard everything she said when they chased her and her family away. However, they never expected Wang Xing'er to be so vicious as to target the spring. Everyone started taking turns scolding Wang Xing'er. I didn't expect Wang Xing'er to be so vicious and ungrateful. If I remember correctly, Jiyue was the one who pulled her out of the floodwaters. She was almost swept away by the flood. Jiyue was almost swept away too when she tried to rescue her. This is repaying kindness with ingratitude. Jiyue shouldn't have saved her back then. She should have allowed her to be swept away by the flood. This wouldn't have happened then. That darn vicious woman not only wants to kill us, but also her benefactor. Isn't she afraid she'll be struck by lightning? Wang Xing'er took a step back and shook her head vigorously. It's not like that. It's not like that. I didn't even plan to come here at first. These people were too selfish and didn't let me bring my parents into the village. It's okay if they don't let my parents in, but they even chased me away. Why? I just want to enter the village. It's okay if they don't let my parents in, but I'm from this village. Why should they chase me out? It's all because of you that they chased me out of the village so mercilessly. It's all Njiyue's fault. She raised her finger and pointed at Njiyue, looking as if she was ready to bite off a piece of Njiyue's flesh. Her hatred was indescribable. Njiyue, who asked you to save me? I didn't ask you to do that. Now I have to live in the straw shed with my parents. It's filled with people infected with the disease. If I had known this would happen, I would have just died in the floodwaters. Isn't this all your fault? Without you, the chief and the others wouldn't have stopped me from entering the village. FCK. Qian Yun grew angry as she listened to Wang Xinger, from her soft murmurs in the beginning to her yells targeting Njiyue. She almost let a string of curses slip. Is it wrong for Sister Jiyue to save her? She's even blamed for saving someone? What kind of world is this? You're taking her kindness for granted. Go and die if you really think Sister Jiyue made a mistake in saving you. The Cascade River is so deep. You can jump into it. Go. You're so vicious. Wang Xinger paled. I'm living well now. I don't want to die. I just want the village to take me in again. What's wrong with that? Will they only be happy if I die? As expected, there are no good people in the Clan village. Qian Yun was amused. Am I as vicious as you? You wanted to kill everyone in the village, yet you still have the cheek to call me vicious? What kind of person is she? Does she think that everyone else is wrong except her? That's ridiculous. In my opinion, we shouldn't waste our breath on her. We can just chase her away. Yes, Miss Qian is right. No one was in the mood to argue with Wang Xinger anymore. They started chasing her away with their clubs. Wang Xinger did not want to leave at first, but everyone could no longer suppress their anger. They swung their clubs at her, causing her to scream. In the end, she had no choice but to leave. Qian looked at the bag Wang Xinger had left behind and asked, Sister Jiyue, what about this bag? And Jiyue looked at the bag and then the chief and the junior officer. Chief, junior officer, please carry this bag elsewhere with a stick and burn it. As for this place, I'll bring some lime later and sprinkle it here. Everyone should collect the water flowing down the rocks instead from tomorrow onwards. Although it'll be a little slower, it's still a precaution. We'll do this for a few days and wait until the water flows through after a week. Okay, the junior officer replied and looked at the chief. The chief sighed and shook his head helplessly. This is the only way. After everyone left, Njiyue took Luer back into her arms and coaxed him for a while. Come, Luer, let's go home. Luer looked at Njiyue and stammered, Mother, Bunny, Bunny, Bunny? Njiyue's eyes lit up. Is this little guy missing his little brother, Xiaoxing? Bunny was the nickname she had given in Yixing. However, no one in the family addressed him with that nickname. They only called him Xiaoxinger. Your brother, Xiaoxing, isn't here. We'll see him when we get home. There's Xiao Zhou too. They're all waiting for you at home. Although he was already old enough to learn how to speak, he did not know many words. She assumed that his family did not know how to teach him. He was a pitiful child. She would have to teach him more in the future. Bunny, Bunny, catch. Luer's eyes reddened when he saw that she was ignoring him. Catch? And Jiyue was stunned. She turned and looked around, spotting something white amongst the grass. A white rabbit? All right, I'll catch one for you. Qian Yun had placed her 2 wooden buckets under the rocks to collect the water flowing from them when she heard that her sister-in-law was going to catch a rabbit. She hurried over. Sister Jiyue, let me carry Xiao Luer. Uncle, are you growing flowers here? Not vegetables? I think it's better to grow vegetables. We can eat them when they grow up. Mother won't have to go to the mountains to gather wild vegetables then. Qian Jiyun had completed building the fence. He even turned over the soil within and around the fence to plant vegetable seeds. The ring of soil within the fence would be used to plant vegetables and fruits. Meanwhile, the ring outside would be used to plant flowers, according to his wife's wishes. Your mother wants to plant sunflowers, instead of vegetables, outside, Qian Jiyun explained as he picked up Zhenger and Ronger. What's a sunflower? Zhenger asked. They had never heard of it. What's a sunflower? Is it pretty? A sunflower is a very beautiful flower. They're very big and beautiful. When the flowers wither in the autumn, there will be sunflower seeds. Have you eaten sunflower seeds? Qian Jiyun asked. They thought for a moment, then shook their heads. No. Qian Jiyun chuckled. He forgot that the two little ones were still young. They would definitely choke on seeds and nuts. Then you'll be able to eat it in the future. Are you happy about that? He asked. I'm happy. Zheng'er nodded and clapped. Can you sell the seeds? Rong'er asked. Qian Jiyun turned around silently and looked at Rong'er. He could tell that Rong'er would grow up prudent with money. He did not even think about eating the sunflower seeds. He was thinking about how to earn money off them. Moreover, they had yet to plant the seeds. We can. But there won't be many since I can only plant them outside the fence. I'll have to plant a lot more if you want to sell them for money, he said. We have to nurture his talents well. He'll definitely be able to enter the Ministry of Revenue in the future, right? I see. When Rong'er heard that there were too few melon seeds to be sold, he immediately wilted visibly. Little rabbit, mother. Zheng'er jerked in Qian Jiyun's arms suddenly, excitement written all over his face. Qian Jiyun turned around and saw Njue carrying Luer, who held a snow-white rabbit in his arms. Be careful. I'll let you down. You can go and find Xiao Luer yourself. He squatted down and put them down, following behind as they ran over. You were there for so long just to catch rabbits? He asked. Njue replied softly and placed Luer down so that he could walk on his own. He was now walking steadily after a few days of practice. He could catch up to Zheng'er and Rong'er as long as they did not run too quickly. Rabbits with white fur are rare on this mountain. It'll be great if we can catch a few more. I'll try my luck in the deep mountains tomorrow and make you a shawl, Qian Jiyun said. Njue glanced at the three children playing around the rabbit happily and pouted. Do you think they'll let you make a shawl? She was sure that Zheng'er and the others would cry if he dared to do anything to this rabbit. In fact, they would never acknowledge him as their biological father. Qian Jiyun looked at them and smiled. That's right. How can these three little boys bear to turn this rabbit into dinner? That's true. I'll hunt some red foxes for you the next time I go to Snow Beauty Mountain. Their fur will look good too. Big brother, I caught a woman who wanted to spread the epidemic disease through the rock spring. She's too scary, Qian Jiyun said straightforwardly. She was carrying the buckets of water and did not hear what her brother was saying. What happened? Qian Jiyun turned to look at Njue. Why didn't she mention this to me? This is not a small matter. The entire village will suffer if things go wrong. Njue shrugged and said, It's a small matter. She's just a crazy woman. There would always be self-righteous people who believe that everything should revolve around them. Wang Xing'er was a person like that. Perhaps she had too much of a free and easy life at her parents' and in-laws' house. She never had to worry about anything. Her parents and husband doted on her. They made her feel that she was the most powerful and that everyone should treat her well. When someone went against her wishes, she would think that it was their fault. Then, she would think of harming and killing them. She was just a selfish and timid person. It was no big deal. However, we shouldn't collect our water from the rock spring anymore. We have to go somewhere else. She realized that the spring was dangerous. People in the other villages might become jealous that nobody in their village had contracted the disease and make an issue out of their water. They could be just like Wang Xing'er, who had sinister motives after the villagers chased her away. Her husband and mother-in-law said they had repeatedly begged her to stay before she left. They even told her that she could not return after leaving the village. However, Wang Xing'er refused to listen to them and insisted on leaving. I don't even know if she's filial or unfilial, she remarked, shaking her head. Sister Jiyue, are you talking about Wang Xing'er? Qian Jiyun walked over and asked. And Jiyue responded. Wang Xing'er could be considered filial as she disregarded her own safety to find her parents. However, it was also unfilial of her to heartlessly bring her parents, who had contracted the epidemic disease, to her in-laws' house. She was sentencing her in-laws, husband, and children to their deaths. Isn't that obvious? She's definitely unfilial, Qian Jiyun said with certainty. You probably don't know about this, Sister Jiyue. I listened to Wang Xing'er sit here and brag about her family with my own ears. She said that her mother picked up a bracelet which could be sold for more than 100 taels of silver. I think she went to her parents' house for the bracelet her mother found. It was not because she was worried about them. And Jiyue was astonished. Such a thing happened? It seemed like Wang Xing'er could not be simply described as vicious. She was totally crazy. Let's not talk about her. Ji-yoon, do you have any news? Is my prescription useful? It was not the time to care about Wang Xinger now, and Ji-yue was most concerned about whether her prescription would help mitigate the epidemic. I ordered someone to pass the prescription to an imperial physician I'm familiar with. He wants me to ask you what you want in exchange for the prescription, Qian Jian replied. And Ji-yue was stunned by his question. Huh? What conditions? What does he mean? What do I want in exchange? What do you mean? She asked. Qian explained, Sister Ji-yue, your prescription is valuable. How can you give it away so casually? He's saying that the imperial physician asked if there is anything you want in exchange for this prescription. He'll do whatever you say. And Ji-yue finally understood what he meant. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. It's just a prescription. Is there a need for this? She did not offer this prescription to seek something in return. She only hoped to cure this epidemic disease as soon as possible. She looked at Qian Ji-yoon and said earnestly, but if I must say something I want, I hope that imperial physician can teach his revised prescription to the doctors amongst the commoners. They can then treat patients with the epidemic disease at any time. I don't need to receive any benefits. I just hope that we can quickly suppress this epidemic. Qian Ji-yoon looked at her and smiled. He knew that his wife was broad-minded. She was not attracted to all those benefits. Then I'll do as you say and send someone to deliver the message, he said. Don't mind me. Qian Ji-yoon heard his sister chime in. Big brother, even if sister-in-law doesn't want any benefits, we should at least get her some herbs in exchange. Someone tried to sabotage our water source today. Who knows what will happen in the future? Even if nothing happens, it feels safer to have some medicine at home. Don't you agree, sister-in-law? Qian Iyun raised her eyebrows and asked in Ji-yue, how can she not receive what she deserves? The emperor would reward any minister handsomely. She has to take what she deserves. And Ji-yue was silent for a moment before agreeing. It had not been long after the flood, but there were epidemics everywhere. If this continued, everyone would be panicked. It would be good to have some medicine at home. Let's do as Xiao Yun says. Okay, Qian Jian replied. The villagers grew even more worried because of Wang Xinger. They recruited a few more men to guard the village and the spring. No one dared to gather water from the river to drink anymore. However, it was not enough. Even if they had water, they had to have food. Not many families saved up money. Besides whether they were even willing to use their money to buy food for other villagers, the rice and grain sold in town were increasingly expensive. It had only been a few days, but prices had increased so much that the people could not afford them. Early the next day, Ji-yue brought Qian Ji-yun to another place to fetch water. She witnessed some villagers carrying bags of grain up the mountain secretly. Brother Goshing, what's going on here? The sky has cleared up. Why are you carrying food up the mountain? And Ji-yue asked one of them when she saw them carry food up the mountain. Hi, Ji-yue. And Goshing was nervous when he heard a voice. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was in Ji-yue. He glanced at the people carrying the food and replied, these grains were taken out secretly by the junior officer from his and some of our households. They will ensure our survival. They trusted in Ji-yue. Everyone in the village would have suffered terribly if not for her. Yet, they now had to go through so much trouble to hide the food. And Ji-yue was puzzled. Are you hiding the food? She had not descended the mountain since her last trip to town, where she found an ilu and caught a female goat on the mountain. She did not know what was going on below the mountain. That's right. If we don't hide the food, it might be gone soon. Before Ngoshing could say anything, another man carrying grain on his back replied to Ji-yue and sighed. What do you mean? Are there people stealing the grain? And Ji-yue asked. Yes. And Ngoshing nodded. You don't know about this, Ji-yue. I heard that besides our village, many other villages have been robbed of their food. Anyone who has a bite to eat will be robbed now. The food in town is more expensive than gold. He sighed too. You left the village? And Ji-yue asked in surprise. Didn't I tell them not to leave the village? The epidemic is raging outside. No. And Ngoshing shook his head hastily. It was not like he was tired of living. He would not dare to leave the village at a time like this. An outsider came to the village last night to steal our food. He was caught by our people on patrol. We heard from him that things are very chaotic outside. They're coming close to cannibalizing one another. And Ji-yue was silent. coming close to cannibalizing one another? Although Njue was from the modern times, she knew a little about this. During the Great Famine, some people cooked the dead and ate them to stay alive. She did not expect to hear about this by chance. Her expression turned grim immediately. Qin Jiyun saw that she did not look well and handed her the water bottle at his waist. Have some water. I'm fine. And Jiyue glanced at him and shook her head. Suppressed the disgust she felt, she looked at Ngoshing again. How is the village? Ngoshing replied, It's not too bad. At least we still have some plain porridge and wild vegetables to tide us over. The junior officer is afraid that those people from the other villages will rush over to rob our food when they find out that we still have some. They will really snatch everything away. And Jiyue's expression darkened. Robbing their food was not too bad, running the risk that the outsiders might spread the epidemic disease to their village, while robbing was a greater worry. There would be unimaginable consequences. Jiyue, if there's nothing else you need from us, we'll go on carrying the food first. Oh, go ahead, Brother Goshing. And Jiyue nodded. Jiyun, does the imperial court not care about this? And Jiyue stood on the spot and asked Qin Jiyun after Ngoshing left. Are the officials just going to watch the commoners starve to death? Or do they simply not care about the lives of the commoners from small regions? Perhaps that's really the case. Qin Jiyun replied, The imperial court will not fret about floods in a small city. However, since there is an epidemic happening here, they will intervene now. Their disaster response will still vary greatly from their responses to other disasters, though. You mean Njue was a little stunned. Although she understood him, she was in disbelief. Would the powerful imperial court really deem the lives of commoners worthless? However, she had to admit that it was possible. The lives of these people were nothing to those in power. Their suffering was invisible to them. They only had eyes for the luxury before them. Even so, the imperial court should distribute some food, right? What about the local officials? What are they doing? Or is this huge epidemic nothing to them? You still don't understand, Jiyue. Even if the local officials want to serve the people, everything depends on how much taxes were paid last year and how much food is required to support the people, Qin Jiyun reasoned. And Jiyue chuckled. I think we should just let everyone hide and live in the mountains. The imperial court had a rule stating that the people did not have to pay taxes for reclaimed wastelands on the mountains for the first 5 years. They only had to pay a head tax. However, these lands were barren before they were reclaimed and would result in average agricultural yields. Irrigating these lands would also be very inconvenient. There would be no harvest if there was a drought. Nobody would be willing to go to the mountain and reclaim wastelands unless they had no other means to survive. However, the imperial court had done nothing for years. The commoners were struggling to survive, but they were still concerned about whether the high taxes were enough to cover the expenses. Don't say that. Qin Jiyun took a deep breath and looked at Njue seriously. There are some things that the emperor is unable to achieve. The commoners would not be in this situation if the emperor had the final say in court. However, the imperial court was. He did not want to talk about this anymore. Things would not change no matter what he said now. He could only wait for their little emperor to grow up slowly. Perhaps things would improve in the future. I've already sent someone over. I believe there will be good news soon. And Jiyue was stunned. A general like Qin Jiyun should not be responsible for the flood. However, things were difficult for him now because she was here, and he also found himself in the middle of this situation. I'll do what I can, but we don't have the capacity to help everything, she said faintly. I'm not someone who will cause trouble for my people for the sake of others. Qin Jiyun is the biological father of my 2 adorable children. I don't want to make things difficult for him by saying too much. To put it bluntly, why should he care if the emperor doesn't? Okay, Qin Jiyun smiled. That's right. We don't have the capacity to do everything. Why should we care so much? We'll do what we can and leave the rest to others who can do something about it. Let's go up the mountain again tomorrow. We have nothing else to do anyway. And Jiyue was stunned for a long time before nodding. All right. Can he read my mind? I was about to say that I'll go into the mountains alone since there are people at home now, but he took the initiative to bring it up first. He's really taking away all my personal space. Of course, she hoped that Qin Jiyun would stay at home to take care of the children so that she could enter the mountains alone. But was that possible? Absolutely not. Qian Jiyun would not let her enter the mountains alone. However, even if Qian Jiyun and Qian Yiyun left, she would probably not enter the mountains often either. After all, there were 5 children at home. She had to be careful. Later, Njiyue handed the children to Qian Jiyun and Qian Yiyun's care. She returned to her room under the pretense that she wanted to rest. Instead of entering her microcosmic space directly, she laid on the bed and immersed her consciousness in it. Master, are you really going to do nothing about the flood? Weina could not resist asking. Njiyue had benefited a lot from this flood. After all, we should still do something, right? After all, we can earn points. Didn't you give them the prescription? We can definitely save many people, right? Njiyue rolled her eyes. So you know about the prescription? Her prescription and Qian Jiyun's arrangements could decrease the number of people dying from the disease. However, it was not her place to get involved in the food shortage problems. It was not like she could do anything. We're just ordinary commoners. Why do we have to care so much? We just have to take care of ourselves, she snapped. I can't even manage my own land. Do I still have the time to care about others? Moreover, she believed that the imperial court would not really ignore this. They might abandon them if the epidemic could not be cured. After all, epidemics raged fiercely like tigers, and the imperial court's involvement might implicate even more people. However, they would still distribute food if food shortage was the only concern. The amount of time needed to distribute food would then depend on the capability of the ministers. That was not something she could control. She was also not stupid enough to let Qian Jiyun get too involved. Qian Jiyun's assets would belong to Zhenger and Ronger in the future. She could not give that away to outsiders freely, right? Weina was speechless. As expected of my master. She's so thorough. Then why are you going into the mountains with him? Shouldn't you go alone? You have to gather more herbs, right? Yeah, I thought so too. And Njiyue flashed Weina a fake smile and nodded. Do you think so too, master? That's great. Why don't you discuss this with Qian Jiyun and tell him not to follow me into the mountains? Huh. And Njiyue interrupted Wei Na's nagging successfully with words so curt they almost caused Wei Na to sulk in a corner again. Forget it. I can't do that. It's good that you know. Cut the cat then. And Njiyue snapped again. She wanted to enter the mountains alone too. However, she did not have the right to say that, nor the guts to do so now. She was sure that Qian Jiyun would follow closely behind her if she entered the mountains alone. In fact, he would follow her secretly. The secret of her microcosmic space might be exposed. Master, I have your best interest at heart. I don't mean to say this on purpose, Weina explained awkwardly. I just think that we planted too many mushrooms in the space. We can use half of that land to grow wild vegetables. Then, we can grow medicinal herbs in the other wild vegetable field. We can better utilize the land and the space that way. I know. Of course, and Njiyue knew that. She could not go to town these days. And with all the people infected with diseases outside, she might not be able to return home if she left. The mushrooms in her space almost piled up into a mountain. She could not even dry them even if she wanted to because Qian Jiyun and Qian Yiyun were around. Although she could fool Zhenger and Ronger by explaining that she gathered the mushrooms on the mountain, how would she be able to fool Qian Jiyun and his sister? She was even more troubled at the thought of their prolonged stay because the epidemic going on below the mountain would not be over so quickly. The mushrooms in her space would really pile up into several hills by then. We can still gather some herbs when we enter the mountains tomorrow. I can plant them inside the space secretly, she said. She had to do something. She could not continue growing mushrooms like this. However, she had to admit that it had its benefits. Half a piece of land should still be reserved for the mushrooms. I'll sell all the mushrooms in my space to the points mall later and see if I can get more points. After that, I'll reclaim master. You're still reclaiming? Weina was shocked. They had already reclaimed 5 plots of land and would need 4,500 points for the next. They could reclaim more land if they had more points. However, they had too few now. And Njiyue had to ramble on for half a day over exchanging the points for milk powder. I'm not reclaiming land. And Njiyue was startled by its exclamation. Are you excavating ponds? Weina asked. Weina felt that one pond was enough for the time being. Fattening up the fishes in the pond, eating some water chestnut, and watching the lotus flowers bloom were great. Most importantly, excavating a second pond required 2,500 points. They could not afford that. I want to reclaim a pasture, and Gus said seriously. She had fenced up all the chickens, ducks, and rabbits that she raised in her microcosmic space by herself. No matter how well she raised them, her points would be halved. If she unlocked a pasture, she would put more poultry in it and accumulate more points for future reclamation. A pasture? That's more like it. Wayna was satisfied. As an inhabitant of this microcosmic space, it knew that a pasture was necessary. It was essential to raise poultry. They could also grow herbage and bring in some insects to raise them. They would be able to survive without constantly feeding them. The pasture was an independent entity. Herbage and insects in it could not invade other areas or leave. There was no need to worry that other crops and poultry might be destroyed. Wayna suddenly thought of something and asked, "Master, how many points does the first pasture cost?" "Not much, just 15,000 points," and Gus replied calmly. Wayna almost collapsed to the ground. 15,000 points? How did Master talk about this so casually? Is she trying to scare me to death? Master, if you scare me to death, no one will help you take care of your microcosm in the future, Wayna said with a soft cry. Master, 15,000 points is a lot. 15,000 points is a lot? And Gus retorted. She honestly did not think that it was much. After all, one pasture was equivalent to 10 plots of land. Having one pasture was more cost-effective, right? Wayna genuinely felt that it was a lot and stuttered, "No, not at all. We don't have many points anyway." She can go ahead and dream. Master, we don't have that many points. Even if you make a few more trips into the deep mountains, your man will be following you. It's inconvenient for you to do anything. What can you get? Are you going to rely on the mushrooms we planted? 10 mushrooms can only be exchanged for 1 point in the points mall. Don't be fooled by the fact that we have so many mushrooms piled up like a small mountain. We can only exchange them for so many points. I'm not pouring cold water on you, Master. It's really not worthwhile. It advised earnestly. It's not a matter of whether it's worthwhile. And Gus did not mind. The mushrooms were there anyway. Even if they planted mushrooms on half a piece of land, they could produce a lot of mushrooms every day as they grow very quickly. She could not sell them for money during these difficult times or give them away to the people below the mountain for food. Although they would be grateful to her, she could not earn any points for it. She was unwilling to do such a meritless task. It was not like they were on the brink of starvation, either they could look for food on their own. It was also not good to allow the mushrooms to pile up. I can't sell them. I can only exchange them for points, she said. Even if we exchange them for points, we won't get 15,000 points. Wayna was trying to dissuade her. Although the mushrooms occupied some space, they had plenty of undeveloped jade land because they did not have enough points to reclaim much. There was a lot of empty space inside the microcosm. What? Do you want me to listen to everything you say regarding the microcosmic space? And Gus retorted. I just wanted to exchange the mushrooms for points. Must it make it seem like I'm about to do something evil? Mushrooms grow so quickly. There will be a lot of them in a few days. Is Wayna afraid that I won't have enough mushrooms to sell in the future? Does it think I'm poor? Wayna was stunned. All right, everything in the space is up to her. I can only give my opinions. It's also up to her if she wants to listen to me. Master, I'm not.